Ye Bai let out a sigh of relief. It really was Gong Lifeng. Little husband was Gong Lifeng's special nickname for him. Ye Bai remembered it clearly. During the birthday party, Gong Lifeng had gotten drunk and, behind Chun Sinny's back, tried to seduce him while pretending to mistake him for old Chun. That was exactly what she had called him back then. Besides, Gong Lifei wasn't this flirty. She would never be so forward with him, let alone whimper and act coquettish like this. Husband, why aren't you saying anything? Don't you miss your baby? The woman lifted her head, her delicate face streaked with tears, looking at him with pitiful eyes. Of course I do. I miss my baby so much. Ye Bai wiped away her tears. Then, sensing something, he teased, What's wrong, little baby? Your eyes are so watery. Husband, you're so mean. Don't say that. She pouted playfully, wrapping her arms around his neck and pulling him down onto the bed with her. A long while later, her eyes brimming with seduction, she murmured with anticipation, Husband, it's been so long. I've missed you. Ye Bai shook his head in exasperation. Women really were insatiable. 30 like wolves, 40 like tigers, 50 sitting on the ground and still. Auntie Gong had barely slept last night. And now, after just half a day, it was already so long. Seeing her drunken, dazed expression, he couldn't help but worry. Maybe we should stop. I don't want you throwing up on me later. No, I want my husband. Baby isn't drunk, just a little dizzy, she whined. Fine, Auntie, go. Before he could finish, she cut him off, pouting with her rosy lips. Don't call me Auntie. Call me Baby. I've gotten younger now, just like you. All right. Baby, which university did you graduate from? Why do you ask? Does little husband want to go to college with me? No, I just want to verify your education. See how much of it is inflated. Ye Bai chuckled darkly, like a sinister elder from the Soul Hall. Auntie Gong truly lived up to her reputation as a wealthy socialite. She was intoxicating. But for some reason, Ye Bai couldn't shake off a strange feeling, as if the woman in his arms was actually Gong Lifei. He and Gong Lifeng were old acquaintances, and he had just seen her this morning. As for Gong Lifei, they had only met once because of yesterday's misunderstanding. At a glance, the two looked similar, but upon closer inspection, their differences became clear. Gong Lifeng was bold and unrestrained, while Gong Lifei was reserved and demure. Gong Lifei had been celibate for 20 years after breaking up with her first love and returning home to raise her child, so she was naturally more restrained. Gong Lifeng, on the other hand, had been married to Chen Zhengbin for 2 decades, making her far more uninhibited. Yet the woman in his arms seemed more reserved, almost like Gong Lifei. But her smooth, youthful skin, her shamelessly flirtatious behavior, and the intimate nickname, Little Husband, all pointed to Gong Lifeng. He was utterly confused. Had Auntie Gong been using some kind of rejuvenating serum lately? Not only had she regained her youth, but she'd also reset to factory settings, making her seem more demure. Just as Ye Bai was about to put his doubts aside and proceed, the doorbell rang. Both of them frowned in annoyance. Activating his clairvoyance, Ye Bai saw a strange woman standing outside. She had a delicate, youthful face, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and was dressed in a white blouse with a tight pencil skirt. Her figure was undeniably sexy, curvy in all the right places, but her height was only around 150 centimeters, giving the impression of a little girl playing dress-up in adult clothing. Yet her eyes held a sharp, mature intelligence, exuding the poise of an experienced woman. She was the epitome of a legal, lowly childlike in appearance and stature, but with the body and allure of a grown woman. When no one answered the door, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Ye Bai looked down at the woman in his arms. Gong. Baby, did you invite someone over today? And no. Assuming it was just a hotel guest at the wrong door, Ye Bai glanced down again and froze. Something was off. She looks like Gong Lifei. Is it just my imagination? A creeping suspicion took hold of him. Could she actually be Gong Lifei? Gong Lifang had taken a bottle of rejuvenating serum when she left this morning. Had she given it to Gong Lifei? But how would Gong Lifei know the nickname Little Husband? There was no way the woman in his arms was Gong Lifei. Buzz. His phone vibrated. When he checked the caller ID, his entire body went rigid. The name on the screen read, Auntie Gong, the contact he had saved for Gong Lifang. If Gong Lifang is calling me, then who the hell is in my arms? Ye Bai's gaze snapped back to the woman beneath him. Her eyes were filled with seduction, poised yet alluring, elegant and noble, like the legendary consort Yang. That flirty aura felt like Gong Lifang, yet somehow different. He answered the call. Hello, Xiao Bai. Are you done with your errands? The familiar voice from the other end was unmistakably Gong Lifang's. Your Auntie Fei had a relapse. Her mental state is unstable. I contacted her private doctor this morning, but he was busy and only just arrived at the hotel. She knocked, but no one answered, and the door's passcode isn't working. It seems like she's locked it from the inside. If you have time, hurry back. Ye Bai stood frozen. Hello? Xiao Bai? Can you hear me? Yeah, I'll head back now. His voice was hoarse, his expression conflicted. After hanging up, he stared at the beautiful woman before him and asked in a strained voice, Auntie, are you Gong Lifang or Gong Lifei? Husband. I'm your little Lifei, don't you recognize me? Gong Lifei's fragile expression was heartbreaking. I recognize you. Ye Bai's face twisted with guilt. Then hurry, husband. I've missed you so much. She blushed shyly. Ye Bai didn't know what to do. His conscience was tearing him apart. Gong Lifei and Cinny were, but at this point, even if they hadn't gone all the way, was there really any difference? If he stopped now, could he still claim innocence? For a moment, he considered breaking up with Chun Cinny. If they were no longer together, then no matter which auntie he was with, his conscience would be clear. So what now? Should I stop? Torn between guilt and desire, his rationality screamed at him to end this, yet his body refused to move. He was paralyzed, unable to advance or retreat. Then, like a bolt of lightning, an idea struck him. Could I cure Auntie Fei's mental illness? If this was for medical treatment, then it wouldn't count as betraying Cinny, right? You guys wouldn't want to never see Cat Biscuit stories again, right? Let's tone it down a bit. At the very least, this kind of content is off limits for now. If I really want to include Auntie Fei's arc, I'd need to have the MC break up with Chun Cinny first and cut ties completely. Ye Bai's heart raced. He imagined treating Gong Lifei's illness in his own way, but then reason took over, and he laughed at himself. Being able to heal scars and restore youth was already extraordinary. How could he possibly cure mental issues? The root causes of psychological disorders were partly physical but mostly emotional. There was no way his abilities could fix Gong Lifei's condition. Besides, Auntie Fei and Chun Cinny are like that. How could I do this with her? Plus, Auntie Fei's only acting this way because of her mental state. She probably thinks I'm her long-lost first love. The person she's thinking of isn't me. The one she wants isn't me. Though Ye Bai knew he was a playboy, he still had principles. With that thought, he got up to leave. Gong Lifei's drowsy eyes fluttered open. Darling, what's wrong? Ye Bai sighed. You've mistaken me for someone else. I'm Ye Bai, not your husband. She shook her head adamantly, like a rattle drum. No, you're my little husband. Ye Bai is Bai Yi. Bai Yi is Ye Bai. For some reason, Ye Bai pitied her. In her youth, she'd experienced a passionate love, one her family despised. She abandoned her elite upbringing to elope, only to be abandoned while pregnant. Returning home humiliated, she endured scorn from relatives who saw her as a disgrace. Back then, it must have felt like the world had turned its back on her. Slowly, her sanity frayed, until, 20 years later, she learned the truth. The man she'd hated wasn't a heartless scoundrel. He'd pushed her away because he was terminally ill. He wanted her and their child to have a better life with her family. Now this broken woman saw him as that man. How could he take advantage? That'd make him no better than an animal. Ye Bai admitted he was a womanizer who adored beautiful women, but only if the feelings were mutual. Not like this, where Gong Lifei was fixated on someone else, pretending he was that person. Desire was human, but only by controlling it could one remain human, not a beast. He shook his head gently. Auntie Fei, I am myself. I'm not Bai Yi. I don't even know who that is. Earlier, I mistook you for Gong Lifang. I'm sorry. No, you're my little husband. Her delicate face was adamant. Were you born on June 18th, 19XX? Yes, that's the day Bai Yi died. His soul was reborn as you. Auntie, tens of thousands share my birthday. It's coincidence. It isn't. Her eyes welled up. Your name reversed is Bai Yi, and your eyes, they're identical to his. You're mistaken. Trembling, she crawled toward him, arms outstretched. Stop pretending, please. I'll be good. Her pleading gaze wore him down. Relenting, he hugged her lightly. I knew it. She laughed through tears. You could never bear to see me cry. Ye Bai exhaled, staring at her fragile expression. Pitiable. Truly pitiable. Auntie, forgive me. With those words, he struck her neck with a precise chop. Her body went limp, collapsing into peaceful slumber. He dressed her carefully, an eerie déjà vu. That night at Golden Springs Hotel, Auntie Fong had drunk herself into seduction before passing out mid-seduction. He'd done the same for her. After ensuring Gong Lifei was clothed modestly, he carried her to the master suite, tucked her in, and left.
BZZZ.
His phone rang, an unknown caller. Back in Gong Lifei's room, he tidied the disheveled sheets while answering. Hello, Mr. Ye Bai? A sultry, mature woman's voice spoke, the kind that conjured images of a statuesque femme fatale. But reality was, Ye Bai glanced toward the doorway. A pint-sized ersatz dominatrix stood there, barely 5 feet tall. A lowly with a MILF's voice, surprisingly hot. Speaking. Ms. Gong Lifang asked me to call. How soon can you reach the hotel? Soon. Please wait. Hanging up, he finished straightening the room. After a final sweep, he activated stealth mode, unlocked the door manually, and slipped out. Beep. The lock disengaged. Outside, the miniature dame frowned. Had Gong Lifei woken up? Yet the room was empty. Skeptical, she whipped out pepper spray and searched. Nothing. Relieved, she chalked it up to a glitch. Most smart locks were flimsy compared to mechanical ones. Then the door swung open. She spun around and froze. Before her stood a strikingly handsome young man, taller than most actors, his aura effortlessly commanding. This young man was not only extraordinarily handsome but also exuded an exceptional aura. Despite his youth, he carried an air of profound dignity, like a towering mountain. Moreover, he possessed a unique charm, radiating intense masculine energy at all times, making it impossible not to feel drawn to him. A man like this was born to be a star, no, born to be a kept man. With such looks and presence, what wealthy older woman wouldn't fall for him? If he ever entered the male modeling industry, he'd instantly become the legendary gigolo king, wherever he went. Even the legal lowly couldn't resist. Her lips were practically twitching with suppressed delight. Damn, he's too good looking. Hello, you're Ye Bai, right? Though inwardly overjoyed at the sight of such a handsome man, the legal lowly showed no trace of it, maintaining the aloof demeanor of someone who had seen it all. Yes, that's me. Ye Bai nodded, unaware of her inner thoughts. Up close, she looked even more childlike. Her delicate face resembled that of an elementary schooler, yet her voice was mature and magnetic.
I'm Bai Xuank.
You can call me Dr. Bai. The legal lowly tilted her head up to look at him and extended her fair, petite hand. Ye Bai shook it. His hands are so long and strong. She nearly lost her composure again but quickly suppressed it, her eyes remaining indifferent as she withdrew her hand and strode ahead toward the presidential suite. Ye Bai glanced down. Despite her youthful face and petite stature, barely 1.5 meters tall, her figure was undeniably impressive, curvaceous, well-proportioned, and undeniably alluring. She had the body of a mature woman, like a miniaturized version of Qin Yu. No, more like a youthful Aunt Qin Yu, and her name, Bai Xuejing, the pronunciation of that name was something else. Given her lowly-like appearance, it was very fitting. Bai Xuejing entered the room and immediately checked Gong Lifei's condition. Feeling her forehead, taking her temperature, examining her pupils. "Dr. Bai, is Aunt Fei all right?" Ye Bai asked, already knowing the answer. "Nothing serious, just fainted," Bai Xuejing replied. After finishing her examination, she turned the question back on him. Ms. Gong Lifang mentioned that her mental state had been unstable since this morning. "Can you describe the specifics?" Ye Bai shook his head. "I was out handling business early today. I don't know what happened." Bai Xuejing didn't press further. Spotting a medicine bottle on the table, she picked it up to inspect it. One glance, and she nearly cursed it out loud. No wonder Ms. Gong's condition suddenly worsened when she'd been stable recently. This medicine expired almost 2 months ago. What patient wouldn't relapse after taking this? Furious, she tossed the bottle into the trash, then lifted the blanket to check for rashes or allergic reactions on Gong Lifei's body. Ye Bai turned away, pretending to give her privacy. Bai Xuejing noticed and smirked. What a hypocrite. Rich older women love this fake respectful act. "All right, you can turn back now." She issued the command coolly, then scrutinized Gong Lifei again, only to suddenly frown. "Something's off. What is it?"
Ye Bai tensed.
"Did I miss something while cleaning up earlier?"
Da mont fees imbelievable constitution.
Why does she suddenly look so much younger? Her skin is smooth and radiant. Even better than mine. Bai Xuejing pinched Gong Lifei's cheek in disbelief. How does a woman her age still have this much collagen? She was almost questioning reality. Just a week ago, Gong Lifei had been a seductive, mature beauty. Still attractive, but with crow's feet and other signs of age. Now her skin was flawless, as if she'd reversed time, transforming from a 40-year-old stunner into a youthful, girlish woman. Could it be? Bai Xuejing turned to Ye Bai, her gold-rimmed glasses reflecting the same dramatic glint as Detective Conan's when he cracked a case. Ye Bai's heart skipped a beat. No way, she can't actually tell, can she? Could it be that taking expired psychiatric medication causes reverse aging? Her gaze flicked back to the discarded bottle, her expression growing dangerously intrigued. Just then, Gong Lifei let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. Her expression was still dazed from before she fainted, but the moment she saw Ye Bai, her lips puckered into a pout, and she stretched out her arms. "Husband, baby wants a hug."
Ye Bai.
Bai Xuejing. Dr. Bai's eyes gleamed as she studied Ye Bai. Excellent. Truly the legendary gigolo king. No wonder rich women adore him.
Ye Bai quickly corrected her. Aunt Fei, Ye Bai.
You've mistaken me for someone else. The moment he said it, Gong Lifei's face crumpled, her eyes welling up with heartbreak, terrified she might blurt out something outrageous. Like, "Husband, you were just doing that with me, and now you're pretending not to know me?" Ye Bai hastily stepped aside and gestured for Bai Xuejing to intervene. "Dr. Bai, please check on her." Gong Lifei blinked in confusion. "Dr. Bai, what are you doing here?" "Good. She still recognizes me. The condition isn't too severe yet." Bai Xuejing pulled out a fresh, unopened medicine bottle from her bag and spoke in a coaxing tone, as if to a child. "Lifei, it's time for your medicine. Be a good girl and take it. Okay?"
No.
"Medicine is yucky." Gong Lifei scrunched up her face. Bai Xuejing turned to Ye Bai. Whenever Ms. Gong has an episode, her mental age regresses to that of a teenager. Since she's mistaken you for her husband, I'll need your help convincing her to take the medicine. Ye Bai nodded and spoke in a gentle tone. "Auntie Fei, take your medicine properly. Don't call me Auntie Fei. I'm your baby, your little precious." Gong Lifei pouted.
Alright. Ye Bai relented helplessly.
"Little precious, listen to the doctor and take your medicine." "I'll only take it if my hubby feeds me," Gong Lifei said, opening her mouth playfully and drawing out her words. "Aya." Bai Xuejing handed the medicine bottle to Ye Bai. shooting him a look that said just get on with it, and added, 5 pills at once. Swallowing his reluctance, Ye Bai took the medicine, poured a glass of water, and went to feed Gong Li Fei. But just as he approached, she clamped her mouth shut. I'll only take it if hubby gives me a kiss first. Ye Bai glanced back at Bai Shuejing, his eyes pleading for help, but she merely raised an eyebrow, signaling him to comply. To myself, Xine, this is just following the doctor's orders. Deep down, I don't actually want to. He leaned in to kiss Gong Li Fei's cheek, but she suddenly turned her head, pressing a fleeting peck to his lips instead, then giggled mischievously. Bai Shuejing couldn't suppress her smirk any longer. This scene was simply too delightful to watch. A wealthy, coquettish big sister pouting adorably. A flustered, faux-reserved gigolo who played innocent after getting a taste of sweetness. Now this is entertainment. After the kiss, Gong Li Fei obediently took her medicine. Just as Ye Bai picked up the cup to leave, she suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and buried herself in his embrace. Hubby, I haven't seen you in so long. I still want you. Wait until Dr. Bai leaves, then we'll continue like before. Okay? As Gong Li Fei's words trailed off, Bai Shuejing's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. The gossip-loving fire in her heart burned fiercely. Continue what? What exactly happened? Is it the kind of naughty thing I'm imagining? If it is, can I take a peek? The chemistry between the gorgeous, wealthy older sister and her younger wolf-dog lover was just too strong. As a seasoned drama enthusiast, Bai Shuejing thrived on this kind of unconventional pairing. In an instant, her mind conjured up all sorts of steamy scenarios between Ye Bai and Gong Li Fei, the kind so explicit they'd be censored even with heavy pixelation. Though still a virgin, Bai Shuejing had consumed an endless stream of media over the years, like the Korean Mother's Friends series, and had devoured countless literary classics, such as the one about the young Mrs. Bai and the one starring Long Tao. Thus, she was a master of theory, armed with encyclopedic knowledge but zero practical experience. A true armchair expert in the art of love. Annie Fei, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. Ye Bai coughed awkwardly, playing dumb. Gong Li Fei, thinking he genuinely didn't remember, grew anxious and began gesturing. We were hugging, and then you. Ye Bai quickly covered her mouth and reluctantly played along. All right, I get it now. But not here, okay? Wait until tonight. You just took your medicine, rest first. Besides, there's someone else in the room. Bai Shuejing was practically vibrating with excitement. No. Just pretend I'm not here. Why wait for tonight? Gong Li Feng will be back soon. Strike while the iron's hot. Hell, I'll even lend a hand if you need help. Ye Bai was genuinely worried Gong Li Fei might blurt out something even more outrageous. Bai Shuejing was a doctor. If she grew suspicious and decided to examine Gong Li Fei, she'd definitely discover the abnormalities. If she mistakes me for some opportunistic creep, I'm done for. Little did he know, if Bai Shuejing found out, she'd probably faint from excitement. Witnessing this kind of drama in real life, straight out of a steamy film, would be a dream come true. It'd give her plenty of material for later. Bai Shuejing had chosen medicine as her career path after an awkward incident in her teens. When her parents took her to the doctor for discomfort, the physician's diagnosis left the whole family speechless. Nothing serious, just cut back on browser usage. She's still developing. Some things should be enjoyed in moderation. Self-control is key. He's slandering me. Mom, Dad, the doctor's slandering me. From that day on, Bai Shuejing found her life's purpose, to master the kind of medical expertise that could see through people at a glance, right down to their underwear. Ye Bai patiently coaxed Gong Li Fei like a child, making all sorts of promises, taking her on trips, trying on wedding dresses together, buying her a diamond ring. Gong Li Fei, now fully convinced Ye Bai was her first love, poured all her affection onto him, already fantasizing about their wedding and honeymoon. The medicine she'd taken had sedative effects, and soon drowsiness overtook her. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted into a deep sleep. Though a woman in her 40s, she now looked like a blissful young girl, a sweet, innocent smile lingering on her lips. Ye Bai sighed in relief but couldn't help feeling pity for her. Beauty is fleeting and fate is cruel. She's truly a tragic woman. Mr. Yi, what's going on between you and Ms. Li Fei? Bai Shuijing asked. Though internally screaming for juicy details, her lifelong habit of overcompensating made her appear even more stern and detached. A stark contrast to her inner excitement. To Ye Bai, Dr. Bai, petite as she was, now radiated an intimidating aura, as if interrogating him over some unspeakable crime. Dr. Bai, as you can see, Auntie Fei's mental state is unstable. Her memories are jumbled, and she's mistaking me for her first love. But given what Ms. Li Fei just said, it's hard not to suspect you might have done something. Bai Shuijing pressed, her gaze piercing. Ye Bai maintained the composure of a righteous gentleman. I was already out before Auntie Fei's episode started. I only returned to the hotel after you did. I got the call this morning but was delayed until this afternoon. Before that, Ms. Li Fei was alone in the hotel. You had plenty of time to act. Unrelenting, Bai Shuijing adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, the lenses glinting coldly. Despite her doll-like stature, her presence was that of a domineering queen, sharp and aggressive. Left with no choice, Ye Bai played his trump card, feigning outrage. Dr. Bai, Gong Lifang is my girlfriend's aunt. Your accusations are an insult to my character. Huh? Her kind aunt. Bai Shuijing's imagination went into overdrive. But seeing Ye Bai's righteous demeanor, she reluctantly conceded. I'm the worst, my mind's just a gutter. Judging such a handsome, upstanding young man like this. Still, what a shame. Not just a gorgeous cougar, but a kind aunt too. Mr. Yi, you sure you don't want to? Unaware of her thoughts, Ye Bai only sensed her terrifying perceptiveness. Not daring to stay longer, he hurried out of the suite. Everything's wrapped up in the provincial capital. Should I head back to Taojiang early? Honestly, he dreaded the idea of Chun Sini and her mother returning, only for Gong Li Fei to blurt out something like, "Hubby, take me," in front of them. The fallout would be unthinkable. Gong Lifang might get even more excited, since she'd assume he'd mistaken her for Gong Li Fei. But if Chun Sini found out, game over. After all, she and Gong Li Fei had that kind of relationship. Worse yet, Gong Li Fei's episode was caused by expired medication. Now that she'd taken the proper dose, what if she woke up remembering everything? Ye Bai genuinely didn't dare stick around. If you can't defuse a time bomb, the smartest move is to get far away from it. No time to waste. I'm leaving for Taojiang now. Just as he made his decision, his phone buzzed. An unknown number. He answered, and a familiar voice rang out. Baiji, it's me. I'm out of prison. It was Luo Yang. A flash of lightning streaked through Ye Bai's mind. He finally remembered what he had forgotten recently. It was Luo Yang. He'd forgotten about Luo Yang. On the day Xiao Hongyu's syndicate was dismantled, Luo Yang had secretly alerted Ye Bai, tipping him off about Xiao Hongyu's movements. Then, Luo Yang had been arrested along with the other underlings and thrown into prison. I'm such an idiot. How could I forget about Yang? This is like killing the donkey after it's done grinding. But Ye Bai found it strange. How had Luo Yang been released so soon? Had he revealed his undercover identity to the police? Ye Bai had played a crucial role in the downfall of Xiao Hongyu's syndicate, but only Chen Zhengbin and Chief Chui knew the details. If Luo Yang spilled everything in prison, that patron might come after me. As Ye Bai was lost in thought, Luo Yang spoke again. Bai Gu, I followed your plan perfectly and successfully took over the Xiao Hongyu syndicate. Good. Ye Bai nodded. Wait, what plan? Did I come up with a plan for him? What is Luo Yang talking about? He took over the syndicate. Bai Gu, the Xiao Hongyu syndicate is now completely ours. I was thinking of renaming it. How about Bai Yang Syndicate? Luo Yang asked timidly. Ye Bai felt like his brain was about to short-circuit. How had a small fry like Luo Yang become the boss of the syndicate? You were supposed to be an undercover, yet you ended up the leader? Though a million questions swirled in his mind, He couldn't let his subordinates see his confusion. Keeping his tone steady, he ordered, "Tell me everything that happened while you were in prison." "Sure thing, Bai Gu." Luo Yang gathered his thoughts and began recounting his tale, starting with his rise as the prison dragon. As it turned out, after the syndicate's collapse, the upper echelons had either fled abroad, died, or ended up in vegetative states. With his recent promotion to one of the syndicate's 3 heavenly kings, Luo Yang became the highest-ranking figure left standing. His rapid ascent turned him into a legend within the organization. Some whispered that he was an unstoppable force, conquering enemies with his iron fists, rising from obscurity to heavenly king status in just 2.5 years. There were even rumors that Oxhead and Three Fingers had initially refused to acknowledge him, scoffing, "What kind of no-rank punk thinks he belongs at our level?" But then Yang Gu moved. Just a single slap sent both men flying 10 meters. With Xiao Hongyu gone, the organization had fractured into chaos. But Luo Yang's emergence at the right moment united the scattered remnants, earning their unwavering loyalty. Ye Bai was speechless. How did this even happen? Is this kid some kind of chosen one? In a novel, Luo Yang would undoubtedly be the protagonist. I talked it over with the brothers and pinned all the crimes on Xiao Hongyu's top brass. Xiao Hongyu and Oxhead fled overseas. They can't defend themselves. Fat Cat and Black Brat are dead, and corpses can't talk. As for Lu Three Fingers, he's in a vegetative state. Might as well be dead too. Many brothers got out before I did. The police held me longer due to my heavenly king status, but the boys all stuck to the same story and vouched for me. And honestly, I was only active for a short time, mostly just running errands and gathering info. No major crimes. Once the police confirmed it, they let me go. Ye Bai could only give him a thumbs up. This kid was undeniably impressive. Not only had he seized power, but he'd also managed to consolidate resources and protect his people. He'd united incarcerated members while secretly reconnecting with those still free. Through inside-out coordination, he'd secured the exoneration of most followers. Those with undeniable criminal records couldn't be saved, but even behind bars they helped recruit fresh blood. After all, prison was full of talent. After finishing his story, Luo Yang asked, "Bai Gu, what's our next move? Any orders?" Ye Bai suddenly recalled the upcoming city auction next week. Xiao Hongyu's assets had all been seized, and while the court had originally planned to auction them next month, many factions were already circling. Chun Jingbin had opted to hold the auction next week instead. Ye Bai had initially planned to bid only on the Rainbow Bridge Tower. But Luo Yang's appearance gave him a new idea. Why not have Luo Yang bid on Gathering Beauty Villa instead, establishing it as the new headquarters for the Luo Yang Syndicate? Kai Baozi is trapped in my pocket dimension. The patron up in the provincial capital just lost his new attack dog. He'll be looking for fresh blood. If the newly risen Luo Yang Syndicate catches his eye, especially since it's made up of Xiao Hongyu's old ranks, he'll likely feel confident using them. He might even reach out to Luo Yang. Then, we can track him down, drag him out, and toss him into the pocket dimension to keep Kai Baozi company. That provincial patron was still a threat. Though Ye Bai's future sight made retaliation meaningless, he wasn't the type to sit and wait for attacks. If there was a chance to strike first, he wouldn't hesitate. Ye Bai laid out his instructions. "Yang, next week, the city is holding an auction. But Bai Gu, all the syndicate assets are frozen. We're flat broke. We've got numbers, but nothing else." Luo Yang lamented. "Don't worry. I've got the money situation handled." Ye Bai thought of Kai Baozi's assets. Once he returned to Taohua City, he'd just raid the man's home. Problem solved. 1 hour earlier. Taohua City Detention Center. Cell number 6. A young man with a buzz cut and a somewhat handsome face sat imposingly on the bunk, 2 underlings massaging his shoulders while another stood by, lighting his cigarette and pouring his tea.
Brother Yang.
A burly, bald man approached, bowing slightly to Luo Yang. This man was one of the most formidable fighters in the organization, nicknamed Ironhead. In movies, he'd be the enforcer, the kind of guy who followed orders without question, all brawn and no brains. Lately, watching one brother after another get bailed out, he'd become completely loyal to Luo Yang. Today was the day both of them were being released. Brother Yang, what are we gonna do once we're out? Locked up, he dreamed of the outside world. But now that freedom was within reach, he felt lost. Relax. Big brother has it all planned out. Luo Yang exuded authority, unshakable as a mountain. Truth was, he'd mastered the art of bluffing but had no clue what to do next. He'd have to call his mentor, Ye Bai, for guidance later. A few guards arrived, unlocking the cell door. Prisoners 7259 and 7138, out. Luo Yang stood, patted Ironhead's shoulder, and strode out unhurriedly. Gradually, the noisy prison fell silent. Every cell's bars were crowded with inmates, all staring at Luo Yang with excitement, some even tearing up. The boss of the organization was finally walking free. The brothers could see a bright future ahead. Hope was within reach. Someone banged on the bars and shouted, "Brother Yang!" Then the place erupted. Every member of Luo Yang's crew slammed the bars, screaming at the top of their lungs.
Brother Yang! Brother Yang! Brother Yang! Brother Yang!
What the hell? You trying to start a riot? A guard raised his baton, striking at the prisoners. But no one backed down. No one stopped shouting. They pressed against the bars, roaring in exhilaration. Luo Yang paused, slowly raising his right hand, then clenched it into a fist. Instantly, silence. The prison was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Luo Yang scanned the room, his resolute gaze bringing an unspoken calm. There was a steel-hard tenderness in his eyes, as if every single brother there held a place deep in his heart. "Brothers, I'll be waiting for you on the outside." His voice rang out, firm and commanding. The prison exploded again. The name Luo Yang echoed through the halls, and it didn't fade for a long, long time. "Luo Yang, these are your personal belongings. Once you're out, be a better person and stay away from crime." The prison guard handed over a box. Luo Yang nodded, took the box and opened it. Inside were the clothes he had been wearing when he was arrested, along with some personal items, his phone, cash, and the like. He stripped off the striped prison uniform and changed into his own clothes. A black suit and a white shirt. This was something Luo Yang had learned from his elder brother, Dongfeng. Brother Song Dongfeng had said, "For us members of Vitiligo, a black suit and an axe are the standard." Luo Yang prided himself on being Ye Bai's top lackey, so of course, he had to follow the organization style. The only shame was that his axe had been confiscated by the cops. It just didn't feel authentic without it. Luo Yang decided that as soon as he reported to Brother Bai, his first order of business would be to buy a new axe to strap to his waist. Click. The black electronic prison gate slowly slid open. Luo Yang stepped out with iron head, the blinding sunlight making him instinctively shield his eyes. Felt surreal, like stepping into another world. Before his release, Luo Yang had imagined a grand scene. Rows of luxury cars parked outside the prison, hundreds of his brothers standing in formation to welcome him. But now, as he looked around, the place was empty, save for a few leaves tumbling in the wind. A pang of unease struck him. Had he been tricked while he was locked up? Inside, he was still the gang's leader, but outside, had some seasoned elder already taken his place?
Brother Yang! Brother Yang!
Over here. Luo Yang turned toward the voice and saw a shifty-eyed guy waving at him from the street corner. "Let's go." He motioned to Ironhead, and the two walked over. But as they rounded the corner, Luo Yang froze, his eyes slowly welling up. The narrow alley was packed with exactly the kind of luxury cars he had imagined: Mercedes, Audis, Land Rovers, Land Cruisers, along with a dozen or so flashy motorcycles. The moment Luo Yang appeared, a chorus of car doors opening and closing erupted. Over 100 men, their arms covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, stepped out of the vehicles, their faces alight with excitement, reverence, and dreams of the future.
Brother Yang!
Their voices boomed like thunder as they bowed in unison. "Brother Yang, you're finally out. The boys wanted to welcome you right at the gate, but I was afraid the scene would be too flashy. Might have gotten you sent right back inside." The shifty-eyed guy grinned, then pulled out a metal basin filled with wood shavings. He doused it with gasoline and lit it up. "Brother Yang, step over the fire. Wash away the bad luck." Luo Yang stared at the flames leaping a meter high and twitched. If he tried to step over that, he'd end up like a Japanese grilled skewer. Not a single hair left. Noticing his hesitation, the quick-witted lackey immediately took off his jacket, soaked it with bottled water, and draped it over the flames. Only then did Luo Yang step over the basin. "Zile, didn't the authorities seize all our assets? Where'd all these luxury cars come from?" he asked, puzzled. Lu Zile chuckled, his shifty eyes making him look even more devious. "Today's your big day, Brother Yang. Gotta keep up appearances. The boys pulled some strings and borrowed most of these. But a few are actually ours. When the cops raided Gathering Beauty Villa, some of the brothers were out collecting debts, so their rides weren't seized."
Luo Yang perked up.
"Which ones?" Lu Zile pointed at the back of the convoy, 3 beat-up minivans. "Those 3. They're the only assets the gang has left." Luo Yang rubbed his temples, already thinking about calling Brother Bai to report in and ask for his next move. If the old man had handed him control of the entire Xiao Hongyu group, there had to be a reason. Just then, Lu Zile nudged him. "Brother Yang, look who's here." Luo Yang followed his gaze and saw a stunning woman in fishnet stockings and smoky makeup smiling at him. "Sister Cat." "No, Sister Blackie." "Wait." Now she was Sister Yang. Luo Yang slowly spread his arms, exuding the aura of a true boss. The woman beamed and rushed into his embrace like a swallow returning to its nest. With a beauty in his arms, Luo Yang felt an undeniable stirring below. After all those days in prison, he had missed women terribly, especially this one who had already been passed between 2 of his predecessors. He had made up his mind. Since he was taking over the gang, he might as well take over Sister Cat too. Taking the throne, eating the dumplings, and sleeping with the boss's woman. That was just tradition in their faction. Luo Yang was so excited he could hardly wait to experience what Fat Cat and Blackie had left behind. Sure, the boys say Sister Cat's cursed, that she's the reason the last 2 bosses died. But I'm Brother Bai's top dog. My fate's tough enough to handle her. Besides, Fat Cat and Blackie had been idiots who tried to go against Brother Bai. No wonder they'd been wiped out by his godlike methods. Now that he was Brother Bai's loyal underling, he had nothing to fear. A gang leader's release naturally called for a celebration. Even though the group's assets had been seized, the brothers still had some savings. They pooled their money and booked over a dozen tables at the Golden Source Grand Hotel. They even invited some old-timers from the underworld, legendary figures from back in the day, each missing an arm or a leg. No matter how they were doing now, these men had connections. Every major player in Taojiang's underworld knew them, and they had ties to many factions. The point was simple. Let the whole city know the Xiao Hongyu group wasn't dead, just under new management. At the same time, it had a new name, White Sheep Group. Taking advantage of the banquet not yet starting, Luo Yang excused himself to freshen up and slipped away to the rooftop. Gazing down at the bustling city below, Luo Yang was overwhelmed with emotions. 3 days and another 3 days, then 3 more. Just how many 3 days had it been? Now he, Luo Yang, had truly become the boss. He had no idea when he'd be able to return to the Vitiligo organization. After his moment of reflection, he dialed Ye Bai's number. Then he relayed his thoughts. Listening to Ye Bai's instructions, Luo Yang felt as though a bright lamp had illuminated his path. The fear and confusion in his heart vanished completely. By the time he descended from the rooftop, his entire demeanor had changed, radiating confidence, authority, and the unmistakable aura of a seasoned underworld leader. This boss-like presence was on par with Xiao Hongyu in his prime. If nothing else, Luo Yang had mastered the art of borrowing authority from the tiger. His acting skills were truly innate, making him the perfect subordinate for Ye Bai. The group of college students under Ye Bai's command were all Oscar-worthy actors, seamlessly switching between menacing gangster personas and clueless student facades. As the banquet began, Luo Yang maintained a dignified yet amiable smile. He had become the group's anchor, just by sitting there. His mere presence reassured his men, banishing their fears and filling them with hope for the future. With a leader as brilliant in strategy and unrivaled in strength, they were certain to restore their former glory, even surpass the heights once achieved by Xiao Hongyu's group. Some even believed that Brother Yang would inevitably become the underground emperor of Taojiang City. Figures like Kai Baozi and Feng Chang would soon be licking his boots. Amid the clinking of glasses and lively chatter, the crowd gradually fell silent, their gazes turning in unison toward the banquet hall entrance. There, a stunningly elegant woman strode in with effortless grace, flanked by two burly black bodyguards. The woman had delicate, striking features, and her figure and aura were extraordinary. A tear mole at the corner of her eye added a touch of allure. Her hair was dyed golden blonde, and her outfit had a distinctly Western flair, as if she were a trendsetter who had studied abroad. An old gang member instantly recognized her and shot up from his seat, his face flushed with excitement. "It's the young mistress. The young mistress has returned." "What young mistress?"
Luo yang asket, puzzled.
"Xiao Hongyu's only daughter, Xiao Nirong." "Little Nirong?" Luo Yang instinctively glanced at her. "She's not exactly little, is she?" The old brother continued. "Boss Xiao got married over 20 years ago. His wife gave him a daughter before they divorced. The young mistress moved abroad with her mother and rarely came back. It's normal if you don't recognize her, Brother Yang." Luo Yang's heart skipped a beat. Why is she returning now, of all times? Could she be here to seize power? Before he could dwell on it, Xiao Nirong strode up to him, looking down at him with cool detachment. "You're Luo Yang, right? I'm Xiao Hongyu's daughter. I heard you're the gang's new leader. There's something I'd like to discuss with you." Though Luo Yang was reluctant, his men were watching. He couldn't afford to lose face. Keeping his expression neutral, he nodded and followed her into a private room. Inside, Xiao Nirong lazily dragged over a chair, sat down, and lit a slim cigarette. With a glance, she signaled her towering black-suited bodyguards, who promptly exited and shut the door behind them. Exhaling a slow puff of smoke, she smirked at Luo Yang's rigid demeanor. "Don't overthink it," she said smoothly. "I'm not here to fight you for power. Some small city gang in Taojiang? Not worth my time." Her lips curled into faint disdain. "Might as well lay it out for you. My mother and uncle run the biggest Chinatown faction in the U.S. Luo Yang's mind flashed to a legendary name, the Hongmen Society. Xiao Hongyu's daughter is actually the princess of the Hongmen? "So, Miss Xiao, what brings you back this time?" Stubbing out her cigarette, she replied. "My mother heard about my father's situation. Even though they split years ago, there's sentiment left between them. And after all, he's my birth father. She was worried, so she sent me to find him." Luo Yang shook his head. "Boss Xiao fled to Myanmar. You should look for him there. Our connections in Myanmar would have found him already if he'd crossed the border. I wouldn't be here otherwise." Her tone darkened. "After his prison break, he contacted my mother, asked her to secure a route into Myanmar. She agreed, but just days later he vanished without a trace, like he never existed." Her eyes flickered with cold intensity. "I suspect someone locked him up, or worse, killed him. And if they did," her voice dropped to a blade's edge, "whoever it is, I'll dig them up and grind their bones to dust for him."
Luo Yang.
"Well, you've come to the right person. The one who killed your dad? Definitely my big bro." Originally, Luo Yang had also believed Xiao Hongyu escaped overseas. But hearing Xiao Nirong's words, one thing became clear. Xiao Hongyu was already a dead man. Cross big bro by and think you'll get away? Not a chance. Luo Yang wasn't wrong. By now, under the blazing summer heat, Xiao Hongyu and his crew were likely reduced to rotting fragments somewhere on Longzhou Mountain. "So, Miss Xiao, why look for me?" Calmly, she answered. "I know the gang's a hollow shell now. I can prop it back up." "How?" "Money. All your assets got seized, even your properties are going up for auction next week. I'll bankroll you to buy them all back, including Jusho Villa. I don't want any of it. It's all yours. Just one condition. Find my father. And if he was murdered, her gaze turned glacial. Help me take revenge.
Luoyang.
Oh ho, you really did find the right guy. Suddenly, Ye Bai's words echoed in his mind. Don't worry about the money. I have it handled. So this is Big Bro Bai's arrangement. Truly, Big Bro Bai is a god among men, playing chess 5 moves ahead, commanding victories 1,000 miles away. Even accounting for Xiao Hongyu's daughter, Big Bro Bai, absolutely unstoppable. Luo Yang's admiration for Ye Bai surged like an endless tidal wave. How lucky am I to follow such an unbelievable boss. Nodding, he stood and extended a hand. Deal. Good. Cooperation it is. But forget the handshake. I've got a thing about germs. And I loathe touching men. Reading his expression, she clarified lazily. Don't get it twisted. I'm not into women either. I just hate men as a rule. Bunch of thick-headed, power-hungry morons. No offense. It applies to every single one, including my idiot uncle. Her demeanor radiated pure women are divine gifts. Men are trash energy. With that, she rose to leave, her snug British-cut jeans hugging her curves and long, slender legs. Luo Yang instantly averted his gaze, not out of newfound faithfulness to Sister Mao, but because a perfect scheme had just clicked in his mind. A knockout like Xiao Nairong, Xiao Hongyu's own flesh and blood. She has to land in Big Bro Bai's hands. Didn't she want revenge? Since I've already promised, I'll make sure it happens. Send her to Bai Ji's side so she can avenge him properly. Let her give him 7 or 8 kids and drive him crazy with them. Xiao Hongyu, watching from the underworld, would surely be overjoyed to see his daughter getting revenge for him like this. Right? Now that this idea had taken root, Xiao Nairong became nothing more than a tool for Bai Gu in Luo Yang's mind. As Bai Ji's most loyal lackey, Luo Yang knew he had to behave himself and keep his eyes in check. The thought of Xiao Nairong taking fierce revenge on Bai Gu somehow filled Luo Yang with excitement, and he couldn't help but let out a sinister chuckle. Boss Xiao, rest in peace. Bai Gu will take good care of your empire and your daughter. Next time around, I hope you're smarter. Don't mess with a god like Bai Gu again. As he mused, an even more wicked idea struck him. Wait, what had Xiao Nairong just said? Boss Zhao's ex-wife was some kind of Chinatown crime lord? Perfect. She was practically layered with buffs. If the daughter was already seeking revenge from Bai Gu, shouldn't the mother join in too? The more Luo Yang thought about it, the more thrilled he became. No way. This meal had to be served to Bai Gu no matter what. The timeline returns to normal. Provincial city. Zhenghe Holiday Hotel. Ye Bai hung up Luo Yang's call, returned to the madam's suite to pack his things, and prepared to make a quick escape. Gong Lifei's mental state was currently unstable. She had mistaken him for her first love. He truly didn't dare stay any longer. He was terrified that when Chun Sini and her mother returned, Gong Lifei might say something shocking again. Things like, "Hubby, I want to get intimate with you. Just like what you did to me in the madam's suite this afternoon. Hubby, you were so passionate earlier. Why are you acting like you don't know me now?" Just imagining how Chun Sini would react sent chills down his spine. Just as he was about to slip away and return to Taojiang City early, the electronic lock beeped, and the door swung open. Ye Bai turned around to see Chun Sini walk in, her face full of concern. After a quick greeting, she hurried into the presidential suite to check on Gong Lifei. Shortly after, Gong Lifang entered as well, holding a trophy in her hands. It seemed Chun Sini had won first place in the piano competition again. Gong Lifang seemed to favor figure-hugging outfits, and today was no exception. She wore a tight, thin bodycon dress that accentuated her alluring curves. A textbook Korean webtoon female lead, physique. Her eyes met Ye Bai's, and the memories of last night flashed between them. They exchanged a knowing blink. After placing the trophy on the table, Gong Lifang also went into the room to check on her sister. Dr. Bai sat at the bedside, his expression grave as he explained the reason for Gong Lifei's worsening condition. Huh? So my sister's mental breakdown was caused by expired medication. Gong Lifeng looked remorseful. That morning, noticing her sister's strange behavior, she had even given her another dose of the medicine. I'm such an idiot. Before she could finish, her tone suddenly shifted. She quickly shut her mouth, glancing around to ensure neither Cindy nor the doctor had noticed. Then she turned and shot Ye Bai a sharp glare. She hurried to the bedside to stand beside Dr. Bai but suddenly froze, sensing something amiss. Not daring to move, she instructed her daughter, Cindy, go pour mommy a glass of water. I'm a little thirsty. Chun Cindy nodded and fetched a cup of water. Gong Lifeng took a few sips, then, ensuring no one was watching, deliberately accidentally knocked the cup over. Water splashed all over her, leaving uneven dark and light patches on her dress. Oh dear, how careless of me. I can't even drink water without making a mess. I'll go take a shower and change. As she made her way to the bathroom, Chun Cindy quickly interjected, Mom, why don't you use Ye Bai's room? Auntie is still sleeping. Fine. Gong Lifeng grabbed her towel and headed to the other bathroom, leaving the other three to wait in the room. Bored, Ye Bai idly scrolled through his phone when he suddenly caught a faint, peculiar sound. His ears twitched, his super hearing activated, and the noise became crystal clear. At the same time, he activated his X-ray vision, peering into the madam's suite. Ye Bai was stunned. No way? After watching for a moment, he couldn't stay put any longer. Casually, he said, Cindy, Dr. Bai, you two stay here with Auntie. I'll go take care of something and be right back. Chun Cindy and Bai Shuejing nodded in unison. Ye Bai exited the presidential suite, considerately closing the door behind him. Then, quietly, he made his way to the madam's suite and opened the bathroom door. Gong Lifeng was shocked. Xiao Bai, why you? How did you get here? Because I heard someone calling my name. Auntie, what were you doing just now? Do you need my help? Oh. Chun Cindy frowned. Why is Mom taking so long in the shower? Did she faint in there? With her aunt just recovering, she couldn't bear the thought of her mother having an accident too. Worried, she stood up to check on Gong Lifeng. As she entered the madam's suite, she thought she heard voices, like being in a gym, but before she could focus, everything fell silent. She knocked on the glass door. Mom, are you okay?
Yes.
I'm fine. You never take this long to shower. Did you slip or something? For some reason, Chun Cindy felt an overwhelming sense of unease. A bad premonition gnawed at her, though she couldn't pinpoint why. Hurry up, Mom. I'll be in the other room. She turned and walked out loudly, pretending to leave, only to tiptoe back moments later, hiding behind the balcony curtains to spy on the bathroom door. Why does it smell so strong in here? She sniffed the air. The moment she stepped into the suite, a familiar fragrance had hit her. Now, standing on the balcony, the scent was overpowering, as if the carpet beneath her had been drenched in perfume. She assumed the cleaning staff had gone overboard with air freshener and dismissed it, focusing instead on the bathroom. The shower was running at full blast. Faintly, she thought she heard something, but when she strained to listen, there was nothing. Am I imagining things? After what felt like an eternity, her legs grew numb. But Chun Cindy had always been disciplined, her willpower unshakable. She waited patiently. Just as she was about to give up, the bathroom door finally creaked open. Gong Lifeng emerged in fresh clothes, clutching her dirty laundry and towel. She glanced around furtively, and after confirming no one was there, she turned back and glared at someone inside before calmly walking away. There's someone in the bathroom. Chun Cindy's dread intensified. Her heart pounded violently, a cold fear gripping her. A horrifying thought surfaced. One she refused to entertain, one that would shatter her if true. She didn't even blink, but after a long wait, no one exited the bathroom. Steeling herself, she crept forward, her anxiety mounting with each step. The door was ajar, the lights still on, steam billowing out. Taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage and peeked inside. Then she froze. What she saw was beyond belief. Inside was, in the bathroom, there was actually no one inside. Huh! Mom's expressions and glances earlier clearly indicated she was interacting with someone. So why was there no one in there? Chun Sinny stepped inside and thoroughly searched the room. She even lifted the toilet seat to check. But there wasn't a trace of anyone inside. Not even a fly. She hadn't blinked earlier and was absolutely certain. After Mom left, nobody had exited that bathroom. Could it be? A suspicion crept into Chun Sinny's heart. Has Mom started having mental issues like Auntie? It seemed highly possible. After all, they were twin sisters and mental illnesses could skip generations. If Auntie had developed one, the chances of Mom having it too were significant. With a heavy heart, Chun Sinny returned to the presidential suite. Sinny, where did you just go? Did you leave? I didn't even hear the door open. Gong Lifong avoided eye contact, her tone guilty. That troublemaker. Even though Sinny was right outside the door, Gong Lifong felt both ashamed and flustered. Worse still, that scoundrel had lied to her, claiming Sinny had returned to her room. But when Gong Lifong came back, Sinny was nowhere to be found. Dr. Bai then mentioned that Sinny had gone to check on the madam's room after noticing Gong Lifong had been in the bath for an unusually long time, and then never returned. Gong Lifong's heart nearly stopped. She wanted to rush straight into the madam's room to see what was happening. But she was terrified of walking into a confrontation between Ye Bai and Chun Sinny. She had been genuinely worried that after she left, Sinny might have caught him red-handed. Her anxiety had skyrocketed. And now, seeing Chun Sinny return, her heart was practically leaping out of her throat. Mom, you... Chun Sinny's gaze was complicated. Gong Lifong braced herself, ready to drop to her knees, beg for forgiveness, and swear she'd never do it again. But instead, Chun Sinny continued, Mom, maybe you should ask Dr. Bai to examine you. Earlier, when you left the bathroom, you turned back and started puckering your lips and glaring, like you were interacting with someone inside. But when I checked after you left, there wasn't a single soul in there. Huh! Gong Lifong hadn't expected Sinny to have actually waited outside. Luckily, she hadn't discovered anything. Though she didn't know how that rascal had managed it, he was always resourceful, exceptionally talented in all areas, so it wasn't surprising he could evade Sinny's notice. But Gong Lifong absolutely couldn't admit to interacting with thin air. She wrinkled her brows in confusion. Really? Right after my bath, I left immediately without lingering. Maybe you saw wrong. Huh? Chun Sinny froze, unease creeping into her heart. No way. Right? This can't be possible. Does our family really have some hereditary mental illness that skipped a generation and landed on me? Was I so stressed that I started hallucinating? Meanwhile, the legal lowly by Shuejing looked utterly bewildered, glancing around before suddenly shuddering. What the hell? This was supposed to be some tantalizing forbidden romance, like The Kind Auntie, My Girlfriend's Hot Mom, The Taste of Forbidden Fruit, or Temptation Under the Sheets. So why has this suddenly turned into a psychological horror thriller? Beep! The sound of the door unlocking interrupted her thoughts. Ye Bai stepped in, carrying a bag of fruit while casually peeling and eating an orange. The scent of citrus clung to him from a distance. Seeing the three women staring blankly at him, his impossibly handsome face broke into a radiant smile, exuding enough masculine charisma to make hearts flutter. Instantly, the gloomy atmosphere in the room dissipated. Just looking at him filled them with inexplicable joy. So damn handsome. All three of them sighed internally in unison. Bai Shuejing struggled to keep her lips from quirking upward. Her smile was harder to suppress than an AK recoil. Though she had initially been buzzing with gossipy anticipation, hoping to catch some juicy drama between Ye Bai and the auntie to use as material later, the sight of him now made even her seasoned, pervy heart skip a beat. Ye Bai was absurdly tall, at least 185 centimeters, while she barely reached 150 centimeters. Isn't this pretty much the ultimate height difference? Her thoughts took a detour, and her face flushed instantly. Fortunately, her already childish features made the blush barely noticeable, instead giving her a cuter, rosier glow. Just then, Gong Lifei on the bed let out a soft moan, her eyelashes fluttering open. Ye Bai's heart lurched. He nearly bolted for the door. He was genuinely terrified she might look at him and demand, "I need hubby's kisses to get up." Thankfully, his worst fears didn't come true. Gong Lifei's gaze was no longer the dazed, innocent look from before. Instead, she had returned to her usual gentle, refined self, the epitome of an elegant lady. Chun Sini asked worriedly, "Auntie, are you okay? Did I have another episode today?" Gong Lifei murmured, softly furrowing her brows. "Ms. Lifei, do you remember what happened?" Bai Shuejing pressed eagerly, her inner gossip monger flaring up again. She nudged, "This afternoon, you mistook Mr. Yi for your husband and demanded kisses and cuddles. Do you recall that?" "What?" Chun Sini whipped her head toward Ye Bai in shock. Gong Lifang's eyes also narrowed, but with suspicion rather than surprise. "No wonder this brat called me by the wrong name earlier. Did he take advantage of my sister this afternoon?" Under their scrutinizing gazes, Ye Bai spread his hands innocently, his expression open and unguarded. "Earlier, when I came back, Dr. Bai had already arrived. It happened just as she said. Auntie Fei mistook me for someone else and refused to take her medicine unless I coaxed her." Seeing his upright demeanor, earnest expression, and utterly guileless gaze, the very picture of a noble and virtuous gentleman, even those who doubted him felt a pang of shame. "No way. Xiao Bai is nothing like the harmless sweetheart he pretends to be. He's a total scoundrel. Absolute worst of the worst." Gong Lifang shot Yi Bai a glare. At this point, nothing he did would surprise her. Did he do something to my sister? Strangely, the thought didn't anger her. If anything, it sent a faint thrill through her. Gong Lifei bowed her head apologetically. "I remember what happened. Ye Bai, I'm sorry you had to see me like that." "You remember?" Bai Shuejing pressed urgently. "Then what about before I arrived? Did anyone do anything bad to you?" Everyone's breath hitched. Chun Sini tensed most of all. Given her relationship with Gong Lifei, she couldn't bear to imagine what she'd do if Ye Bai had. Surely not. Ye Bai's a man of principle, a true gentleman. Gong Lifang's emotions churned, nervous, yet inexplicably hopeful. Bai Shuejing was practically buzzing. "Come on, give us the spicy details." She silently willed Gong Lifei to recount scenes wild enough to warrant censoring. Ye Bai braced himself to pause time and knock Gong Lifei out if needed. If she spills everything, this family is over. After a weighted pause, Gong Lifei lifted her head and dropped a bombshell. Gong Lifei frowned slightly, looking somewhat displeased at Bai Shuejing. She spoke slowly. "Dr. Bai, what do you mean by this? You actually suspect Ye Bai did something bad to me? How could you have such a filthy thought? Ye Bai is Sini's boyfriend, a righteous and upstanding young man with excellent character. How could he possibly do something so despicable? Not only are you questioning Ye Bai's integrity, but you're also insulting me." Bai Shuejing's innocent, doll-like face flushed red upon hearing this, and she quickly apologized. "Ms. Lifang, please don't be angry. My thoughts were too vulgar. Mr. Yi, I should also apologize to you." "I'm sorry." Chun Sini, relieved, quickly tried to mediate. "Auntie, don't blame Dr. Bai. She was just concerned about you." But Gong Lifang let out a soft sigh, feeling inexplicably disappointed for some reason. She was both confused and ashamed. "What's wrong with me? Seeing Xiao Bai and Sini being intimate makes me, and thinking about him with my sister even more. Even the thought of being with Sini together, or with my sister, how could I have such perverted thoughts?" Gong Lifang lowered her head in embarrassment, inwardly scolding herself. She knew these thoughts were abnormal, yet she couldn't control them. An even crazier idea surfaced. What if the three of them, a family of 4 living happily together, never separating? The other 3 assumed by Shuejing had simply misunderstood. But Ye Bai's scalp tingled. He could tell, Auntie Fei was subtly calling him out. She clearly remembered mistaking him for her first love, remembered him feeding her medicine, so how could she not remember what he had done to her before Dr. Bai arrived, when he had mistaken her for Auntie Fong? Though Ye Bai had realized the situation in time and, through sheer willpower, stopped himself, choosing to remain human rather than a beast, could he still be considered innocent after that? Fortunately, Auntie Fei hadn't exposed everything. Otherwise, he'd be completely done for today. Ye Bai glanced up at Gong Lifei, only to find her staring back at him with a complicated gaze. So, she remembers everything. Gong Lifei averted her eyes and lowered her head again, her emotions in turmoil. Of course, she couldn't reveal everything. Doing so wouldn't just destroy Li Fang's family, it would devastate Cindy. Ye Bai hadn't taken advantage of her while she was mentally unstable. Instead, he had mistaken her for Li Fang. If Cindy found out, she would be utterly shattered. After all, the relationship between the three of them was far too complicated. This little rascal promised me he'd cut things off with Li Fang completely, yet he still did this. Still, despite his misdeeds, he at least had some decency. The moment he realized she wasn't Li Fang, he stopped. He knew she was Cindy's real, but for some reason, when she recalled the time she had mistaken Ye Bai for Bai Yi, it felt like the happiest she'd been in over 20 years. It was as if she had returned to her youth, to that passionate era. What embarrassed Gong Lifei even more was that when she thought back to her time with Ye Bai, her heart stirred. Even feeling a hint of longing, it was strange. Even with Bai Yi, she had never felt this way. It was as if Xiao Bai had some magical charm, an irresistible allure. As much as I don't want to admit it, it's true. Heavens, how can I think like this? Ye Bai is Cindy's boyfriend. I'm such a shameless woman. But Bai Yi loved me so much. He wouldn't want me to suffer, right? If he knew I could be happy again, he'd be relieved. Gong Lifei's thoughts swirled endlessly. She had no idea this was the effect of Ye Bai's innate succubus saint physique. Anyone who spent enough time with him fell hopelessly under his spell, without exception. Wait! Gong Lifei suddenly remembered something important and quickly asked Chen Xini to fetch a mirror. She examined her reflection closely, a faint excitement in her eyes. The woman in the mirror had cheeks so tender they looked like they could be pinched to water. Though she was a woman in her 40s, her skin was even more delicate than a young girl's. What woman didn't love beauty? Who wouldn't want to regain their youth? She never expected that just yesterday, she had been envious of Li Fang. Yet today, it was her turn. Gong Lifei asked, Li Fang, how did you do this? What face mask did you use on me? She vaguely remembered waking up and being led by Gong Li Fang to wash her face, removing something from her skin, and then she had become younger. Oh, it was some beauty essence from Auntie Wang. I applied some for you, Gong Li Fang replied, avoiding her sister's gaze. Having grown up together, Gong Lifei immediately sensed something amiss. She frowned and ordered, Where is it? Show me. Just as Gong Li Fang was about to say she had thrown it away, Chen Xini ran into the bathroom and brought out a small bottle. Auntie, it's this. Gong Lifei took it and saw that about a third of the liquid remained. She opened it and sniffed. This is SK2 facial treatment essence? But there's something else mixed in. She thought carefully for a moment. Then her beautiful eyes widened, her pupils trembling slightly as her face flushed. She could hardly believe it, and a suspicion formed in her mind. She looked at Ye Bai, only to see him staring back blankly, his gaze clear and sincere, as if he had nothing to do with any of this. Though she had only known Ye Bai for 2 days, Gong Lifei had already seen through this little rascal's true nature. The more something involved him, the more righteous and innocent he acted. No wonder Li Fang suddenly became younger. Gong Lifei thought for a moment, then asked, Cindy, when did Li Fang start looking like this? Chen Xini thought back and answered, On the way to the provincial capital. Before boarding the train, Mom still had crow's feet, but by the time we were on the train, she looked like a completely different person. Her skin was so flawless even I was jealous. Just as I thought, it was all Ye Bai's doing. Li Fang and Ye Bai's relationship had started on the train. It was heartwarming that her dear little sister had thought to share such a benefit with her. But this beauty cream was just too. Gong Lifei wasn't sure whether she should be angry or not. But why is it only my face that's younger, while Li Feng's entire body has rejuvenated? She studied her sister. Though their figures were identical, both full and voluptuous, there was a subtle difference. Li Feng's entire body had a firm, youthful tightness, like a girl in her teens. Meanwhile, Gong Lifei, having given birth before, clearly wasn't in the same condition. Is it because I only applied the essence to my face, so only my face became younger? Whereas Li Feng took it internally, so her whole body regained its youth? Gong Lifei's heart raced at the thought. No woman doesn't love beauty. No woman doesn't wish to regain her youth. Her twin sister had undergone a complete transformation, yet Gong Lifei herself had only regained a youthful face. How could she not feel envious? She, too, wanted to be like Li Feng, with her entire body restored to the freshness of a young girl. But to achieve that, she would have to. Gong Lifei hesitated. How could she do something so beastly? It would be a betrayal of both Bai Yi and Cinny. No, if Bai Yi found out I did something so unforgivable to Cinny, he'd die with his eyes open in anger. No matter how many excuses I make, this is utterly immoral and crosses all lines. Only a shameless woman would do such a thing. As for Li Feng, she wasn't Cinny's birth mother after all. If she could turn back from this path, she might still be forgiven. Gong Lifei steeled herself. Unless Ye Bai and Cinny broke up, she absolutely could not do this. Though Gong Lifei had regained her senses, Chun Cinny was still worried. She arranged for a car from the Gong family to take them to the hospital for a checkup. After confirming there were no issues, they sent her back to the Gong residence. Ye Bai naturally had no intention of tagging along. Despite now being worth hundreds of millions, his humble roots meant the Gong family would never take him seriously. He could already imagine the cliché drama. So you're Cinny's boyfriend? You think you're worthy? A toad lusting after swan meat. Just a country bumpkin who got lucky and made some money. Now he's forgotten his place. Here's XX million. I order you to leave Cinny, or else. So Ye Bai returned to the hotel. After dinner, Chun Cinny and Gong Lifeng came back. Gong Lifeng looked visibly upset. Auntie Gong, what's wrong? Before she could answer, Chun Cinny spoke for her. I booked tickets back to Taojiang tonight, but Mom insists on staying one more day, saying she has plans with Auntie Wang and wants to keep hanging out with them. Ye Bai, no wonder Auntie Gong was so unhappy. This had nothing to do with Auntie Wang. She just wanted to sneak over in the middle of the night. I don't get why you're in such a hurry to leave. Gong Lifeng was exasperated. Tonight was the last night of their 3-day agreement. She had planned a passionate, wild finale to wrap up their trip to the provincial capital, and to put a definitive end to her relationship with Ye Bai. Chun Cinny, however, was firm. The highway and high-speed rail from the provincial capital to Taojiang aren't fully open yet. If we don't leave tonight, we'll waste another day tomorrow. You might not have anything urgent, but Ye Bai has a company to run. I'm already grateful he took time off to come with us. How can I be selfish and take up more of his time? Ye Bai, his girlfriend was just too considerate. He wanted to say that the company was fine, and Aishin handled everything. But he couldn't reject her kindness. Still, he felt a pang of regret. Today's bathroom encounter had given him new inspiration, and he'd been looking forward to experimenting tonight. What a shame. The three of them packed up and headed to the train station. This time, Chun Cinny booked first-class sleeper tickets again. They'd arrive in Taojiang by morning. But she had learned her lesson. Instead of leaving their berths to chance like before, she reserved an entire first-class compartment. Gong Lifeng grumbled about this, wanting to protest. Ideally, she'd have Cinny assigned to another compartment while she shared with Ye Bai, just like on the way here. But remembering the terrifying incident when Cinny was attacked on the train, she held her tongue. She had already been selfish enough, betraying Cinny behind her back. At least in this, she could indulge her daughter's wishes, so she wouldn't be scared riding alone. Clack, clack. The train to Taojiang slowly pulled out of the station. Like before, it would pass through Jiangbei first before reaching Taojiang. On the way here, rain had poured outside, and inside too, but the return trip had clear skies. A small incident arose when choosing berths. For some reason, Gong Lifang insisted Ye Bai take the lower bunk, claiming she preferred the upper one. Ye Bai absolutely refused to let her sleep up there. In the end, Chun Sini, ever the peacemaker, took the upper bunk herself, leaving the two of them on the lower ones. Night fell. With no outsiders in the compartment, the three of them lay down fully clothed. Though Ye Bai had plenty of energy, the monotony of travel lulled him to sleep. The rhythmic sound of the train gradually pulled him under. Sometime later, he stirred awake, sensing. His eyes flew open in shock. Activating his X-ray vision and super hearing, he checked the upper bunk, relieved to see Chun Sini still in deep sleep. Auntie Gong was being unbelievably bold. In the dead of night, she was sneaking over, hungry, and helping herself to a midnight snack, right under Sini's nose. If Sini woke up and glanced down, she'd see everything. Ye Bai whispered, "Auntie, didn't we agree to end this once we got back to Taojiang?" "Well, we're not there yet." What could he say? He had no choice but to cooperate. A long while later, Gong Lifang's hunger was finally satisfied, and she crept back to her bunk. Ye Bai checked the time, only 2 a.m. He went back to sleep, but soon he was jolted awake again. Holy! Again? This time, however, it was Chun Sini snuggling into his arms. Seeing him wake, she gave an apologetic smile and whispered in his ear, "I had another nightmare. I dreamed Mom was stabbed to death by a bad guy. After killing her, the man came after me with the knife. I was so scared I woke up. I couldn't sleep alone anymore." Her face was pale with fear. The dream had been horrifying. Her mother's screams as she was stabbed had been terrifying. Ye Bai could only pat her round backside reassuringly. "Don't worry, it was just a dream. Reality is the opposite." Of course, reality was the opposite. The knife would be replaced by... Chun Sini nestled against him, comforted. But then she suddenly sniffed. "Why do you smell so familiar?" She sat up, sniffing around. "You smell sweet? And this scent? It's kind of like Auntie Gong's." Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Also, why were you sleeping on top of the blanket? Weren't you cold?" Before he could answer, she yanked the covers back. Chun Sini found the scent on Ye Bai oddly familiar. A vague, unsettling suspicion crept into her mind. She could hardly believe it, but as she reflected on their trip to the provincial capital, many things seemed off. There was something strange between Ye Bai and Ms. Gong, and every time Ms. Gong disappeared for a while, Ye Bai would carry her fragrance. In just a few seconds, countless thoughts raced through Chun Sini's mind. After firing 3 rapid questions at Ye Bai, she reached out and yanked the blanket away. When she was very young, Chun Sini used to sleep with her parents. One night, she woke up to hear old Chun whispering teasing remarks to Gong Lifang. Back then, she didn't understand what it meant, until college when her boyfriend having best friend explained many things. Only then did she realize what old Chun had been joking about. Now, she had a sneaking suspicion about why Ye Bai had been sleeping on top of the blanket. The train sped through the wilderness, and the compartment was dimly lit, but Chun Sini still noticed something amiss. Her gaze sharpened as she reached out to touch. Whoosh! Time suddenly froze. TSK. This girl suddenly turned into Sherlock Holmes? Ye Bai sighed. She was clearly suspicious. If she discovered the truth, things would get messy. Ye Bai quickly got up, first moving Chun Sini back to her own bed. Then, he stashed the sheets and blanket from his bunk into his personal storage space before swiftly fetching a fresh set from the neighboring empty berth and making the bed. Once everything was ready, he carried Chun Sini back. Luckily, in this frozen time state, as long as he didn't adjust her posture, moving her wouldn't change anything. So after placing her back, he didn't need to reposition her. Whoosh! Time resumed. Chun Sini's fingers touched the dry bedsheet, and she froze. Ha! This wasn't what she had expected. At the same time, she felt a wave of relief. I smell like Auntie Gong? Ye Bai feigned confusion before suddenly realizing something. Oh, did she leave her shower gel in my bathroom yesterday? When I took a shower this evening, I wondered why the hotel provided two different kinds. Chun Sinny immediately understood. It had all been a misunderstanding. Had she been too tense lately? Too paranoid? How could she suspect Ye Bai and Ms. Gong of having that kind of relationship? That was impossible. Ye Bai was an upright, iron-willed hero. He would never do such a thing. And Ms. Gong and old Chun had been happily married for decades. There was no way she would betray him. I'm the worst for even thinking something so disgusting. Not only had she doubted the woman who raised her, but she'd also suspected her fated hero. Overcome with guilt, Chun Sinny sought to make amends, not only showering Ye Bai with passionate kisses, but also pulling his hand against her chest. You've always wanted to. I'll let you. Great. But Ye Bai wasn't satisfied with just that. Much later, Ye Bai noticed Gong Lifang in the lower bunk shifting slightly. His eyes gleamed as he activated Super Eagle Vision to look over. Oh? So Auntie Gong's been awake this whole time, secretly listening. Ye Bai grinned. Classic Ms. Gong. An idea struck him. A little game called Follow My Lead. Dawn broke as Chun Sinny quietly slipped back to the upper bunk. Whether she was afraid of Gong Lifang noticing or just feeling something, she didn't say. By the time the train arrived, Song Dongfeng was already waiting in the underground parking lot with a Mercedes S600. Before driving off, he pulled out a bottle of water. Eldest sister-in-law want some water? Both Gong Lifang and Chun Sinny reached out at the same time, freezing in awkward silence. Song Dongfeng hurriedly produced another bottle. Baiji stocked plenty of water in the car. Sister-in-law, Auntie, just let me know if you need more. There's plenty. Gong Lifang nodded, twisting the cap off and drinking elegantly. Though her sips were small, they were incessant. She hadn't had water since last night and was parched. Chun Sinny drank the same way. She too was thirsty. Gong Lifang downed an entire bottle, finally feeling relieved. Then, her gaze flickered. She noticed Chun Sinny had tied a shirt around her waist. So she's the same as me. When she caught Ye Bai watching through the rearview mirror, she shot him a glare. This little brat. Ye Bai pretended not to see, instead eyeing the mother-daughter pair who looked more like sisters. An idea struck him. Auntie Gong, aside from Auntie Fei, do you have any other siblings? There are 4 of us, 2 older brothers and me, Gong Lifang answered. But Chun Sinny added, Mom, don't I have another aunt? Yes. Gong Lifang sighed. Originally, there were 5 of us. Sinny had another aunt, but she caught pneumonia as a newborn and passed away 20 years ago. I'm sorry, Auntie Gong. I didn't mean to bring up painful memories. Ye Bai quickly apologized. It's fine, she said softly. The rest of the ride passed in silence. By the time they arrived home, it was already morning. Old Chen had left for work. After lunch, both women wordlessly retreated to their rooms to catch up on sleep. Evening came, and they were still asleep when Chen Jingbin returned from work. He knocked on Gong Lifang's door and called softly, Lifang, what is it? I'm sorry. Chun Jingbin's face was full of guilt. Over the past few days, he had thought a lot and decided to follow Chiu Ye's advice. Not to divorce Gong Lifang, but to separate for now. Once this critical period passed, they could discuss further steps. Though this was somewhat unfair to Chiu Ye, there was no other choice. He could only try to make it up to her later. In any case, old Chen's heart had completely changed. He felt that he no longer had any feelings for Gong Lifang. When he married her back then, he did like her, but more than that, it was for his own future, valuing her family background. After all these years, whatever love existed had long been worn away by the grind of daily life. But with Chiu Ye, old Chun had found a second youth. The two of them were remarkably compatible, unexpectedly harmonious, as if they were made for each other. With her, old Chun rediscovered passion, regaining his confidence and dignity as a man. So, as for Gong Lifang, he could only apologize. But old Qin had no regrets. If time rewound to that night, he would still choose to comfort Qiu Ya's wounded soul. That poor woman needed his care too much. Creak, the door opened, and Gong Lifang stepped out. Chen Zhengbin hung his head in shame. Lifang, of the two choices you gave me, I'll take the second one. I wronged you first. Like you said, from now on, even if you take a college boy as a lover, I have no right to interfere. Gong Lifang nodded. Fine. We'll each do as we please. I know you're in a critical period right now, so I can cooperate for a while. But when the time comes that I need it, we'll finalize the divorce immediately. No problem. As Chen Zhengbin spoke, he raised his head. And then he froze. Chen Zhengbin gaped at the familiar stranger before him, his mind completely blank. Old Chen had weathered the treacherous tides of bureaucracy for decades. He was confident that even if he were detained in confinement for disciplinary investigation, he could remain unshaken, unmoved whether Mount Tai crumbled before him or a deer darted past his side. Yet here he was, utterly dumbfounded by the sight of Gong Lifang. He couldn't believe his eyes. The woman before him was stunningly voluptuous, her skin as tender as a maiden's, her watery eyes naturally bewitching, the kind that could soften even a dog's heart with just a glance. Her figure was still tantalizing, yet inexplicably, it retained the firm tightness of youth, faintly carrying the vitality of a young girl. A beautiful woman with a youthful aura. Chen Zhengbin had never imagined his wife could be this breathtaking. Even the legendary Yang Guifei couldn't compare. Could she? Lifang, how have you changed so much? He stammered, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Never before had he felt such a surge of desire for his wife. None of your business, Gong Lifang replied icily, walking past him to fetch water in the living room. Chen Zhengbin watched her graceful figure, his inner fire burning even fiercer. Only now did he realize how worthless Qiu Ya, once his faded rose, was in comparison. How could the two even be measured on the same scale? Qiu Ya was nostalgia, a youthful white moonlight, the regret of unrequited love. But his wife, she was the true gem of this world, and he had foolishly discarded such a treasure for a mere Qiu Ya. Regret clawed at old Qin. He scurried after her, hastily pouring her water and even brewing fragrant rose tea, her favorite, with exaggerated care. Gong Lifang found his sudden attentiveness strange, but she had always been accustomed to being served. She drank the tea without much thought and headed back to her room. Yet as she reached the door, she turned and caught old Chun leering at her backside with undisguised lust. She immediately twisted away, shielding herself. This belongs to Little by now. No one else gets to enjoy it. The promise to break things off completely upon her return had already slipped her mind. Her frosty glare pinned him in place. Old Chun, I'd advise you to behave. Keep your eyes and hands to yourself. We're just roommates now, nothing more. But Before he could finish, the door slammed shut in his face. Her frigid voice cut through from the other side. Watch yourself. I'm not your woman anymore. If you dare make any moves on me, I will report you for assault. Don't even think about keeping your position after that. Heart-sinking, old Chin grimaced. Yes, he had been the one to betray their marriage first. But what had happened to Lifang? How could a trip to the provincial capital turn her into a complete stranger? Had all traces of affection for him truly vanished? No, she has to be doing this on purpose, still angry. If I just give her time and coax her properly, she'll come around. Now that he realized she had transformed beyond recognition, more alluring than even in her youth, old Chin deeply regretted ever rolling into bed with Choya. Lifang must still love me. And with how much more powerful I've become, she'll definitely adore me now. Old Chun began fantasizing about reuniting with her. Better yet, could he have both Lifang and Choya? What if Lifang shared her secret of rejuvenation with Choya? Just picturing both women restored to their youthful glory, the thought alone sent waves of delight through him. I won Lifang's heart once already. With our foundation, it'll be even easier now. Chun Jingbin, you've got this. Provincial city. The Gong family estate. Main residence. Gong Lifei lay sulking in bed, replaying the mortifying incident of mistaking Ye Bai for Bai over and over in her head. She realized that Bai had long faded from her memory, reduced to a mere symbol of nostalgia. Nothing could withstand the ravages of time. Yet, despite having known Ye Bai for only a few days, he had somehow taken root in her heart, becoming unforgettable, more vivid now than her memories of Bai. Gong Lifei's pulse quickened. She was falling for him, just as she once had for Bai. No, even more intensely. The urge to drop everything, rush to Taojiang City, and throw herself into Ye Bai's arms nearly overwhelmed her. I must be going mad. How can I even entertain such insanity? Ye Bai is Cindy's boyfriend. What kind of shameless woman am I? She clutched her head, feeling utterly deranged. Frustrated, she got up and went to the living room for water. As she passed, she noticed her parents' room was still lit, their hushed voices murmuring inside. It's past 11 p.m. Why aren't they asleep yet? Silently, she crept closer, peering through the door crack. Inside, a stern old man with an air of authority spoke with a well-preserved, elegant woman. The woman sighed softly. I thought Li Fei had finally stabilized these past few days. I was going to tell her the truth, let her reclaim her rightful identity. But then, she relapsed again. Let it go, the old man waved dismissively. It's better this way. She can't handle another shock. Tears welled in the woman's eyes as she whispered, my poor little Cindy. Will I ever hear her call me mother in this lifetime? Gong Lifei's breath hitched, felt like a hammer had struck her skull. Those few sentences carried a revelation so staggering her mind reeled. Unable to process whether this was reality or a hallucination, she pushed the door open and barged in, shouting anxiously, Mom! Dad! What did you just say? The elderly couple was stunned. They never imagined Li Fei had been eavesdropping outside. The old man hurriedly explained, Your mom wanted to rehearse a play, and I was just running lines with her. Dad, do you think I'm an idiot? Gong Li Fei grabbed a fruit knife from the table and pressed it against her own throat. If you don't tell me the truth, I'll stab myself right now.
No, no.
Sweetheart, I'll tell you. Put the knife down. Mom will explain everything. The woman panicked, coaxing Gong Li Fei to lower the knife before holding her hand. She took a moment to gather her thoughts, then spoke slowly. The truth is, the child you were carrying when you came home back then, you lost it. But your mental state was already fragile. We were afraid you couldn't handle the shock, that you might do something desperate. So we had no choice but to lie to you. Actually, your father and I had a late-life child. That daughter we had. She didn't die. Gong Li Fei's mind reeled. Cindy, isn't my daughter? She's my little sister. The old man nodded. Yes, Chun Cindy is your mother's and my daughter, your youngest sister. She should be Gong Cindy, not Chun Cindy. Our greatest wish in life is for her to reclaim her family name one day. Gong Li Fei felt the world spin around her. The girl she thought was her daughter was actually her sister. The Gong family, in truth, had 3 golden flowers. The twin sisters, Gong Li Fei and Gong Li Fong, and the youngest of them all, Chun Cindy. Gong Li Fei couldn't bear the devastating blow. Her eyes rolled back, and her body went limp as she collapsed. Li Fei! Li Fei! Doctor! Call a doctor! Quick! The elderly couple held their beloved daughter, overwhelmed with regret. They shouldn't have discussed that secret at home, let alone at the worst possible time, when their daughter happened to overhear. 10 minutes later, in the private hospital of the Gong family estate, Gong Li Fei lay on a hospital bed. A gray-haired female doctor in her 50s or 60s carefully examined Gong Li Fei while Bai Xuejing obediently assisted. After the examination, the doctor instructed, the patient is weak. Administer some glucose. Yes, Professor. Bai Xuejing complied dutifully. The elderly man and woman stood anxiously nearby. The woman quickly asked, Dr. Huang, is our Li Fei all right? Nothing serious. Dr. Huang reassured, then added after a pause, this is due to Li Fei's constitution. She faints when subjected to intense emotional distress. She'll recover after some rest. The couple sighed in relief. But Bai Shuejing, who was setting up the 4-drip, suddenly widened her eyes. She gasped inwardly, "What kind of magical constitution is this? What man wouldn't love this?" If Mr. Yi knew Aunt Li Fei had such a unique trait, he'd definitely regret not taking advantage of her vulnerability. Shaking her head, Bai Shuejing even began to feel sorry for Ye Bai. What a shame. Such a pity. A wealthy older sister with this kind of special constitution would be a perfect match for a 185 centimeters tall, toned college student. Dr. Huang asked, "What exactly triggered Li Fei?" The woman glanced at Bai Shuejing, hesitating to speak, but the old man waved his hand. "Since Li Fei already knows, there's no point hiding it." The woman nodded. "Dr. Huang, you must still remember what happened 20 years ago, Li Fei's miscarriage." Dr. Huang nodded. Of course she remembered. Back then, Gong Li Fei had suddenly collapsed from the miscarriage, and she had been the one to perform the emergency procedure. Later, fearing Li Fei couldn't handle the truth, the couple had resorted to a deception. They brought their own newborn, less than a month old, to the hospital and passed her off as Li Fei's child. The false news of the baby's death had also been spread with Dr. Huang's help. The woman continued, "Li Fei found out about this. She couldn't take the shock and fainted." Dr. Huang sighed, her expression turning grave. Li Fei's mental state has always been fragile. Learning the truth that her own child had passed away so long ago, such a devastating blow could worsen her condition. She grew more serious. In fact, it might deteriorate to an unprecedented degree. Her cognitive abilities could regress to that of a 5- or 6-year-old child. She might even lose her memories. What? The couple was stunned, heartsick with regret. The woman even looked as if she wanted to slap herself hard across the face. Though Li Fei was already in her 40s, due to her mental instability and the fact that she had never married, the elderly couple still saw her as their little girl. Among their 5 children, aside from Cindy, who couldn't be officially recognized, Li Fei was the one they cherished the most. Hearing such dire news now was unbearable. "Dr. Huang, what should we do?" "All we can do is increase her medication dosage." Dr. Huang sighed. She had watched Li Fei grow up, and seeing her in such a pitiful state pained her deeply. Beauty is often fleeting and fate can be cruel. Suddenly, a soft moan came from the bed. Gong Li Fei's eyelashes fluttered. The couple rushed to her side, their faces etched with worry. Slowly, Gong Li Fei opened her eyes, her gaze dazed and confused. "Oh no, my poor Li Fei. She's really become a little fool," the woman lamented on the verge of tears. "Mom, what are you talking about? How am I a fool?" Gong Li Fei's eyes regained clarity, and she sounded exasperated. The woman was overjoyed. "Sweetheart, you still recognize me?" "Of course I do. What's 1 + 1? Seeing that Gong Li Fei's expression was no different from a normal person's, Dr. Huang was astonished. "Li Fei, do you remember what happened before you fainted?" Gong Li Fei's eyes darkened with emotion. "Mom, is Cindy really not my daughter?" The woman hesitated, tempted to lie again, but Dr. Huang confirmed firmly, "Yes, I was the one who brought Chun Cindy to your hospital room back then. She's actually your parents' 5th child, your youngest sister. So, my daughter never even made it into this world?" Gong Li Fei's voice was heavy with sorrow. Dr. Huang nodded solemnly, watching Li Fei's reaction closely. "Remarkable." Dr. Huang exhaled in relief. "I never expected that such a severe emotional shock could counteract her condition. I thought it would worsen, but instead, she's returned to normal." The couple bombarded Li Fei with questions, and after confirming that she was indeed lucid and stable, they were overjoyed. The woman even began crying tears of relief. "Li Fei, Mom never meant to deceive you. I was just afraid you wouldn't be able to handle the truth, that I'd lose you before my own time came. I understand, Mom and Dad. I don't blame you. If you hadn't done that, I might not be here with you today." Tears streamed down Gong Li Fei's face. The 3 embraced. Dr. Huang smiled warmly, but Bai Shuijing stared intently at Gong Lifei, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She was dying to see Gong Lifei faint again. What a shame. If only Aunt Lifei's condition had worsened slightly, if she had mistaken Mr. Yi for her first love. I could have secretly taken her to him, played matchmaker, and witnessed the grand spectacle of her being knocked unconscious firsthand. Bai Shuijing sighed inwardly, deeply disappointed. Much later, as night deepened, the elderly couple, too old to stay up, returned to rest. The two doctors also left, leaving Gong Lifei alone in the ward. She stared blankly at the ceiling, her mind a whirlwind of emotions. Truthfully, the sudden revelation that her child had died was unbearable at first, but she gradually came to terms with it. First, she had poured all her maternal love into Chun Sinny over the years. Even now, knowing Sinny was her sister, she still saw her as a daughter. In that sense, her child hadn't truly been lost. Second, 20 years had passed. Had she learned the truth in the early years, she might have broken completely. But time had dulled the pain. She had even begun to forget Bai Yi, let alone the child she had never met. Then another thought struck her. Her breathing quickened, her heart pounding wildly. Gong Lifei abruptly sat up in bed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Sinny isn't my daughter. She's just my younger sister. So, if something happens between me and Ye Bai, it wouldn't violate morality. Though she had only known Ye Bai for a few short days, Gong Lifei found herself drawn to him, much like the first time she had met Bai Yi. No, even more intensely than before. It gave her an impulsive urge to be with Ye Bai, no matter the cost. Yet, because of their relationship, she had suppressed these feelings. After all, even the cruelest of beasts wouldn't harm their own offspring. No matter how unhinged she was, how could she possibly seduce her daughter's boyfriend? But now, that barrier no longer existed. Since she and Sinny were merely sisters by blood, wasn't it acceptable for an older sister to indulge in some harmless flirtation with her younger sister's boyfriend? No, it's not like I'm trying to steal Sinny's boyfriend. I just want to experience a fleeting passion. Her sister had been lonely and deprived for 20 years. Wouldn't Sinny mind lending her boyfriend for a few days? Remembering how she had mistaken Ye Bai for Bai Yi, and recalling the things they had done together, Gong Lifei felt a warmth spreading through her chest. A sudden thought crossed her mind. What if she could temporarily have Ye Bai to herself? To have him give her a child? Truly, Gong Lifei and Gong Lifang were unmistakably twin sisters. Their thought processes were eerily similar. But I'm already so old, she mumbled to herself. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to seduce Ye Bai? What if he rejects me? I'd lose face completely. Then again, wouldn't he like me back? He accepted Lifang after all. At that realization, she scoffed at herself. Just a few days ago, she had earnestly lectured Ye Bai, urging him to cut off his unspeakable relationship with Lifang. And now she was contemplating stepping into the same role. If I also end up with Ye Bai, wouldn't that mean both sisters fell prey to him? That scoundrel would be getting away with too much. Even as she cursed him inwardly, the thought of Lifang being intimate with Ye Bai didn't anger her at all. She didn't even feel jealous. Somehow it just felt right. In fact, an inexplicable anticipation stirred within her. What if she and her sister both became his women, or even all three of them? Ugh! What kind of shameless thoughts am I having? Her cheeks burned crimson, but the images stubbornly lingered in her mind, stirring an undeniable excitement within her. The mere fantasy of it felt intoxicating. What if they really became one big, happy family? A blissful household of four, spending every day together, indulging in. Gong Lifei's mind swirled with dizzying visions before she forced herself to snap out of it. All this vivid imagination was one thing, but actually taking the initiative to seduce Ye Bai was another matter entirely. She agonized over it until, suddenly, inspiration struck. Her eyes lit up, her long lashes fluttering like delicate brushes. She had a brilliant idea. Gong Lifei hurriedly got out of bed, sneaked out of the private hospital, and returned to the main family villa. Rifling through her belongings, she found a bottle of pills. After checking the expiration date and confirming they were long past usable, she swallowed a few with warm water. If she took expired medication, her mental state would become unstable again, making her mistake Ye Bai for her late husband. That version of me isn't the real me. Even if I do something with Ye Bai, no one can blame me for it. Besides, she recalled how happy she had been when she mistook Ye Bai for Bai Yi. That altered state was strangely alluring. Wait! She abruptly set down the glass of water as a realization struck her. Even in her right mind, just thinking about Ye Bai filled her with happiness. Did she really need to take the pills? I've already let go of Bai Yi. He's fading into the past. More of lingering regret now. Ye Bai is the real light in front of me. So, why deliberately regress into delusion? Would I truly be happier seeing Ye Bai as someone else? No. The answer was obvious. And who said I need the pills to seduce him? A sly grin curved her lips. She could always just pretend to relapse. If she never admitted it, who would know she was acting? This way, she could throw caution to the wind and flirt with Ye Bai shamelessly. After all, it wouldn't really be her doing it. Spitting out the pills, Gong Lifei giggled to herself, her face flushing with maidenly shyness. She decided to rehearse first. Facing the mirror, she pouted her rosy lips, adopting a pitiful expression. Husband, I missed you. Darling, I want to be intimate. Just like that night at the hotel. You promised me a wedding photo shoot and a honeymoon. Why did you break your word? This is so embarrassing. Her elegant yet coquettish face burned bright red, her eyes brimming with shyness. To be fair, she looked stunning, youthful beauty lingering on her matured features, her every coy expression radiating irresistible charm. Few men in the world could resist such allure. After practicing for a while, Gong Lifei drifted off to sleep with a soft, satisfied smile. Despite being a woman in her 40s, she had never married or worked a day in her life. Coddled by her family and frequently lost in her own psychological turmoil, she had spent much of her existence in a state of delicate fragility. So, in terms of mentality, Gong Lifei's plump, mature body housed the soul of a young girl. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, before the elderly couple Gong Jiangwo and Wang Xiaoying could wake up, Gong Lifei called them out of bed. Lifei, why did you run back from the hospital? Wang Xiaoying asked, her face full of concern. Mom, I'm fine. Gong Lifei shook her head, then delivered the words she had been rehearsing for a long time. Mom, Dad, now that I know and have accepted the truth, I don't think you should keep hiding it from Cindy anymore. It's unfair to her. So let's tell her the truth now and let her return to her rightful family as soon as possible. Only when Cindy officially becomes my little sister can I feel at ease seducing her boyfriend. Good. Your father and I were thinking the same thing, Wang Xiaoying said excitedly. She had waited far too long for this day. Gong Lifei continued, call Li Feng on video right now and tell them everything. Right now? Wang Xiaoying was surprised. Gong Lifei nodded firmly. All right, I'll listen to you, Wang Xiaoying said, then dialed Gong Lifeng's video call. Soon, the call connected, and Gong Lifeng's fox-like face appeared on the screen. Rubbing her eyes, she yawned and complained, Mom, why are you calling so early? I was still sleeping. Beauty sleep is important. Wang Xiaoying said seriously, Li Feng, I have something to tell you. Call Cindy and Zheng Bin over. Seeing her mother's grave expression, Gong Lifeng burst into tears. Mom, did something happen to Dad? Gong Jiangwo's darkened face appeared on the screen, his eyes wide and unblinking, but he said nothing. Gong Lifeng's sobs cut off abruptly. Awkwardly wiping her eyes, she got up to call Chen Jingbin and Chen Cindy. Soon, the family of three. Scratch that. Soon, Chen Jingbin, Ye Bai's girlfriend, and Ye Bai's woman sat solemnly in the living room, all appearing on the screen together. Wang Xiaoying sighed and began. Back then, gradually, all three of their eyes widened in shock. Chen Cindy was so stunned her mouth hung open, wide enough to fit a big egg. She was completely dumbfounded, her mind in utter chaos. My foster mother is actually my second sister? The woman I thought was my birth mother is actually my eldest sister? The people I've called grandpa and grandma for over a decade are actually my real parents? WTF? Chun Sinny's head was buzzing. She felt like she was on the verge of a mental breakdown. As a child, she had learned that the parents who raised her were actually her aunt and uncle, while her biological mother was her eldest aunt, and her father was a scumbag who abandoned his wife and child. The trauma had devastated her young heart. But she was a tough kid. She processed her emotions alone, slowly recovered, and accepted reality. But now, another bolt from the blue? Her adoptive parents were actually her second sister and brother-in-law? Her biological mother was now her eldest sister? And her grandparents were actually her real parents? What kind of ridiculous soap opera drama was this? This is too messed up. Too messed up. I can't make sense of this. I just can't. Chun Sinny's brain short-circuited for a long time, still unable to process it all. Chun Zhengbin and Gong Lifang were equally shocked. Due to injuries suffered during a mission in his youth, Chun Zhengbin had lost the ability to have children. That's why, after adopting Chun Sinny, he had always treated her as his own. So despite the shock, he could accept it. After all, she was still their adoptive daughter, and her biological origins didn't change anything. But Gong Lifang, like Chun Sinny, was completely floored. The child she had raised as her own, once thought to be her niece, was actually now her little sister? 20 years ago, our parents were already in their 40s. How on earth did they manage to have another child? But then a thought struck Gong Lifang. Wait, a sister is actually better than a niece. Daughter's boyfriend, niece's boyfriend, sister's boyfriend. Out of these three, the first one might be the most thrilling, but the third one was definitely the least morally questionable. In real life, wasn't it common for sisters to fight over the same man? Besides, second sister isn't trying to steal your man. I'm just helping you run a premarital check. And really, after raising you with so much love and care, can't you be a little generous and lend your boyfriend to your sister for a few days? Let second sister have some fun too, won't you? If Gong Lifei could hear her sister's inner thoughts, she'd definitely give her a thumbs up. Good girl, second sister. You've perfectly echoed my own feelings. Seeing the stunned silence from the three on the video call, Gong Lifei quickly nudged Wang Xiaoying. Mom, now that the truth is out, when are we letting Sinny return to the family? Didn't you say yesterday that your greatest wish in life was to hear her call you Mom? Wang Xiaoying awkwardly glanced at Chun Jingbin, who immediately spoke up. Mom, if Sinny is really yours and Dad's child, then she should indeed return to the family. But Sinny was raised by you and Lifang. It's fine. We can just adjust how we address each other. Sinny can have two sets of parents, two names even. Gong Sinny and Chun Sinny. Chun Jingbin was desperate to climb the social ladder. He was at a critical point in his career, and his old superior couldn't openly support him now due to political sensitivities. The Gong family, though just merchants, had deep connections in the provincial capital, connections that could be a huge asset. So whatever his in-laws wanted, Chun Jingbin was happy to oblige. Even if Sinny returned to the Gong family, it didn't matter. His years of raising her were undeniable, and she wasn't the type to turn her back on him. Gong Zhangwo sighed. Zhengbin, we've wronged you. Chun Zhengbin waved it off. Nonsense. I could never have children of my own. If anything, I should be thanking you both for giving me Sinny in the first place. Chun Sinny looked left and right, her mind still reeling. This is all too tangled up. I need time to think. Gong Lifei pressed on eagerly. Mom, Dad, when exactly will Sinny return to the family? She was in a hurry. She missed Xiao Bai so much. But until Sinny officially rejoined the Gong family, something just felt off. It was a mental block she couldn't shake. Once Sinny was back in the fold, Gong Lifei would be a bird freed from its cage, free to chase her own happiness. Gong Zhangwo thought for a moment. July 1st, the solar calendar. Your mother's birthday. Let's do it then. Perfect. Wang Xiaoying beamed. She had waited so long for this moment. Happiness had come so suddenly. Who would have thought their eldest daughter would take this so well? If they'd known she wouldn't hold a grudge, they could have reunited with little Cinny years ago. Perfect, perfect. Gong Lifei was equally thrilled. She glanced at the dazed Chun Cinny on the screen and silently apologized. Cinny, Big Sis isn't trying to steal your boyfriend. I just want a little temporary happiness, that's all. I'd never interfere with you and Ye Bai. I swear, once I've had my fun, once I'm pregnant again, I'll cut all ties with Ye Bai. I'll sever any improper feelings and only see him as my dear brother-in-law. The video call ended, but Chun Zhengbin and Gong Lifang were lost in their own thoughts. Poor little Cinny, unaware that everyone around her wanted to cuckold her, was still in a daze. She didn't even register her adoptive parents. No, her second sister and brother-in-law speaking. She just numbly walked back to her room. Chun Zhengbin, concerned, moved to follow, but Gong Lifang stopped him. Let her process this alone. Don't disturb her. With that, Gong Lifang coldly retreated to her own room. The moment she was inside, she whipped out her phone and sent Ye Bai a message. Xiao Bai, I have something to tell you. Cinny isn't actually my eldest sister's daughter. She's my parents' biological child. That makes her my little sister. Ye Bai quickly replied, Eh? Seriously? I just found out the truth myself. Then, Gong Lifang recounted everything that had happened back then to Ye Bai. On the other end of the phone, Ye Bai was stunned. Damn, no wonder they're nobility. Their relationships are fucking messed up beyond belief. A question popped into Ye Bai's mind. So should I call Gong Lifang and Gong Lifei sisters? Or should I call Chun Cinny aunt? After happily sharing everything with Ye Bai, Gong Lifang noticed another message from him. Sister Gong, I'll call you that from now on. Ah, this little brat. Gong Lifang's face flushed with embarrassment. I'm already so old, twice his age. Yet he dares call me sister? How ridiculous.
No.
Let's keep things separate. You should still call me Annie. No way. From now on, you're my sister. My dear sister. My sworn sister. Gong Lifang's fox-like eyes widened in disbelief, her breathing quickening slightly. You little rascal. Don't you dare disrespect your elders. And don't think just because I'm older and there's a generation gap that I don't understand your shameless implications. After sending that, there was no reply from Ye Bai for a long while. Gong Lifang waited anxiously, fidgeting restlessly, until finally, his message arrived. Auntie Gong, didn't we agree that once we returned to Taohua City, we'd go back to our normal relationship and never contact each other privately again? Oh, right. Gong Lifang froze. She had sworn to keep her distance from Xiao Bai after returning. Yet here she was, flirting with him over messages. How inappropriate. I was only informing you of the truth, so you wouldn't use the wrong terms when we meet next. From now on, let's not contact each other. No need to reply. Snorting coldly, Gong Lifang tossed her phone aside. A promise from Gong Lifang was worth gold. Once she vowed to cut ties with Ye Bai, she meant it. No contact meant no contact. Even if she were dying of thirst, starvation, or unbearable discomfort, she would never seek out Ye Bai for even the slightest relief. Much later, Gong Lifang picked up her phone again, her fox-like eyes widening in outrage. That heartless little brat. He really didn't reply. Late at night, in the southern district of Taojiang City, within an upscale residential complex, a security guard was on duty when he suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep past him. Immediately after, the sound of footsteps landing came from inside the gated entrance. What the hell? The guard turned to look but saw nothing, not even a shadow. A chill ran down his spine, leaving him covered in goosebumps. Moments later, the set of keys hanging from his waist vanished without a trace. When they reappeared, the electronic access card among them was missing. Building 10. With a beep, the electronic lock disengaged, and the door slowly swung open, as if pulled by an invisible ghostly hand. The elevator also began acting strangely. The button for the first floor lit up on its own, and the elevator descended, opened, then closed again. Then, the button for the 18th floor activated automatically. The elevator ascended steadily. From the surveillance footage, it all looked like a technical malfunction. Shortly after, Ye Bai stood invisibly outside Unit 1801, scanning the area to confirm there were no hidden cameras before quietly pulling out a key and unlocking the door. This was Kai Baozi's secret residence, a place even his own children didn't know about. Inside, he kept a canary, a freshman college student who had just turned 18. The disturbing part? Kai Baozi had been raising her for 5 years. Even Ye Bai, a seasoned deviant, found this level of depravity excessive. The apartment was pitch black at this late hour, but noise spilled out from one of the bedrooms. Huh? Why so many people? Activating his super eagle eye and X-ray vision, Ye Bai saw 5 men and 1 woman in the middle of a wild party. The room was a complete mess, littered with the aftermath of their battle. Ye Bai could only marvel at the sight. This was the innocent, pure as a daisy college girl Kai Baozi had described? The good girl, who supposedly worked to pay off her father's gambling debts, cover her mother's medical bills, and support her underage brother's education? Was the old man going senile? The scene was so shocking that even Ye Bai, a man well acquainted with debauchery, had to look away. He had originally come with the intention of saving a lost young girl. But clearly, she was living her best life. She didn't need saving. She was practically living a hedonistic fantasy. A teenage version of Auntie Wong, he mused. Give her time, and she'd probably collect all 7 Dragon Balls, from 7 different countries. Shaking his head, Ye Bai moved to the study and carefully searched the bookshelf. Soon, he found a book with a yellowish-brown cover titled Young Ah Bing. Lifting it revealed a hidden compartment beneath. Inside was a button. Pressing it activated an electronic mechanism, causing the bookshelf to slide apart and expose a small door. This was a secret room Kai Baozi had built during renovations. Inside, neatly arranged boxes lined the space. The first one was packed with cash, roughly 10 million yuan by conservative estimates. The others contained the ultimate international hard asset, gold. According to Kai Baozi's confession, the gold here was worth around 50 million. The room itself wasn't large, so it couldn't hold much more. With a wave of his hand, Ye Bai stored all the boxes in his personal dimensional space. As he quietly left the apartment, he considered doing a good deed, steering misguided youth back onto the right path. So he deliberately left the door unlocked and instructed Song Dongfeng to make an anonymous call to the police, reporting a drug party. Soon after, police cars swarmed the complex, and a fully armed unit stormed into Unit 1801, causing yet another chaotic scene. You're welcome, citizen, Ye Bai thought. It wasn't a false report, either. White powder had been scattered around the bedroom. These kids were definitely into some hardcore stuff. And where there was group drug use, group activities usually followed. Not far from the upscale complex, in an older residential area, lay Kai Baozi's second secret hideout. This apartment appeared long abandoned, covered in dust. Ye Bai entered the master bedroom, located the mechanism, and opened the hidden room. This one was much larger, likely a converted bedroom sealed off as a vault. It too was filled with cash and gold, totaling over 100 million in value. Kai Baozi's third secret residence was in Taojiang Mansion, where Ye Bai and Shiera Yukiko also had a home, though not in the same building. Since this was one of the most secure neighborhoods in Taojiang, Kai Baozi had turned his unit into a private gallery, displaying paintings and antiques. Collecting artifacts was his greatest passion, making this stash the most valuable of his 3 hideouts. If auctioned legally, the collection would easily fetch over 1 billion yuan. Ye Bai planned to hand everything over to Qin Wenru for laundering, with one strict condition: nothing leaves the country. If certain pieces couldn't be sold, he'd either keep them for himself or, if he was feeling generous, donate them anonymously to the state. Loyalty. After looting all 3 locations, Ye Bai returned to Auntie Qin Yu's home. Kai Baozi also owned a countryside villa with more gold and valuables, but given its remote location and vulnerability to theft, he hadn't stored much there. Only about 3 million yuan's worth. Now that Ye Bai was swimming in wealth, thanks to 2 generous contributions from society's upper echelons, he couldn't be bothered to make the trip for such a paltry sum. 3 a.m. It had been days since he'd last seen Qin Yu, and he missed her terribly. In the past, he might have sneaked into her room to tell her the story of Great Yu. But after indulging in lavish delicacies in the provincial capital, Ye Bai found his little escapades with Qin Yu rather dull. Losing interest, he simply returned to his room to sleep. The next morning, Ye Bai woke up after only 4 hours of sleep, but still felt full of energy. When he stepped out of the bedroom, he saw Qin Yu already awake, preparing breakfast and making soy milk. Xiao Bai! Qin Yu's face lit up at the sight of him, but then her expression darkened. So you do remember to come back? Her demeanor was like that of a resentful little wife whose husband had stayed out all night. Amused, Ye Bai walked over and pulled Qin Yu into an embrace. Auntie, I missed you. Breathing in her fragrance, he felt an overwhelming sense of warmth, like a wayward man returning home to his tender, doting wife, sighing about how no wildflower could compare to the sweetness of home, only to go out and misbehave again next time. Liar! You didn't even call me once these past few days. Qin Yu pouted, twisting away in protest. Seeing her act so coquettishly, Ye Bai couldn't hold back any longer. He swept her up by the waist, ignoring her startled yelp, and carried her to the sofa, sitting down with her in his lap. Today, Qin Yu wore a thin silk nightgown that accentuated her stunning figure, her slender waist flaring into lush, voluptuous curves. Settled in his arms, her body nearly swallowed half of him. Qin Yu truly had the kind of exaggerated, manga-perfect proportions that drove men wild. Auntie, did you miss me? Holding her soft, alluring body, Ye Bai realized something. The experience was entirely different from being with the 2 Madame Gongs. He had thought he might grow bored of these little games with Qin Yu, but now he understood. What man could ever tire of a woman like her? No one could ever replace her. Qin Yu was simply the best, eternally unmatched. Lost in her beauty, Ye Bai let his guard down completely, failing to notice Li Shiyan's bedroom door creaking open. Rubbing her eyes and yawning, she stepped out, only to freeze in shock at the sight of the 2 entwined on the sofa. Her mind short-circuited on the spot. Mom!
Ye Bai?
You? You too? Ye Bai and Qin Yu were sitting together on the couch, wrapped in each other's arms. Qin Yu, a stunningly beautiful woman, was acting almost coy, her face flushed with a girlish shyness, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Her plump, cherry-red lips were slightly puckered, and her round, voluptuous backside squirmed restlessly in Ye Bai's lap, shifting between plump and flattened. Li Shiyan's brain short-circuited on the spot. Her eyes widened to the size of saucers, her delicate lips parted slightly, revealing a glimpse of her pink tongue behind them. The 3 of them in the living room froze, staring at each other in stunned silence.
Ye Bai blinket, Confu said.
Something about this scene felt familiar. He recalled the time on the train when he had been entangled with Gong Lifang and hallucinated Chun Sini barging in. Is this another hallucination? Thinking this, the scene before him remained crisp and real. He activated his X-ray vision, scanning Li Shiyan thoroughly to confirm that this hairless brat was indeed real and not a figment of his imagination. Strangely enough, he didn't feel panicked. If anything, he was exhilarated. Was there anything more thrilling than getting caught in the act with a seductive older woman by her stunning daughter? Qin Yu's elegant face flushed crimson. Every hair on her body stood on end. Her heart pounded so violently it felt like it might leap out of her throat. She scrambled off Ye Bai's lap, flustered like a guilty child. Shiyan, listen to my... No, wait. Let me explain. It took Li Shiyan a long moment to snap out of her shock. Then, a wave of inexplicable fury surged through her. Trembling with rage, she pointed at the 2 on the couch, her lips quivering. Mom! Ye Bai! She gritted her teeth. What the hell are you doing? Qin Yu finally regained some clarity and stammered out a defense. I tripped and fell into Xiao Bai's arms just now. Qin Yu. Do you think I'm an idiot? Li Shiyan roared, then took a deep breath to steady herself. You two actually dared to do such shameless things behind my back. Don't you have any sense of decency? The pieces finally clicked into place for Li Shiyan. That night when her mom had disappeared, and she'd heard those strange noises outside Ye Bai's door, she had assumed her mother was dating one of the tenants in the building. But no, it turned out she was cradle robbing, getting tangled up with Ye Bai, and that other time when Ye Bai's door was open. But her mother's room had been filled with those odd sounds. At the time, Li Shiyan had thought her lonely, long-deprived mother was just indulging herself. But now she realized. Ye Bai had been in her room with her. They had been doing those disgusting, unspeakable things.
No wonder.
No wonder you kept changing the bedsheets on the balcony almost every day a while back. And no wonder you hypothetically asked me how I felt about older women in their 30s dating college boys. Pretending it was just some friend's story, Li Shiyan trembled with fury. She was beyond heartbroken, now hurling accusations at her own mother. Qin Yu, you're in your 30s. How could you stoop so low as to get involved with a college guy? Aren't you ashamed? And he's the son of your best friend. What would Qin Jie think if she found out? Then she jabbed a finger at Ye Bai. I always knew you were scum. You must have seduced my mom. You bastard. Oh, and let's not forget your girlfriend. I'm telling Chun Sini tomorrow. Ye Bai remained silent. This is nothing. Besides your mom, even Chun Sini's sister, no wait, even her mother has already surrendered to me. No wonder you cried so much on Ye Bai's birthday. Li Shiyan spat out venomously. I thought you were just drunk. But no, you were heartbroken because he started dating someone else. Her voice dripped with contempt. You knew he was a shameless, despicable bastard. So why did you cling to him? If it were me, I wouldn't even spare him a single glance. And after all this, how could you betray Dad's memory like this? Qin Yu's lips parted slightly. She wanted desperately to tell Shiyan the truth, that her father had been gay, that their marriage had been a facade to hide his real sexuality. She had never even kissed her husband. Technically, she was still pure. Well, aside from those times with Xiao Bai where we just shared some ancient myths about flood control, but my body is still untarnished. Right? But in the end, Qin Yu said nothing. Li Shiyan was already reeling from the shock. If she learned her father's secret now, she might genuinely break. Mom, I'm so disappointed in you. Listen carefully. If you don't cut ties with Ye Bai immediately, I'm disowning you. I swear, our mother-daughter relationship ends here. She then turned to Ye Bai, eyes red-rimmed but blazing with anger. Ye Bai, you have 24 hours. Get the hell out of our house. You're not welcome here. With that, she stormed out, slamming the door so hard the walls shook. Qin Yu's eyes welled up with tears. She buried her face in her hands, collapsing onto the couch with muffled sobs.
Ye Bai immediately embraced her.
She struggled weakly for a moment before melting into his chest, crying bitterly. Gently, he patted her back, soothing her like a child.
Vuvuha.
What do we do, Xiao Bai? She whimpered between sobs. I knew this day would come, but not so soon. I'm such a wretched woman. I knew this was wrong. Yet I still. How am I supposed to face Shiyan ever again? Or Qin Jie? Shiyan already hates me. And Qin Jie will despise me too. Wah! Excluding Li Shiyan for the moment, Ye Bai felt Qin Yu's worry that his mother might look down on her was entirely unnecessary. Given his mom's eccentric personality, if she found out he'd won over someone as stunning and wealthy as Qin Yu, she'd probably be overjoyed, grinning ear to ear and pestering them to give her a grandchild. He could already imagine her saying, Oh, Xiao Yu, don't worry. From now on, we'll each address the other however we like. You call me Mom, and I'll call you Little Sister. Ye Bai asked, Auntie, do you want to cut ties with me completely? Never see me again? Without hesitation, Qin Yu shook her head fervently, like a rattle drum.
No.
I don't want to leave Xiao Bai. Clutching him even tighter, Her tears dampened his chest as she cried, "Even if I can only keep this shameful relationship with you forever, I still don't want to be apart. Just the thought of being separated from you makes my heart ache. So much, so unbearably much. Auntie, I can't bear to lose you either." Ye Bai felt a twinge of relief. He had feared Qin Yu might behave like those cliché, brain-dead romance novel heroines, heartbreakingly severing ties with him under her daughter's pressure, drowning in tears every day until either wasting away in misery or forcing him to spend countless hours coaxing her back. Fortunately, all those times he told her the legend of Dayu hadn't been in vain. His little auntie's heart, soul, and body were now entirely his. But what should we do? I don't want to lose Xiao Bai, but I also can't bear to cut ties with Shiyan. Qin Yu was utterly torn. Though she wasn't Li Shiyan's birth mother, years of living together had bonded them even closer than biological kin. Flesh of her palm and back of her hand. Both were precious to her. She couldn't bear to lose either. Was it truly impossible to have both the fish and the bear's paw? Ye Bai held Qin Yu in his arms, settling her onto his lap and securing her tightly. Then he patted her back soothingly. "Auntie, Shiyan just needs some time to accept this. She'll come around eventually. Besides, you can pretend to agree to break things off with me while secretly staying together. It's not like our relationship hasn't always been hidden anyway." "Huh." Qin Yu froze for a moment, realizing there was some logic to Ye Bai's words. Ye Bai continued, "Didn't I tell you before? I don't want to break up with you. I want you to be my woman forever. But since you refuse to let others know about us, and I still have to marry and have kids to satisfy my parents, I can go through with that while we keep our relationship a secret. You said you needed time to think about it, but now that Shiyan has found out, you should have made your decision by now." Qin Yu's delicate, elegant face was filled with hesitation. She had already made up her mind. She wanted to keep this relationship with Ye Bai. After all, she had realized she couldn't live without him anymore. But she still felt guilty, as if it were immoral. Then what about Sinny? Isn't this unfair to her? Ye Bai almost blurted out that Sinny's head was already piled high with green hats, and what he had with Qin Yu was nothing in comparison. "Don't worry, Auntie." Qin Yu thought Ye Bai would say Sinny didn't care, her eyes widening in anticipation, only to hear him add, "We just won't let her find out." "You little devil." Qin Yu couldn't help but lightly bite Ye Bai. "Auntie, you're like a kitten." With Ye Bai's comforting, Qin Yu's mood improved. She had missed him terribly these past few days. But this rascal, while pretending to pat her back in reassurance, had been mischievously teasing her the whole time. His mastery of the Ishihara family's techniques was flawless. Qin Yu tilted her head back, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She suddenly wanted to hear Ye Bai tell her the story of Dayu again. Ye Bai knew his auntie too well. Seeing her like this, he immediately understood her thoughts. He lifted her voluptuous, alluring body and carried her toward the bedroom. "No, no. What if Shiyan comes back suddenly? She was so angry earlier. If she finds us like this, it's fine, Auntie. When she left, I heard her call her best friend. She's already gone to her place." "Then, all right. Wait. Are you going the wrong way? Your room is over there. This is Shiyan's room." "No, I'm not wrong. Isn't it even more exciting in her room?" "No, don't." Despite her protests, Qin Yu didn't struggle at all, clinging tightly to Ye Bai's neck instead. Ye Bai smirked. Auntie Qin Yu was truly one of a kind. She was a mature, sensual woman, yet she carried an innocent, almost naive charm like a young girl. If Ye Bai were truly a scoundrel who preyed on women for money and pleasure, he could have swindled her out of everything. Wait, hadn't he already tricked her into this state? No, just tell me the story of Dayu. "We can't do that," Qin Yu murmured. "But Auntie, Shiyan already found out, and you've decided to secretly stay with me. Why can't we?" I'm scared. Xiao Bai, secrets don't stay hidden forever. If Shiyan found out once, she'll find out again. If I lie and say I've broken things off with you, only to keep seeing you in secret, and she discovers it, it'll be over. I might lose her forever. Xiao Bai, Let's not hide from her. Let's work together to make sure Yen accept us. Okay? Ye Bai fell silent. Auntie was being too naive. How could Li Shiyan ever agree to something like this? If she couldn't even accept a normal relationship, how could she possibly accept her mother being someone's mistress? Seeing Ye Bai's silence, Qin Yu hugged him tightly and whispered, "Xiao Bai, if Shiyan agrees to us, then Auntie will give herself to you completely." Really? Ye Bai perked up instantly. Qin Yu nodded seriously. All right, it's a deal then. But with Li Shiyan's stubborn personality, how could he ever make her agree? Ye Bai frowned in thought. Suddenly, the scene before him twisted and distorted. Images flashed before his eyes like a slideshow. Thugs, a sack, ropes, a dagger, blood, and Li Shiyan lying lifeless on the ground. A shattered, blood-stained phone lay nearby, its screen displaying a date. Ye Bai blinked, and everything returned to normal. What was that just now? He was stunned. My precognition ability activated on its own. Li Shiyan will be in danger that day. She'll be killed by those criminals. He racked his brain. In his past life, after being expelled, he had moved out of Aunt Qin Yu's home and never saw them again. He had no idea what happened to Li Shiyan afterward. But now, fragments of a buried memory surfaced. After becoming a powerful figure in the underworld, he had attended a class reunion, mostly to show off, and overheard someone mention that in the summer of 2013, a beautiful female student from their school had been kidnapped and brutally murdered. That girl had been exceptional. Despite coming from a single-parent household, her family was wealthy. It was a shame she died like that. At the time, Ye Bai hadn't paid much attention and hadn't asked for details. But who would have thought that the girl who had met such a tragic end was none other than Li Shiyan? No wonder I never saw Aunt Qin Yu again after getting out of prison, nor heard any news about her. Turns out she couldn't bear the shock. The person also mentioned that the girl's mother was quite pitiful. After losing her daughter, she took sleeping pills at home and ended her own life. Ye Bai suddenly felt a pang of heartache for Qin Yu. He never imagined she had suffered so much in her past life. Even though she wasn't exactly young, her heart was still that of a young girl. Her dynamic with Li Shiyan was almost the opposite. Li Shiyan acted more like a stern mother, while Qin Yu resembled a timid, obedient daughter. How could someone like her withstand such a devastating blow? Where would she find the courage to keep living alone in this world? Auntie, it's a good thing I've come back through Rebirth. Ye Bai gently pressed a kiss to Qin Yu's smooth forehead. Now he knew how to gain Li Shiyan's approval. If the person who saved your life happens to be deeply in love with your mother and wants to be with her, wouldn't it be inappropriate for you to stand in their way? Though now that I think about it, after I save Li Shiyan, she won't fall for me and insist on marrying me, will she? The situation with Chan Sini's meal hadn't been contained. Surely he couldn't let things get messy with Aunt Qin Yu too? Ye Bai pondered this before chuckling to himself.
Impossible.
That little girl had always been proud and arrogant, and she despised him more than anyone else. How could she possibly fall in love with him? Shaking off his thoughts, Ye Bai continued telling Qin Yu the story of Yu the Great. Suddenly, his phone on the nightstand rang. Both of them looked up simultaneously. The caller ID showed Chun Sini. Just as Ye Bai was about to hang up, Qin Yu, quick as lightning, tapped the answer button. Chun Sini's frustrated and bewildered voice came through the phone. Ye Bai, there's something I need to tell you. You probably won't believe it, but I swear everything I'm about to say is true. My mom, she's become my sister now. What? You found out about me and your mom? Ye Bai couldn't help but want to tell Chun Sini. Didn't your mom already become your good sister back on the train? But of course he didn't dare say that out loud. Besides, he understood exactly what Chun Sini meant. After all, her wonderful mother, no, her wonderful second sister, had already spilled everything to him in advance. Pretending to be clueless, Ye Bai feigned confusion and asked, Sini, what do you mean by that? As he spoke, he subtly gestured to Qin Yu to keep quiet. Qin Yu covered her mouth, not daring to make a sound. Even though she had been the first one, the first to develop that ambiguous relationship with Ye Bai, the first to almost give herself entirely to him. She had never been able to break free from her own mental restraints. They hadn't taken that final step, and she had always felt that being involved with her best friend's son was something shameful, something she couldn't reveal. As a result, even though Ye Bai had already conquered 90% of her territory, she still had no official title. Meanwhile, Chun Sinny had overtaken her and become his official girlfriend. How could a mere side piece like her dare to make a scene? Not only did she not dare to let Chun Sinny find out about her relationship with Ye Bai, but she even felt a little guilty toward her. Answering the phone had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, a way to tease Ye Bai and watch him squirm. But now, lying in his arms while listening to their conversation, she found the whole situation strangely thrilling, so much so that her face burned red. Embarrassed, Qin Yu ducked under the covers. Chun Sinny's voice was filled with confusion and helplessness. My mom became my second sister, my aunt became my eldest sister, and my grandparents turned out to be my biological parents. She recounted everything in detail, including how she had mistakenly believed Gong Lifei was her real mother when she was little. Whoosh! Qin Yu's head popped out from under the blankets, her face a picture of shock. Her mother had turned into her second aunt, then into her second sister. Her aunt had turned into her biological mother, then into her eldest sister. As for her grandparents, they had stayed the same at first, but then came the big twist. They were now her biological parents. Oh my God! This back and forth was insane. Qin Yu's not-so-bright little brain was completely fried, unable to untangle this mess of relationships. Rich people really play on another level. They all want me to acknowledge my true lineage, even my dad, well, my adoptive dad, Old Chun. But I don't really want to. Back when I was just a baby, no one cared about what I wanted. They just passed me around like some object. Chun Sinny's voice trembled with resentment. Ye Bai immediately offered emotional support. Exactly. That's way too much. You're a living, breathing person. How could they just ignore your feelings and decide everything for you? Who do they think they are? Ye Bai, you're the best. I knew you'd be on my side. Touched, Chun Sinny sniffled before continuing. But my aunt, no, my eldest sister. Ugh, whatever. Gong Lifei is acting even more desperate than my real parents. She actually cried and begged me to acknowledge my lineage as soon as possible. Of course, Chun Sinny had no idea that her dear eldest sister was in a hurry to cuckold her. If she didn't acknowledge her lineage soon, how could Gong Lifei justifiably make a move on Ye Bai? Right now, the relationships were still somewhat manageable. But later, it'd be a disaster. She wouldn't know whether to call Ye Bai husband, brother-in-law, eldest sister's husband, or brother-in-law, second sister's husband. Ye Bai continued comforting her. Don't be upset, sweetheart. No matter what, I'll always stand by you. I've got your back. Hearing this, Qin Yu, who had shyly retreated under the covers again, felt a pang of jealousy.
Stupid Ye Bai.
Mean Ye Bai. After what he just did to me, now he's cuddling me while sweet-talking his girlfriend right in front of me. Even though she had mentally prepared herself for the role of the other woman, Qin Yu still felt a lump in her throat, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. Angry, she bit down on Ye Bai's arm. Suddenly, inspiration struck. She remembered how Ye Bai had intensified his teasing when Shurian was outside the door, completely unafraid of being caught. You little devil, always messing with me. Qin Yu decided to get her revenge. While Ye Bai was still on the phone with Chun Sinny, she bit him hard. Chun Sinny asked, Ye Bai, what do you think I should do? After a moment of thought, Ye Bai replied, I don't think it matters whether you agree or not. Either way, they're still your family. But now I'm curious. If you do acknowledge your lineage, should I start calling you auntie? Or should I call the two Gong sisters eldest sister and second sister? Chun Sinny burst out laughing at the mental image.
Ye Bai kep teasinker.
Honestly, your name already has E in it. No matter what generation you're in, I can just call you Xine and it'll work. Ow. Mid-sentence, Ye Bai suddenly hissed in pain. Chun Sinny immediately asked, Ye Bai, what's wrong? Nothing. Just my cat biting me. Oh, what kind of cat? I love cats. Ever heard of a corgi cat? No, what's that? You know what a corgi's most distinctive feature is, right? That round peachy butt? Exactly. So that's why my cat's called a corgi cat. Wow, what a spicy little thing. I've got to see it someday. You already have. After a long while, Ye Bai finally managed to comfort Chun Sini. In the end, she accepted reality and decided to acknowledge her lineage. And thus, she officially greenlit her own cuckolding. After hanging up, Ye Bai yanked the covers off, his eyes blazing. Realizing the danger, Qin Yu let out a shriek and tried to escape, but it was too late. Auntie, you really like playing with fire, huh? Ye Bai pressed Qin Yu down hard, raising his arm. Smack! Gong Jiamin swatted a blood-sucking mosquito off his arm. Frowning, he asked, Lifey, why are you suddenly going to Taohua City? Gong Lifey stammered. How could I tell you I'm going to put a hat on your precious granddaughter? No, your daughter. Originally, Lifey had planned to wait until Chun Sini was formally recognized by the family before seeking out Ye Bai. But for some reason, her longing for him had grown unbearable. She needed to see him, to be held in his arms, to be pinned beneath him. It was as if 20 years of locking away, her heart had fermented an overwhelming intensity of emotion. All now poured onto Ye Bai. They'd only known each other for days, yet she loved him to the marrow. A day apart feels like years. Now she truly understood the phrase. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Mom, Dad, Sini just learned the truth. She must be struggling. That's why she refuses to acknowledge her roots. I want to be there for her, to help her through it. Wang Shouying frowned. Li Feng's already with her. How could I let you go alone? What if your condition flares up? Mom, I'm fine. Lifey pleaded desperately. My mental state is completely stable. Do I seem sick to you? The elderly couple exchanged glances. Truthfully, their daughter did seem cured, more vibrant than she'd been in 2 decades. Lately, she hummed in the shower and spaced out with dreamy giggles. Still, Taohua City was unfamiliar territory. Yet they knew her stubbornness. She'd sneak out by midnight if refused. Gong Jiamin sighed. Fine. But Dr. Bai goes with you. Only then will we rest easy. Deal. Lifey nodded fervently. Soon, the legal lowly Dr. Bai Shueching arrived with luggage, boarding the car beside an exuberant Lifey. Both hearts raced with illicit glee. Lifey, hubby, your darling's coming for you, he. Shueching. Oh, Mrs. Gong, please relapse the moment we arrive. Hunt down your first love. Ye Bai, I need to witness you getting knocked out. She ached to see the spectacle. A wealthy older woman and that 185 centimeters university student with his greyhound waist. And their taboo dynamic? Even hotter. Kind auntie? No. Now she was the kind older sister. Qin Yu stepped out of the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, so tender they looked like they could be squeezed to release water. Li Shurian's bedsheets and blankets had all been replaced with fresh ones. The sound of the washing machine running echoed from the balcony. Seeing Ye Bai sprawled lazily on the sofa, Qin Yu couldn't help but scold him. You little rascal. It's all your fault. You just had to go to Shurian's room. She already caught us. And now she'll definitely figure out why freshly washed sheets were hanging on the balcony every day. When she comes back and sees her bed like this, she'll suspect something. Ye Bai waved his hand dismissively. No big deal. Auntie, just change and wash the bedding in all the rooms, swap out the sofa covers, and pretend it's a deep cleaning. Problem solved. Qin Yu froze. This brat made it sound so easy. Did he even realize how much work that was? I'll bite you to death. Baring her pearly white teeth, she lunged at him. Oh? You're offering me a bite. Ye Bai raised an eyebrow. Qin Yu seemed to remember something. Her elegant and pretty face suddenly filled with panic as she tried to twist away, her plump hips wiggling in retreat. But Ye Bai caught her effortlessly. Thud. The fruit bowl on the coffee table tipped over, sending a particularly plump peach tumbling to the floor. Ripe and bursting with juice, It split open upon impact, its sweet fragrance filling the air. After a playful tussle, Qin Yu's expression turned worried again. Shuryen is so stubborn. She'll never accept us. Don't worry, Auntie. I got a great plan. Leave it to me, Ye Bai said confidently. Really? Qin Yu eyed him skeptically. Of course. Just make sure you're all cleaned up and ready to give yourself to me completely. You scoundrel. That's all you ever think about. Oh? Seems like you're looking forward to it too, Auntie. Qin Yu huffed lightly. Nonsense. I'm not looking forward to it at all. Her words were defiant, but her lips betrayed her, proving Ye Bai right. Ye Bai recalled the visions he had seen of the future. Li Shuryen lay in a pool of blood, her shattered phone beside her displaying the date. June 26th, 10 p.m. Today was June 25th. It would happen tomorrow. Ye Bai asked, Auntie, tomorrow's Sunday. Did Shuryen mention any plans? Qin Yu nodded. One of her classmates is having a birthday party. She bought a gift last night and plans to go celebrate tomorrow. Perfect. According to what he'd heard in his past life, she had been attacked after leaving the KTV following the birthday celebration. All he had to do was wait. Tomorrow, when Li Shuryen was abducted by the assailant, plunged into the darkest, most desperate moment of her life, he would descend like a savior and rescue her. Then, he would leverage his act of heroism to make her accept his relationship with her mother. As for whether Li Shuryen might fall for him, Ye Bai had already dismissed that possibility. That girl despised him. If she hadn't developed feelings after all this time together, she never would. What he didn't realize was that Li Shuryen's earlier fury hadn't just been about her mother getting involved with her best friend's son. There might have been something else mixed in. A woman's heart was complicated enough, let alone a teenage girl's. Though she was mature for her age and often acted more like a mother to Qin Yu, she was still just an 18-year-old girl. Xiao Bai, since you have a plan, you have to do your best to convince Shuryen, Qin Yu said, full of hope. Don't worry, Auntie. After lunch, Ye Bai decided to visit Bay Media. Though the company was now largely managed by An Xian and thriving, he was still the core leader. He needed to oversee the big picture and check in occasionally. Besides, Xiao Shaxi's videos were probably on hiatus. Without Ye Bai's activation, her solo efforts lacked the right flavor and couldn't meet expectations. Soon, Song Dongfeng arrived as instructed and drove Ye Bai to Bay Media. When Ye Bai entered his office, he spotted a gift box on his desk. Who left this?
Ni Xuan es Mirked.
Boss, this is from your your ex. Well, it's from Shin Mengyao. A birthday gift for you. Her? Ye Bai frowned and opened the box, revealing a Cartier Ballon Blue watch. Must be a knockoff, Ye Bai scoffed. The genuine article cost around 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. Shun Mengyao came from an average family. Her monthly allowance was only 1,000 yuan. There was no way she could afford such a luxury. It's real.
Ni Xuan se presta lav.
Boss, I'll be honest. I bribed Shin Mengyao's bestie, Lu Hui, to convince her to take out a loan to buy this for you.
Lui?
That 200-pound tank, Ye Bai asked.
Ni Xuan nadid.
He never expected Shin Mengyao and Lu Hui's friendship to be so strong. For just 1,000 yuan a month, Lu Hui had been persuaded to cooperate. And she'd performed even better than anticipated, not only spilling all of Shin Mengyao's secrets but also suggesting the loan scheme herself. Shin Mengyao now fully understood Ye Bai's status. After sitting in the corner at his birthday banquet, she had witnessed the swarm of beauties surrounding him. She was certain now, Ye Bai truly had no interest in her. With her dreams of marrying into wealth crumbling, the little fairy was desperate. Lu Hui, thinking An Xian simply wanted revenge, had no idea he was grooming Shin Mengyao to become Ye Bai's plaything. Her plan to ruin Shin Mengyao with debt had inadvertently played right into An Xian's hands. A fairy drowning in loans, constantly harassed by debt collectors, would be much easier to mold into submission.
Ye Bai fronet.
Why did you trick her into taking a loan just to buy me a gift? Just a little payback, An Xian said innocently, keeping his real plan hidden for now. He'd reveal it once Shin Mengyao was fully conditioned. You're ridiculous. Ye Bai rolled his eyes and tossed the watch to Aunt Qin. Keep it. He had no interest in gifts from someone like Shen Mengyao. But Aunt Qin didn't dare accept it. He quickly placed the watch back in Ye Bai's drawer. No way was he going to wear something given by the boss's plaything. After all, even Ye Bai's dogs were his personal property. Not long after Aunt Qin left, Su Yisha appeared at the office door, knocking lightly. Chairman Yi, you're finally back. Do you have time to help me film a video now? She bit her lip lightly, her eyes shimmering with allure. Su Yisha was dressed in professional office attire today. A white blouse paired with a black, form-fitting pencil skirt. The collar of her blouse was stretched taut, making it seem like the buttons might pop at any moment, while the skirt hugged her curvaceous hips, accentuating their roundness. Aside from her gold-rimmed glasses, she wore a metallic necklace around her neck, the kind that increases attack speed. She gently bit her rosy, plump lips, her eyes brimming with allure. The captivating charm of a mature woman radiated from her, stirring an itch in the hearts of onlookers. Kunkin also, honestly, after becoming Ye Bai's woman, Su Yisha had undergone another transformation, her beauty and figure ascending several levels. Even the peak version of little Shotzi from her past life paled in comparison to her current self. President Yi, it's been so long since you've come to the company. My videos are about to stop updating, she cooed, her eyes glistening with a sultry gaze. Faced with such a scene, what else could Ye Bai do but help Shotzi film her videos? Vigorously, he opened his toolbox, which contained specialized equipment for shooting Su Yisha's content. Recently, Wang Ziki, one of Bay Media's video creators, had surged ahead in metrics, just like Li Ziki in her past life, becoming an unrivaled presence in the industry. She could be considered Bay's top star. After all, Wang Ziki's videos were rich and diverse, allowing viewers to appreciate the content while also learning about traditional Chinese culture. Meanwhile, Ili Little Shotzi, despite having amassed millions of followers, was beginning to show signs of decline. Her rise to fame had been built on risque content. After her initial explosion in popularity as the blue dress war goddess, the hype gradually faded. Still, her titles as the pioneer of pure desire aesthetic and the founder of stepmother skirts kept her among the top-tier influencers. Among the many suggestive influencers, Shotzi stood in a league of her own. Tens of thousands of perverts had even written petitions in blood online, begging her to go professional and star in adult films. If the kind of videos in Ye Bai's phone were ever leaked, Su Yisha would probably dominate the Asian market. Names like Masked Nana, Doll Sister, and Starry Sky would be utterly eclipsed. Their looks and figures weren't even in the same league as hers. Soon, the filming began. Snap! Su Yisha slipped on black stockings and flashed a shy, innocent smile at the camera, exuding a mix of purity and seduction. Then, Ye Bai played a rhythmic, high-energy track, and Su Yisha began swaying to the music. She was performing the Victory Dance, a viral Douyin trend from 2025. Ye Bai had recalled the moves, described them to a choreographer, who perfectly recreated them before teaching them to Su Yisha. Though this dance wouldn't emerge for over a decade, there was no doubt it would explode in popularity even now. The steps were simple, but the core appeal lay in highlighting the curves of the body. Su Yisha's figure was naturally photogenic, and her ability to captivate men seemed innate. She moved with the music, showcasing her alluring form, especially those plump, round hips, which swayed with mesmerizing intensity. Even Ye Bai, a man of unshakable virtue comparable to the legendary Liu Xiaohui, felt a certain itchiness watching her. Soon, the shoot wrapped up. Ye Bai set down the camera, but Su Yisha lingered, locking the office door before gazing at him with pitiful, pleading eyes. Boss, I still want to film that kind of video with you. It's broad daylight, and we're in the company. What kind of behavior is this? Ye Bai scolded righteously. Then he opened the office safe and pulled out a new camera, one labeled 91 Mr. Yi. Su Yisha's face lit up with delight, her eyes shimmering with excitement as tears of anticipation welled up. Oh my God! With a dull thud, Shen Mengyao collided head-on with a female streamer, sending the files in her hands scattering across the floor. How do you walk? Are you blind? The streamer had a sharp, unkind face and an air of someone not to be trifled with. New here? Ugh. Bay Media really lets any stray cat or dog in these days. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the puddle? Dreaming of being an internet celebrity. The streamer sneered, rolled her eyes, flipped her hair, and strutted away in exaggerated hip swings. Coincidentally, the door to Ye Bai's office opened just then, and Su Isha stepped out, her face flushed with shy satisfaction. The streamer's haughty expression instantly morphed into fawning admiration. She scurried over, bowing deeply. Sister Sha, were you filming with President Yi again? Su Isha didn't recognize her but nodded politely before quickly leaving. The streamer turned to watch her go, envy burning in her eyes. Shin Mengyao took in the scene, her grip on the files tightening until her knuckles turned white. A fierce ambition surged in her heart. I could replace her. Her gaze at Su Isha was a mix of envy, jealousy, and hatred. I should have been the one who became famous. I should be the one living in the spotlight. Regret and resentment churned within her, but it only strengthened her resolve to win Ye Bai back and make him love her again. If she could just become Ye Bai's woman, she'd transform from a nobody into a phoenix, instantly rising above the masses. Su Isha's looks and figure weren't that much better than hers. The only reason she dominated the internet was because she'd offered her plump backside to Ye Bai, letting him elevate her to godlike status. If Ye Bai were willing to promote her, Shin Mengyao could become the dream goddess of millions of losers overnight. Come on, Shin Mengyao. You can do this. Meanwhile, the female streamer turned a corner and began groveling before a pimply, slightly overweight young man who stood no taller than 160 centimeters. Well done. And Ai Xian nodded in satisfaction and gave the female streamer a pat on the butt. Watching Shin Mengyao's face twist with unwillingness, he smirked wickedly. Perfect. Another step completed in Brother Bai's BTCH taming plan. Soon enough, that worthless woman Shin Mengyao would be fully PUA'd into Brother Bai's ideal puppet. Just imagining the scene made an Ai Xian cackle like a sinister elder from the Soul Temple. Ye Bai received a call from Chen Zhengbin, notifying him that the city's auction would officially begin next Tuesday. 3 days left. After a moment's thought, he dialed Qin Wenru, the underground bank's boss. He informed her that the latest batch of medicinal solution was ready and told her to send someone to pick it up. He also asked her to prepare several $100 million in funds. There was a batch of antiques he intended to sell to her. Ye Bai wanted a seamless money laundering operation, which meant Qin Wenru would be the one taking the loss. But women were naturally vain, and the scars covering her body had long been an obsession for her. Without hesitation, she agreed. Money was just a worldly possession. If she ever ran short, she could always contact her old teammates and pull off a big job in the Golden Triangle to strike it rich overnight. After hanging up, Ye Bai called Luo Yang. Yangzi, about the funds. Before he could finish, Luo Yang interrupted him for the first time ever, bursting with excitement. Brother Bai, I've already secured the first round of funding as per your arrangements. A full $3 million. Buying back the Jade Villa won't be a problem. Hell, we might even reclaim some of the group's other assets. Ye Bai was stunned. What arrangements? Where the hell did Luo Yang get that kind of money? 3 million. And in USD. Though unsure what commotion Luo Yang had stirred up again. As the boss, showing weakness in front of subordinates was a major taboo. Ye Bai said in a low voice, good. As long as money was obtained, give me a detailed report of the process. I'll see if anything was missed. Got it. Luo Yang began his report, starting from the welcome banquet. He emphasized the appearance of Xiao Hongyu's daughter, Xiao Nairong, mainly describing her figure. How pretty her face was, how big her breasts were, how perky her ass was, and so on. Xiao Hongyu didn't smuggle himself into Myanmar but went missing instead. Xiao Nairong insists on finding conclusive proof of his fate, living or dead. Her mother's influence in the US is extensive, but she can't extend her reach into our country. so she's propping up old hands like us to help her. Just as you predicted, the initial funds she gave me alone amounted to $30 million. How rich they are in the US is beyond imagination. Ye Bai was starting to suspect that Luo Yang had some kind of protagonist-level luck. The guy was a complete weakling. Any random underling of his could thrash him in a fight. Yet Luo Yang was inexplicably glorified as Xiao Hongyu's top enforcer, and the lie still hadn't been exposed. After somehow becoming the group's leader, an unbelievably gorgeous woman had crossed oceans to throw money and herself at him. This was straight out of a novel protagonist's playbook. What puzzled Ye Bai was Xiao Hongyu. Who knew that old creep even had an ex-wife and daughter in the US? He'd never heard of them in his past life. Suddenly, Ye Bai realized something. Could Xiao Hongyu's wife and daughter have been the unseen forces behind his downfall in his past life? In his previous life, Xiao Hongyu had also disappeared. Though there was no proof, everyone in the underworld knew Ye Bai was behind it. If Xiao Hongyu's wife and daughter returned and investigated, they'd easily pinpoint him. Xiao Nirong, I hope you won't follow in that old creep's footsteps. The path to heaven is open, yet you rush straight to hell. Ye Bai smirked coldly. If Xiao Nirong dug up any clues and tried to move against him, he wouldn't mind sending father and daughter to the afterlife for a reunion. So what if she was a stunning beauty? Ye Bai wasn't some hormone-driven pig who'd lose his mind over a woman. In his past life, he'd crushed plenty of pretty faces without hesitation. But had Luo Yang already gotten to her and turned her into one of them? With his protagonist-level luck, a beauty like that would probably be bending over begging for it, right? Yang, what's the progress between you and Xiao Nirong? How far have you gone? Over the phone, Luo Yang shivered, thinking Ye Bai was testing his loyalty, and hurriedly swore his allegiance. Boss, don't worry. I know my place. Xiao Nirong is practically my sister-in-law in my heart. I don't even dare look at her too much, let alone entertain any wild thoughts. Question mark. Ye Bai. Oh, and boss, I pretended to verify Xiao Nirong's identity and got a look at an old photo of Xiao Hongyu and his ex-wife. Damn, the boss's woman was unreal. Back in her youth, she was even prettier than a movie star. Looked a bit like that Hong Kong actress Li Laichun, mixed with a touch of Michelle Reese. Now that she's older, with proper upkeep, she's still a top-tier MILF. Luo Yang chuckled lewdly. Boss, why not take both mother and daughter under your wing? Treat them right in Xiao Hongyu's place. I'm sure his spirit would be comforted seeing that. Question mark. How the hell did Luo Yang know this was his type? Wait. Since when did Luo Yang get so bold with his slander? Ye Bai was a respectable gentleman. Was he really such a lecherous man? Were they really that big? Hearing this, Luo Yang felt the godlike Ye Bai had become a bit more relatable, which moved him deeply. The boss truly saw him as a brother-in-arms. Boss, just wait till the auction, you'll see for yourself. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Fine. Ye Bai hung up. He swore it wasn't Luo Yang's description that sparked any improper thoughts about the mother-daughter pair. This was purely about securing an escape route abroad. If trouble ever forced him overseas, the US wouldn't be a bad choice. Soon it was time to clock out. Ye Bai was driven by Song Dongfeng to Auntie's place. But when the door opened, he froze. Boxes and a suitcase were piled up by the entrance. Li Shiyan sat on the couch with her arms crossed, her expression icy. Qin Yu stood beside her, head bowed submissively before shooting Ye Bai an apologetic glance. Without even looking at him, Li Shiyan said coldly, Ye Bai, you're not welcome in this house anymore. Don't disturb my mother and me again. I hate you. I never want to see you again. And if I catch you secretly contacting my mom, don't blame me for losing my temper. Ye Bai didn't argue. He called Song Dongfeng to send a few underlings over to help move his things to Taojiang residence. Li Shiyan, you're kicking me out now. Let's see if you won't beg for me to come back. I mean, come inside. Ye Bai wasn't about to hold a grudge against a little girl. After all, he had indeed taken advantage of her kind-hearted mother. Watching Ye Bai leave with a dejected expression, Qin Yu's eyes welled up with tears. Li Shiyan scoffed. Stop pretending to be pitiful. With his wealth now, he could buy 10 houses. I always wondered why he stayed here like a freeloader even after making it big. Now I know why. She shot Qin Yu a disapproving glare. Qin Yu quickly lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting together. Her demeanor was exactly like that of a young girl caught by her mother while doing something intimate with her boyfriend. Li Shurian took a box from her pocket and tossed it onto the table, coldly ordering, "Mom, take this pill. I don't want you giving me any little brothers or sisters." Qin Yu glanced at the words, "Emergency 72-hour," on the box and scoffed softly. "Shurian, it's not what you think. Xiao Bai and I haven't done that kind of thing yet." Li Shurian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you kidding me? I heard everything outside the door." Qin Yu's face flushed red. "Ugh, we really didn't. It wasn't that. If it wasn't that, then what was it?" Qin Yu, utterly embarrassed, stammered out the truth. Li Shurian was stunned. She never expected there could be so many variations. Number games. The legend of Yu the Great. All things she had heard of but never witnessed. For some reason, though, learning that her mother and Ye Bai hadn't actually slept together made her inexplicably relieved. Still, she snorted coldly. "How could I have such a hopeless mother? I really don't get what's so great about Ye Bai. Why would you mess around with a scumbag like him? Can't you learn from me? A guy like Ye Bai, I wouldn't even spare him a second glance." Listening to Li Shurian's words, Qin Yu didn't dare to make a sound. Her heart was filled with distress. Shurian's expression made it clear that she detested Xiao Bai to the extreme. Gaining her forgiveness and approval seemed like an impossible task. Suddenly, a bold idea rose in Qin Yu's mind. What if Shurian also fell in love with Xiao Bai and married him? The three of them could live happily together forever. That way, she wouldn't feel guilty about wronging Xiao Bai's other half. After all, Shurian already knew. She could openly be with Xiao Bai. Besides, Xiao Bai was so powerful that she couldn't handle him alone. But with Cindy joining in, they might just manage to keep up. Qin Yu imagined that blissful, harmonious scene, her heart racing. As for outsiders' opinions, well, they could disguise their relationship during the day and reveal the truth at night. And I wouldn't even feel jealous of Shurian. If it were Shurian, she'd willingly share Xiao Bai with her. As she fantasized, Qin Yu's elegant, pretty face flushed crimson. Though the thought filled her with happiness and a thrilling thrill, it was still so shameless. But Shurian hates Xiao Bai so much. She'd never agree. "I'm just daydreaming." Moreover, such a scandalous arrangement would never fly with Xiao Bai's parents, especially Sister Qin, who'd surely brand her a disgraceful woman. "This is so frustrating. Damn you, Xiao Bai. This is all your fault. I don't know what to do." Her poor little brain couldn't possibly devise a perfect solution. Forget it. For now, I'll focus on winning Shurian's forgiveness and approval. Stupid Xiao Bai, I wonder if you truly have a plan. If you can pull it off, I'll keep my promise and give myself to you completely. Truthfully, Qin Yu desperately wanted it. Every time, she felt herself teetering on the edge of losing control. Xiao Bai's allure was simply too irresistible. Whether it was the number games or the tales of Dayu, he drove her to. So she yearned for that moment. If Xiao Bai weren't her best friend's son, she'd have Peach River residence. 5 or 6 underlings hauled Ye Bai's luggage inside and helped him settle in before leaving. Of course, Ye Bai wouldn't let them work for free so late at night. He had An Xian approve a 5,000 yen stipend for them to go wild. Ye Bai was always generous with his brothers. His crew now all worked at his security company, earning hefty salaries while taking shifts guarding White Knight Media and Supreme Dynasty KTV. He even shared a large chunk of the KTV's annual profits with them as bonuses. But despite being a solid boss, Ye Bai felt lacking as a son. Even with a net worth surpassing $1 billion, his parents still toiled in their rural orchard, living in a crude, unfinished house. Summer break's coming up. Once it starts, I'll build them a mansion and buy Dad the luxury car he always dreamed of. Then, he wouldn't let them labor in the orchards anymore. If they got bored, they could tend a small vegetable garden outside the villa. Once the local tourism projects launched, if they still craved activity, he'd get them red armbands to patrol and manage crowds. Screw waiting for summer. I'll hire a construction crew tomorrow. Ye Bai immediately called Aunt Qin, instructing him to assemble a team and commission a villa design. Within legal limits, he wanted it as extravagant as possible. Better yet, buy a huge plot and build an entire estate. Wealth unshown at home was like fine clothes worn in darkness. Pointless. Having risen to prominence, he'd flaunt it proudly in his hometown, sparing himself cliché novel tropes like looked down upon or hiding his power level. Still, his parents' safety was paramount. He'd station a squad of his men permanently in the village, both to guard against vengeful enemies and opportunistic thieves. The money didn't matter, only their lives. Though my precognition should warn me if they're ever in danger. As an afterthought, he rang his bank manager to wire 5 million yen into his parents' accounts. As a VIP client with billion-yuan deposits and a booming company, banks treated him like royalty, even for late-night requests. They're probably asleep now. I wonder how they'll react tomorrow when they see the deposit alerts. His stoic father might hide his shock, but his excitable mother would likely jump and squeal with joy. It was past 10 p.m. As Ye Bai got ready for bed, the lingering scent of Ishihara Yukiko on the sheets teased his senses. I kinda miss Yukiko, he called her. When she answered, her voice trembled with emotion. Mr. Yi, Yukiko missed you so much, but I feared annoying you, so I dared not contact you. Silly. If you miss me later, just call me. Yukiko understands. Mr. Yi. Anata no kodo jie suki disu. Ye Bai smiled. As someone enamored with a certain island nation's culture, he naturally understood what she meant. Miss Yukiko, I love you too. After lingering sweetly with Yukiko for a while, Ye Bai hung up the phone, only to feel even emptier afterward. This home was filled with traces of his battles with Yukiko. The living room, the couch, the floor-to-ceiling windows, the bed, the bathtub, the kitchen. No matter where he went, Yukiko's image seemed to follow. Should I sneak back to Auntie's place? Play number games with her or tell her the legend of Yu the Great? Nah, he'd just been caught by Li Shiyan today. Until he saved her and won her approval, it was better not to stir up more trouble. Then how about Auntie Gong's place? Ye Bai knew that ever since their first meeting, Auntie Gong had started keeping herself chaste for him, even sleeping in a separate room from old Chun. If he slipped over now, the night would undoubtedly turn into another earth-shaking, heaven-shaking battle. Plus, Chun Sinny and old Chun were right next door, which made it even more thrilling. Ye Bai immediately sent her a message. Auntie Gong, are you asleep? But there was no reply, as if the message had sunk into the sea. No way. Is Auntie Gong really keeping her promise to cut ties after coming back? She doesn't seem like the type to stay true to her word. Of course, Ye Bai didn't know that Gong Lifang was a bit of a tsundere. The moment she saw his message, she was so excited she nearly leapt out of bed, her plump rear bouncing uncontrollably. But remembering how he'd actually ignored her last time, she huffed and decided to leave him hanging for half an hour. Yet, less than 3 minutes later, she couldn't resist replying. What's wrong? Humph, you little rascal. Missing your auntie? Ye Bai sighed in disappointment as he read Gong Lifang's reply. Auntie Gong. Oh, Auntie Gong. You're just a step too late. He replied. Forget it, Auntie Gong. Sorry for disturbing you so late. I was gonna come to you or have you come to me, but remembering what you said last time, I decided to keep my promise to you. My apologies. Gong Lifang immediately fired off 3 rapid responses. It's fine to make an exception just once. Where are you? Auntie will sneak out to find you. You brat, answer me. Her desperate, flustered tone amused Ye Bai, but he really couldn't go to her now, so he pretended not to see the messages. Earlier, thinking Gong Lifang was asleep, he had messaged Su Yisha instead, and she replied instantly. Are you asleep? Not at all, Chairman Yi. What do you need? Send me your address. I'm coming to your place tonight. The moment Xiao Sha read that, she nearly lost her mind with joy. She leapt out of bed, bouncing and dancing in triumph, humming a smug little tune. Chairman Yi really does see me as his woman. He's actually coming to my place. She sent her location, then frantically tidied up her apartment. Luckily, she was naturally neat, so a quick cleanup was enough. Though she had showered just half an hour ago, she washed herself again, making sure she was fragrant and perfect. Meanwhile, Gong Lifang clutched her phone, waiting anxiously. Just imagining being with Ye Bai again made her heart race and her face flush. Honestly, she really wanted him to come, especially with old Chun and Cindy sleeping right next door. That thrill of danger, it might even rival the excitement of being beneath Cindy's bunk on the train. But after a long wait with no reply, Gong Lifang grew frustrated. That little brat? Was he just teasing me on purpose? She huffed and tossed her phone aside, rolling onto her stomach to sulk. Humph, jerk. Like I even care. Much later, Gong Lifang wiggled her plump hips as she tiptoed out of her room, carefully carrying a bundle of used bedsheets to the laundry room. She tossed them into the washing machine, only to find it wasn't working. No matter how many buttons she pressed, it wouldn't start. The water inlet seemed clogged. Leaning in, she turned on her phone's flashlight to inspect the problem. Sure enough, a scrap of fabric was blocking the inlet. She yanked it out, but then realized, to her horror, that she was now stuck. She couldn't move forward or backward. Panicking, she fumbled for her phone, ready to call Chun Sini for help. Old Chin? Absolutely not. Right now, she was only wearing very skimpy sleepwear, and in such a humiliating position. No way could she let old Chun see her like this. That'd be giving him a free show. Her perfect, delicate body belonged to Xiao Bai alone. From now on, no one else would lay a finger on her. Just as she was about to dial, she heard footsteps. Goosebumps prickled across her skin. Who's there? Was it old Chin? Did he want to do something bad to her? Tears welled in her eyes. No one but Xiao Bai could touch her now. If anyone else did, she'd feel dirty. How could she ever face Xiao Bai again? Then, a familiar voice echoed from inside the washing machine. Auntie Gong? Playing hide and seek? Xiao Bai! Her heart leapt with joy, even as tears still clung to her lashes. You little rascal! You ignored my messages? How did you even get in? Of course, he had used his X-ray vision to see her predicament, then picked the lock in excitement. Help me out. Quick! I'm suffocating in here. Gong Lifang pleaded.
No rush, Aunt Qin.
Actually, like this, it's kind of… You pervert. No, this is the laundry room. If Cindy or old Chun opens the door, they'll see. Auntie Gong. The way you say that just makes me even more. You bad boy. With his superhuman senses, Ye Bai knew there was no risk of being caught. Both Chun Sini and Chun Jingbin were in deep sleep, oblivious to the world. Much later, he finally freed Gong Lifang. You brat! She shot him a coquettish glare, pinching his waist. Then, still unsatisfied, threw herself into his arms and bit him hard. You little devil, why did you come? She murmured after a while, lifting her gaze with sultry eyes. Because I knew Auntie Gong missed me, he teased. But Auntie, didn't we agree never to meet again after coming back? Why break the rules? Humph, Auntie just pitied you, sending messages in the dead of night like some lonely, abandoned puppy. Consider this a one-time mercy. Don't expect another chance, you scoundrel. True to form, Auntie Gong's words were all pride and defiance.
Ye Bai chocolate.
Fine, let's call this the last time. Then, I'll be going, Auntie Gong. Go on, get lost. All you know how to do is bully me. I was stuck in a washing machine, and instead of helping properly, She turned away with an indignant huff. A moment later, the door clicked shut. Gong Lifang whipped her head around, only to find the living room empty. He actually left, that heartless little beast, using me like some toy, then just walking away. Tears of frustration welled up. What does he think I am? Just a tool for his pleasure.
Stupid Ye Bai.
From now on, I won't let you touch me ever again. Even if I'm dying of thirst or hunger, I won't take a single crumb from you. Fuming, she wiped the floor clean, dried her tears, then stomped to the water dispenser and gulped down an entire glass. After slamming the cup down, she couldn't resist muttering one last curse. That ungrateful little devil. Ye Bai had truly left. Truth be told, he really wanted to stay overnight at Gong Lifang's house. After all, sleeping while holding a fragrant, soft older woman like her. What a delightful thought. And someone as irresistible as Gong Lifang. How could one ever get enough with just one taste? Too delicious. Never enough. Literally impossible to get enough. It made him want to keep indulging, to savor her for a lifetime without ever tiring. But he had already promised Zayashazi that he'd spend the night at her place, and she was still waiting for him. So, no matter how reluctant he was, Ye Bai had no choice but to leave. Suisha had moved near the company recently, renting an apartment all by herself. She even had an adorable little cat. The kitten was quite bold, unafraid of strangers. When Ye Bai entered, it stretched its neck and tilted its tiny head, studying him curiously. Nice place, and it's clean too. Ye Bai nodded in approval.
Suisha Bluchet?
I panicked when I heard you were coming, so I tidied up in a hurry. As she spoke, she knelt down to help Ye Bai change his shoes and even prepared a new set of pajamas for him, ready to assist him into them. Not yet, Ye Bai said, patting her firm, curvaceous behind. I'll shower first. Suisha shuddered, her face flushing even deeper. There was something almost magical about Chairman Ye's touch. Suddenly, a faint fragrance, a mix of perfume and a sweet, unmistakably feminine scent, drifted into her nose.
Suisha Frore.
As a woman, she recognized it immediately, the perfume, the lingering sweetness, proof that Chairman Yi had just been with another woman. She understood perfectly, but obedient and sensible as she was, she didn't ask. She pretended not to notice. She knew all too well that a man as exceptional as Chairman Yi couldn't be possessed by her alone. It wasn't even about worthiness. If she could occupy just a small corner of his heart, if she could remain by his side forever, even as just a mistress, Zayashazi would be perfectly content. The thought of usurping a higher position never even crossed her mind. She only prayed that Chairman Yi wouldn't grow tired of her and abandon her someday. Even though she was now an influencer with millions of fans, Suisha didn't let it get to her head. Just a few months ago, she had been a penniless college girl. The fact that she'd risen to this status was entirely thanks to Chairman Ye's guidance. Without him, she was nothing. By the time Ye Bai finished his shower, Suisha had already changed out of her pajamas. Now clad in alluring black lace lingerie, sheer and provocative. Her innocent yet seductive face was flushed with shyness, her eyes brimming with bashful longing, radiating a charm that felt almost too mature for her age. That overwhelming aura of youthful seduction could captivate even the most disciplined scholar, let alone someone like Ye Bai. Suisha turned around, murmuring, Chairman Yi, Zayashazi missed you. Just as Ye Bai expected, the back of the outfit was barely there at all. Which Zayashazi? Eyebrow arched, Ye Bai tossed his towel aside and strode toward her. Ye Bai had to admit, that outfit paired perfectly with her voluptuous curves. He couldn't even begin to imagine how much effort Suisha had put into finding just the right lingerie. One word, perfection. The cat, perched on its climbing tower, watched them intently with wide amber eyes. Unblinking, its tiny head bobbing up and down like a curious little chick. In its feline mind, the creature was utterly baffled. After 4 or 5 years of serving its mistress, always alone, why had she suddenly gained a playmate? Meow! It let out a soft cry, as if asking, Can I join too? The next morning, Ye Bai was startled awake by his ringing phone. Zayashazi lay curled in his arms, her limbs wrapped around him like an octopus, clinging tightly as if she feared he'd disappear. She seemed deeply insecure. Even after collapsing from exhaustion the night before, while Ye Bai was still wide awake, he heard her murmuring in her sleep, Don't go, Chairman Yi. Please don't leave me. Xiaoshazi promises to be good, to listen to everything you say. She'll give you all the money she earns. Just please, don't abandon her. Initially, Ye Bai had been with Suisha purely out of desire and to fulfill a past fantasy. Because back in his past life, when he'd stumbled upon the blue goddess online, he had fantasized about her for quite a while. But after being with Suisha, she gradually carved out a place in his heart. How could any man not love such an obedient, understanding girl? And in this life, ever since becoming Ye Bai's woman, Suisha's looks and figure had ascended to new heights. Achingly sensual, irresistibly tempting. How could he not adore her? The ringing phone woke Suisha as well. She let out a soft whimper, rubbing her eyes before tilting her head up at Ye Bai with a pitiful little expression, like a kitten begging for her owner's affection. You're awake. Ye Bai brushed a fleeting kiss on her lips, prompting a blissful smile to spread across her face. Seeing him pick up the call, she quietly slipped out of bed, freshened up, and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Of course, as per Chairman Ye's preference. She wore only an apron. Sure enough, it was his mother on the phone. The moment the call connected, she exploded. Bai, did you transfer 5 million into my account last night? How in the world did you get that much money? Please tell me you didn't do anything illegal. Li Qin's voice shook. Her son had always been reckless, prone to fighting and mischief. The sight of that money had sent her into a panic, her first thought being that he'd robbed a bank.
Ye Bai siket.
Mom, I earned it. I started an internet company. It's already worth over 100 million now. Li Qin wasn't buying it. Are you messing with me? If you told me you opened a casino or ran a loan sharking ring, I'd believe you. But an internet company? I know exactly how capable you are. Ye Bai rolled his eyes. Mom, just ask Aunt Qin Yu for confirmation. I'm busy right now. Can't talk. The kitchen door faced the bedroom, offering a crystal-clear view of Suisha cooking breakfast, her movements causing plump, tempting curves to sway rhythmically. How could Ye Bai resist? He hung up and strode into the kitchen. Forget breakfast for now. Ha! Suisha turned around, her sweetly enticing face the picture of innocence. I want to eat you first. MMM. Obediently, she turned back around, closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering, her expression pure bliss. Meanwhile, Qin Yu received a call from her childhood friend, her dear sister Li Qin. Her heart nearly leaped out of her chest in fright. A guilty flush spread across her elegant, refined face. What? Did Sis Li find out about me and Bai? Is she here to demand answers? Qin Yu didn't dare to face Li Qin and let the phone ring until it stopped. But Li Qin kept calling relentlessly, one after another, without pause. Panicking even more, Qin Yu gritted her teeth and answered the call, steeling herself with the thought that she'd have to face the music sooner or later. Better to get it over with. Hello, Sister Qin, Qin Yu said, her voice trembling. Li Qin rushed out. Xiao Bai said he started an internet company and made a lot of money. Is that true? Last night, he transferred me 5 million, and it nearly scared me to death. Hearing this, Qin Yu immediately felt a wave of relief. That scared me half to death. I thought Shiryan had told Sister Qin about my improper relationship with Xiao Bai. Turns out it was just about this. That little brat. He made so much money and only now thought to send some to Sister Qin? Wait, no. That little brat had only been back in school for less than 2 months. It suddenly dawned on Qin Yu. Ye Bai had become a billionaire in just over a month. How the hell did he do it so fast? No, scratch that. How the hell is he this capable? Sister Qin, it's true. Xiao Bai is doing really well now. He founded an internet company in the city and made several big influencers famous. You can look them up. There's Little Shotzi, Prince Chi, Momo Can't Get Full, Xian Xiaoming, and there's also Xiao Yuyu, a gaming commentator who's super popular in the gaming community. Taichung Town, Ganggu Village. Li Qin hung up the phone and exchanged stunned looks with her husband, Yi Yuanjun. Neither could believe it. Their troublemaker son had become a billionaire? felt unreal. Just 2 months ago, Ye Bai had been expelled from school for getting into a fight with classmates. A few college students from their village, who also studied in Taojiang City, though not at Taojiang University, had heard about their son's misbehavior, and the news had spread back home. Many villagers had whispered behind their backs, saying Xiao Bai was destined for a life of crime. Some even openly mocked them, claiming Ye Bai had always been rotten to the core, that he'd either end up in prison or face a bullet. Every time they heard such talk, the couple would seethe with anger but had no way to refute it. Now, suddenly learning their son had made something of himself, they wondered if they were dreaming. Ye Yuanjun even considered going to check if their ancestors' graves were literally smoking with good fortune.
Likin spat in satisfaction.
Xiao Bai really proved himself. Those bastards who looked down on him and our family. Let's see what they have to say now. I'm going straight to the village entrance to rub it in those gossips' faces.
Ye Yuanjun stopped her.
Don't rush. Without proof, no one will believe you. They'll just laugh at you, and you'll end up even angrier. Then what? I can't just swallow this. The way they talked about our son. Ye Yuanjun reasoned. Didn't Xiao Bai say he's building us a mansion? Once construction starts, those nosy folks will come to gawk. Then we'll tell them. With the facts right in front of them, they'll have no choice but to believe. Li Qin reluctantly agreed, her heart swelling with anticipation. She had suffered too much these past few years. The thought of shoving their son's success in those people's faces. She could barely imagine how satisfying it would be. Ye Yuanjun added, and don't let anyone see the money Xiao Bai sent. Wealth should stay hidden. Borrowing requests would be the least of our worries. Some might even scheme against us. Li Qin rolled her eyes. Do I look stupid? Who shows off their bank balance? Only a complete idiot would do that. And the money in the card. Before he could finish, Li Qin clutched her pocket protectively. Not a single cent gets touched. This is for Xiao Bai's future, for his wedding and a city home. If you want a car, we'll earn it ourselves.
Ye Yuanjun siket.
That's exactly what I meant. After finishing his time with little Shotzi and having breakfast, Ye Bai called Song Dongfeng to make arrangements. Based on his foresight, today was the day Li Shiyan would be attacked. Sometime in the evening, though the exact time was unclear. Ye Bai instructed Song Dongfeng to take some sharp-eyed guys and tail Li Shiyan. He also warned them to notify him immediately if they saw her in danger but not to intervene unless her life was at risk. Little Shiyan, saving you from disaster this time should earn me a place in your heart. Right? After rescuing you, is it too much to ask to be your stepdad? Of course, he meant a proper stepdad. Nothing weird like a ghost dad. By evening, Li Shiyan, dressed up and carrying a gift box, left the house. Unbeknownst to her, an unremarkable gray van quietly followed. Inside, Song Dongfeng cracked his knuckles and spoke into a walkie-talkie. Boss Bai predicted Sister Shiyan might be in danger, so stay sharp. Not a single hair on her head can be harmed. If you spot any suspicious thugs, alert Boss Bai immediately. A chorus of "copy that" echoed back. From a bird's-eye view, a dozen vans shifted formations within a 100-meter radius of Li Shiyan, forming an imperceptible protective net around her. These vans were famously dubbed troop carriers. Today's operation involved most of Ye Bai's brothers jumping into action. No one dared to take Sister Shiyan's safety lightly. Big Brother is heaven, and the big sisters are the skies stacked upon it. The birthday girl today was one of Li Shiyan's high school classmates, an ordinary, bespectacled girl. The first part of the celebration took place at a seafood restaurant with 5 people in total, including the birthday girl. They were all classmates Li Shiyan knew. After dinner, they headed to a KTV for the second round of celebrations. Li Shiyan wasn't fond of KTVs, but her classmates insisted she stay, so she reluctantly went along. At the KTV, her classmates booked a large private room. Before long, the door swung open, and 5 strikingly attractive guys and girls walked in. All 5 were dressed stylishly and stood out from the crowd, clearly kids from wealthy families. Though Li Shiyan dressed modestly, her natural beauty shone through. Even in a burlap sack, she'd look stunning. The three newcomer guys stole more than a few glances at her. The two newcomers, in particular, were dazzling. A flawless pair of twin sisters, identical in face and figure. Perky chests, round and pert backsides, radiating youthful energy. Despite their matching looks, their styles and demeanors were complete opposites. The more subdued-looking one seemed to be the elder sister. Barefaced and reserved, she barely spoke, like the icy campus belle. Her sister, on the other hand, wore brighter outfits, brimming with energy, her makeup flawless and glamorous. Dressed in a crop top and miniskirt with dyed K-pop idol hair, she bounced and swayed while singing, giving off serious club queen vibes. The bespectacled girl leaned in and whispered to Li Shiryan. "Shiryan, these two are my cousins, twin sisters. The quiet one is Feng Shuero, the elder. The one with the blonde hair is Feng Shuelu, the younger. The three guys are friends of Shuelu's, probably her suitors." The bespectacled girl was thrilled. She had coincidentally run into the twins at the KTV and invited them on a whim, never expecting them to actually show up. The twins' biological father was none other than Feng Chang, a legendary underworld figure in Taojiang City. Feng Chang was a figure on the same level as Kai Baozi and Xiao Hongyu. At one point, the three forces had divided the city of Taojiang into a tripartite balance of power. Of course, everyone knew that Xiao Hongyu had since fallen from grace, leaving only Kai Baozi and Feng Chang as the two remaining powerhouses standing tall in Taojiang. Though Glasses Girl was related to them, she was just a poor, low-status relative. For her birthday to attract the attention of the twin underworld princesses was an enormous boost to her reputation. Glasses Girl stood up and introduced everyone. Feng Shuero remained indifferent, but Feng Shulu flashed a sweet smile at the group, even taking Li Shiryan's hand and complimenting her. "Sister, you're so pretty." Though Li Shiryan wasn't much of a socializer, she couldn't help but feel a fondness for Feng Shuelu's naturally warm and bubbly personality. Glasses Girl continued, "These two cousins of mine just graduated high school. They're top students, ranking first and second in Taojiang No. 1 high school. Lulu, didn't your college entrance exam results come out today? How'd you do?" Feng Shuelu nodded. "Big sister got 670. I was a little lower, 666. The group gasped in admiration. These were truly elite scholars. With scores like that, admission to Tsinghua or Peking University was guaranteed. Though Li Shiryan was also a high achiever, there was still a slight gap between her and these two prodigies. She found herself even more impressed by the younger girls. "Which university are you planning to attend?" Li Shiryan asked. "Big sister wants to go to Tsinghua, so I'll go with her," Feng Shuelu replied. Meanwhile, a Toyota Prado pulled up outside the KTV. Inside sat 5 men with an unmistakable air of thuggery. The leader, a man with a metal prosthetic eye where his left should have been, glanced up at the KTV's neon sign and asked coldly, "You're sure the Feng sisters are in there?" A scar-faced underling nodded. Rat-tailed them the whole way, saw them go in with his own eyes. One eye's expression darkened. "Feng Cheng's left us no way out. Then he won't get off easy either. We're taking his daughters. First, we'll have our fun. Then we'll kill him." Just then, a clueless-looking college student happened to pass by, peering curiously into the car. When he spotted the prosthetic eye, his face twisted in shock. "The hell you lookin' at, dumbass? Want me to gouge your eyes out?" One eye snarled. He hated when people stared at his eye. If not for the mission, he'd have dragged the little punk out and broken his legs. The student paled, trembling, and scurried away. But as soon as he turned the corner, his terrified expression vanished, replaced by an excited grin, as if he'd just accomplished something great. He pulled out a walkie-talkie. "Dongfeng GE target located. Toyota Prado parked right outside the KTV. License plate number." The Prado sat silently by the curb, its occupants keeping the engine off and windows shut, never leaving the vehicle as they watched the entrance intently. They had no idea they were now the ones being watched. A dozen unmarked vans had quietly encircled the area, blocking every possible exit within a 100-meter radius. Soon after, Ye Bai arrived on the scene. With a single glance through his X-ray vision, he confirmed the 5 men inside the car were indeed the would-be assailants from his premonition. He pulled out his phone. "Dongzi, stand down. I'm here. I'll handle it." Song Dongfeng's mission had only been to locate the thugs and ensure Li Shiyan's safety until Ye Bai arrived. Now that he was here, their job was done. But Ye Bai didn't just want to eliminate the threat before it materialized. No, he wanted to descend like a savior in Li Shiyan's darkest, most desperate moment, shattering her defenses and becoming her not her ghost, but her future stepfather. Copy that, Bai Ji. Song Dongfeng trusted his boss unconditionally. He knew just how formidable Ye Bai was. If the man said it was handled, it was handled. He ordered his men to withdraw. But the underlings were uneasy. "Dongji, Shiyan's still upstairs. These guys are clearly after her. What if something happens? Bai Ji is here." That single sentence silenced all doubts. If Ye Bai was on the scene, even if the sky fell, he'd hold it up. "Where is he? I don't see him. Haven't seen Bai Ji in days. I miss him," one fanatical underling exclaimed, scanning the surroundings. "If you could spot him, he wouldn't be Bai Ji. Damn, I miss him too." "Same. Me too." Ye Bai's supernatural charisma wasn't limited to women. Even his men worshipped him, seeing him as their spiritual idol. Among his 100-strong crew, any one of them would take a bullet, go to prison, or even die for him without hesitation. Not long after the men dispersed, a group of young people emerged from the KTV. At the front were 2 strikingly different beauties and the plain-looking glasses girl. One of the girls was a bubbly, sweet-faced teenager, Feng Shualu, the younger of the twin sisters. The other was a cool, elegant, bespectacled girl, Li Shiyan herself. The 2 seemed to have hit it off, walking arm in arm, chatting happily. The moment the group appeared, the Prado's occupants stirred. "Those the 2 up front? Looks like it. I thought Feng Cheng's daughters were twins. Why don't they look alike?" One Eye frowned. Scarface shrugged. "Maybe different makeup? You know how Chinese girls are. With enough contouring, it's like a whole new face." "Yeah, Brother Chuan, it must be the makeup. I'm not too sure about the one with glasses, but the other one is definitely Feng Cheng's daughter. I've seen her once before." One Eye nodded and waved his hand. "Move out." With a loud rustling sound, the car doors swung open. Everyone except the driver got out and began advancing toward the group of students. Li Shiyan and the others remained oblivious to the danger, still laughing and chatting in the square outside the KTV. One Eye, Brother Chuan, stepped forward and called out, "Feng Shualu? Feng Shuero? Ha!" The sweet-faced Feng Shualu turned at the sound of her name. "That's them. Take them." At Brother Chuan's command, the group rushed forward. Before Li Shiyan and Feng Shualu could react, they were swiftly bundled into large burlap sacks, pulled over their heads, and tied up on the spot. The other students finally realized what was happening. One of Feng Shualu's suitors, who had trained in Taekwondo since childhood, saw this as his chance to play the hero. With a loud shout, he charged forward, launching a flying kick. In that split second, he had already imagined the entire scenario, how he would defeat the kidnappers, win Feng Shualu's heart, and maybe even make headlines in Taojiang News, earning citywide recognition. No, Feng Shualu alone wasn't enough. That pretty girl Li Shiyan might also fall for him, willingly becoming his girlfriend alongside Feng Shualu. He'd have both of them living the dream. But then, Brother Dao swung a whip kick, and the boy crashed to the ground with a thud. He struggled to his feet, and the onlookers thought he was about to keep fighting. Instead, he staggered behind a tree for cover. Just as the crowd was about to curse him for cowardice, they saw One Eye pull out a pistol, its dark muzzle pointed straight at them. "One more move, and you're dead." Everyone froze instantly. The 2 other eager suitors immediately backed down, not daring to make a move. This scene was witnessed by Feng Shuero, who had just stepped out of the KTV after using the restroom. With her naturally cold and aloof goddess-like aura, the chill radiating from her grew even more intense. Without a second thought, Feng Shuero sprinted forward to save her sister. But by the time she reached the spot, the Toyota Prado had already sped away. She cast a frosty glance at her sister's 3 suitors and spat, "Useless!" 2 of them hung their heads in shame, not daring to utter a word, while the third retorted, "They had guns! What was I supposed to do? Throw myself at them like an egg against a rock and get myself killed?" Feng Shuero had no time to argue. She pulled out a motorcycle key from her bag and rushed to a bike parked by the roadside. Just as she inserted the key but hadn't yet revved the engine, a tall figure swung onto the bike behind her, wrapping his arms around her and taking control of the vehicle. With a roar, the motorcycle shot forward. At the same time, a deep, magnetic male voice sounded above her, "Don't struggle. I'm Li Shiyan's father." Hearing that name, Feng Shuero immediately stopped resisting, realizing that this man, like her, was here to rescue someone. Li Shiyan's father? In her mind, she had pictured a ruggedly handsome middle-aged man. But when she turned her head to look up, she was met with an unexpectedly youthful and strikingly handsome face. His features were sharp and well-defined, as if carved by a master sculptor reminiscent of Louis Koo, but even more handsome or Edison Chun, but cooler. He had a roguish charm about him, though unlike Edison's delinquent vibe, his was more mature and steady, like a badass gangster boss. This was Feng Shuero's first time being in such close contact with a man, let alone one this good-looking. Her face flushed red. But more than embarrassment, she felt indignation. Even if it was for the sake of rescuing someone, how dare he just pull her into his arms without permission? Besides, she had been riding motorcycles for years. If she had been the one driving, maybe she could have caught up. Was he even capable? Sure enough, after turning a corner, the Toyota Prado merged into traffic and disappeared from sight. Feng Shuero nearly fumed in frustration. Damn it! They got away. Why did you have to take control? Her anxiety spiked, her composure nearly shattered. She felt as if she might lose her sister forever. Relax, they won't escape. Ye Bai remained calm. With a twist of the throttle, he swerved into an alley, taking a shortcut to pursue, as if he'd let them get away. With his superhuman vision and X-ray eyes, it was like playing with cheats and auto-aim enabled. This was Ye Bai's first time riding a motorcycle since his rebirth, but in his past life, he had been no stranger to them, pulling off stunts with ease. Now, as he gripped the handlebars, it felt like muscle memory reignited. Watch out! There are steps ahead. Feng Shuero tensed as she saw the alleyway interrupted by a flight of stairs. Hold on tight. Ye Bai remained unfazed. As they neared the steps, he suddenly accelerated, lifting the front wheel. The bike soared into the air, clearing 3 pedestrians before landing smoothly and roaring forward again. Soon, they exited the alley, and there, on the road ahead, the familiar Toyota came into view. How did you do that? Feng Shuero couldn't help but ask. Before entering the alley, the traffic had been dense. Hundreds of cars made it impossible to distinguish one from another. Not to mention, the alley stretched for kilometers, with countless forks and intersections along the way. Yet this man had navigated flawlessly, actually catching up to the Toyota Prado. It was nothing short of astonishing. A surge of curiosity rose in Feng Shuero, and she decided to let go of her grudge about him pressing against her, at least as long as they could save her sister. She pulled out her phone and dialed a number, keeping her eyes locked on the Toyota as she continuously reported its position. Ye Bai heard her calling her father, Feng Chang, but didn't intervene. Among Taohua City's power players, Feng Chang was the only one Ye Bai had never clashed with. By the time Ye Bai rose to prominence, Feng Chang had already been killed, and the Feng group had collapsed. Ye Bai had also heard that Feng Chang originally had 2 daughters, but one had been ambushed and died at the hands of criminals. After that, Feng Chang went berserk, slaughtering his enemies in revenge. Unsurprisingly, he was taken out soon after. Fortunately, before his rampage, he had sent his wife and remaining daughter abroad. Otherwise, his bloodline would have been wiped out. Back then, Ye Bai hadn't known the exact circumstances of Feng Chang's daughter's death. Now he understood. One of his twin daughters had died alongside Li Shiyan at the hands of those criminals. Li Shiyan had just been unlucky. She had nothing to do with it, but the kidnappers mistook her for Feng Cheng's daughter. The Toyota Prado disappeared again, but this time, Feng Shuero wasn't as frantic. You still haven't lost them, right? Of course not. Reassured, a faint blush crept onto her usually cold and proud face. She hesitated before speaking again. Could you move back a little? You're squishing me. Being young and thin-skinned, she couldn't bring herself to say the word outright. Ye Bai knew exactly what she meant but replied innocently, "There's no space behind me. I'm already sitting as far back as I can. Can't help it. Just too well endowed." Feng Shuero let out a soft scoff, her face burning even redder. But she couldn't exactly argue. He wasn't wrong. Her curvaceous hips could testify to that. Ye Bai continued explaining, "Can't blame me for this. Anyone holding a delicate girl like you in their arms would react the same way." "Stop talking." Feng Shuero's face burned even redder, her heart inexplicably racing. Soon, the motorcycle arrived at an abandoned building in the suburbs. Parked below, just as expected, was the Toyota Prado. "How on earth did you keep up with them?" Feng Shuero couldn't hold back her question. Throughout the ride, she hadn't even caught a glimpse of the Toyota's taillights, yet this man had followed them effortlessly, as if equipped with an automatic tracker. Not the time for explanations. Ye Bai strode quickly toward the building, his penetrating gaze fixed on the movements upstairs, ready to activate time freeze at any moment. Though his goal was to win Li Shiyan's heart, and he intended to make his move at the most critical juncture, he wasn't about to gamble recklessly and risk her life. Feng Shuero followed closely behind, phone in hand as she relayed updates. The criminals were ruthless, armed with firearms. The rational choice would have been to wait for backup. Charging in with just the two of them was practically suicide. But with her sister's life hanging in the balance, Feng Shuero refused to wait. Watching the man's towering, unshakable figure, an inexplicable sense of security flooded her heart. As long as he was here, it felt like any danger could be overcome. I must be out of my mind. These are armed criminals. Even if this guy's driving skills are insane and his stamina is impressive, there's no way he can handle this. One after the other, they stepped into the pitch-black ruin of the building, swallowed whole by the looming monstrosity of concrete and shadows. Creak. The Toyota Prado screeched to a halt in front of an abandoned building. Brother Chuan and his men filed out of the car, opened the trunk, and dragged out 2 burlap sacks. The group carried the sacks upstairs, heading deep into the derelict structure until they reached a room, one of their temporary hideouts. Inside, stockpiles of supplies were neatly arranged. Bottled water, instant meals, and even a plush 2-meter-wide bed. Brother Chuan gave a meaningful glance, and Scarface immediately stepped forward, untying one of the sacks. Feng Shuelu tumbled out, tear stains still fresh on her delicate face, her pitiful expression enough to tug at anyone's heartstrings. Clenching her small fists, her face twisted in fear, she stammered, Who are you? What do you want? Let me go, or my dad will make you pay." Brother Chuan smirked, his single remaining eye gleaming with malice. "Take a wild guess why we grabbed you. That bastard father of yours has backed us into a corner." Only then did Feng Shuelu realize this was revenge. Worse, these criminals hadn't even bothered to hide their faces. They clearly had no intention of letting her live. Before death, she'd likely endure unspeakable torment. Damn it! Her phone had died, or she could have called for help while still in the sack. Now she had to save herself. A surge of survival instinct pushed back her terror. Her wide, darting eyes scanned the room, searching for any chance of escape. Suddenly, Feng Shuelu gasped, staring past the men with feigned shock. "Daddy!" Brother Chuan and his gang whirled around, weapons drawn. But there was nothing behind them except impenetrable darkness. That little bitch. By the time Brother Chuan turned back, Feng Shuelu was already sprinting away, her long legs stumbling in panic. Unfamiliar with the layout, she crashed headfirst into a wall. "Ow!" She whimpered but forced herself to keep running. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A bullet crater exploded in the wall ahead of her, concrete shards spraying everywhere. Take another step, and the next one goes through your skull. Feng Shuilu froze. Scarface stomped over, yanked her by the hair, and flung her onto the bed. This sly whore. Brother Chuan. Let me teach her a lesson first. Scarface's gaze burned with hunger. Feng Shuilu was undeniably stunning, sweet-faced like a K-pop idol, with a figure to match. Barely legal, yet already curvaceous in all the right places. She'd be a hell of a ride. Back off. I get first dibs. Brother Chuan kicked Scarface aside, but the latter's wolfish eyes remained locked on Feng Shuilu, as if ready to devour her whole. Trembling in the corner, Feng Shuilu's eyes brimmed with terror and despair. Daddy, where are you? Please save me. Her helpless demeanor only stoked Brother Chuan's lust. Such a delicate little thing. I'll break her before I kill her. If you touch me, my dad will hunt you down. Feng Shuilu's voice quivered. The 5 men exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. Brother Chuan unbuckled his belt, advancing toward her. By the time he reached the bed, his pants were off. He licked his lips, grinning savagely. I'll fuck you and your sister to death, then flee to Myanmar. What's that bastard Feng Chung gonna do? Rot without heirs. That's what. Just as he lunged, brrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr seconds before stopping. All eyes snapped to the second, still bulging sack on the floor. Brother Chuan's face darkened. God damn it. Why does she have a phone? You idiots didn't confiscate it or tie her hands. A lackey grimaced. Boss. It's our first time kidnapping anyone. We just bagged him. Didn't think about phones or ropes. Scarface wordlessly untied the sack. Inside sat a coldly elegant woman with glasses. Her demeanor unervingly composed despite the circumstances. In her hand was a phone. Even now, not a trace of fear showed on her face. Her eyes were calm as still water. Li Shiyan had nerves of steel. The more dire the situation, the cooler she became. Whether it was Xiao Hongyu's thugs attacking her and Qin Yu or now being kidnapped, she never panicked. The only time Ye Bai had ever seen her falter was 2 days ago, when she accidentally walked in on him and Qin Yu in a compromising position. Right now, Li Shiyan wasn't scared, just annoyed at herself for not muting the phone fast enough. Facing the gang's murderous glares, she stood, waving the device. I've called the police. They've already tracked this location. Surrender now before it's too late. In the distance, sirens wailed. Brother Chuan stormed over, slapped her to the ground, then snatched and crushed the phone under his boot. You think the cops'll save you? Begging Bolfi. We're moving out. Li Shiyan knew this was their last chance. Once stuffed back into sacks, they were doomed. Her eyes flicked to Brother Chuan's exposed lower half. She sneered. With that tiny thing? You really think you can rape us? Could you even? What did you say? Brother Chuan saw red. 2 things enraged him most. People staring at his missing eye, and women mocking his manhood. The sirens grew louder. Forget rape, he'd kill them now. These bitches were as infuriating as their damned father. All Fongs deserve to die. Changed my mind. You're both dying here. This wasn't just rage talking. A gut feeling warned him. These girls were trouble. In just minutes they'd caused chaos. Keeping them alive risked escape. Better to end it. If Fong Chang caught him, death would be a mercy. Grabbing Li Shiyan's hair, Brother Chuan drew a knife and slashed toward her porcelain neck. Ye Bai entered the abandoned building and headed straight upstairs. Under the power of his X-ray vision and super eagle eyes, none of the 5 criminals could hide their movements from him. Feng Shuero picked up a steel pipe from the ground and followed nervously behind Ye Bai. Soon, the two reached the 2nd floor. Just as they were about to turn the corner of the hallway, Ye Bai suddenly stopped. MMPH. Feng Shuero couldn't react in time, and her soft chest slammed hard into Ye Bai's back. How is every part of this man's body as hard as iron? It genuinely hurt her, but afraid of alerting the hidden criminals, she didn't dare make a sound. Shoo! Don't make any noise.
Ye Bai whispered.
Feng Shuero nodded, quietly rubbing her tender flesh while biting her lip. her delicate face twisted in pain. It hurts so much. He's way too hard. Moving forward, they turned the corner and saw light ahead. 5 armed criminals and 2 hostages came into view. At that moment, Brother Chuan had already pulled down his pants, preparing to assault Feng Shuilu, while Li Shiyan's phone had just started ringing. Ye Bai watched them intently, ready to activate his time-stop ability at any moment. Seeing that all the criminals were armed, Feng Shuiru didn't dare act recklessly. Instead, she quietly typed a message on her phone to update her father. Just then, Li Shiyan mocked the criminals, successfully enraging them. But in doing so, she was about to have her throat slit. At this critical moment, as she faced imminent death, the man who claimed to be Li Shiyan's father remained motionless. Feng Shuiru, however, couldn't stay still any longer. "Stop!" she shouted. The lead criminal, Brother Chuan, paused and glared coldly in their direction. "Who's there? Come out!" Feng Shuiru had acted on instinct to save Li Shiyan, but now she had no idea what to do next. When she turned her head, the man who had been standing beside her just moments ago had vanished. This coward! I actually thought he was a real man, that I could trust him to save Shuilu and Li Shiyan. Turns out he's just another spineless weakling who runs when things get tough. She cursed inwardly, convinced that Ye Bai was no different from the 3 suitors who had abandoned Feng Shuilu in the face of danger. Earlier, when they had ridden the motorcycle together and his body had pressed against hers, she had felt a flicker of attraction. But now that feeling was completely gone. Seeing no response, Brother Chuan pressed the knife against Li Shiyan's throat and growled, "I'll count to 3. If no one comes out, I'll kill this little bitch." Feng Shuiru knew that stepping out now would be suicide. The smartest move was to escape, but her conscience wouldn't allow it. These criminals had come for her and Shuilu. Li Shiyan had nothing to do with this. She was just an innocent victim mistaken for Feng Shuiru. How can I just stand by and do nothing while her life is in danger? With a sigh, Feng Shuiru stepped out of the shadows. The only thing she could do now was buy time. Fortunately, police sirens were growing louder. She could only hope the criminals wouldn't become desperate and harm them before help arrived. Brother Chuan froze when he saw the woman emerging from the darkness. She looked identical to the sweet girl on the bed, but her cold, proud demeanor was completely different. So these 2 are the real twins. Then who the hell is the one in my hands? "You've got the wrong person," Feng Shuiru said.
I'm Feng Shuiru.
"The girl you're holding is innocent. Let her go. Let her go." Brother Chuan sneered. "This bitch dared to mock me. There's no way I'm letting her go." He decided then and there to kill all 3 of them, cut off their heads, and mail them to Feng Cheng. As the sirens drew closer, Brother Chuan wasted no more time. He raised his gun and fired at Feng Shuiru. She flinched, instinctively covering her chest and preparing to drop to the ground. Bang! 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 The next second, she fell into a warm embrace. Just like on the motorcycle, a deep, magnetic voice whispered in her ear, "Don't move. He can't hurt you." Feng Shuiru opened her eyes in shock and looked up, seeing only that familiar jawline and the man's resolute gaze. When she turned forward again, she saw Brother Chuan's gun still smoking. His face twisted in disbelief. "Didn't get shot?" Ye Bai released her and stepped in front, his broad back radiating an indescribable sense of security. For a moment, Feng Shuiru even had the illusion that he could face a hail of bullets without fear. But how? Even if he's hard all over, he's still flesh and blood. How could he possibly stop bullets? "You ran away earlier. Why did you come back just to throw your life away?" she blurted out. When she thought he had fled, she had been crushed with disappointment, convinced he was a coward. But now that she knew he hadn't left, that he had even shielded her from gunfire, she was moved, yet furious that he had returned to die. Feng Shuiru had to admit, in this life-or-death moment, her heart had stirred for this enigmatic man. In 18 years, he was the first man who had ever pressed against her like that on a motorcycle. And now, he was the first man to ever step into her heart. "Another pretty boy here to die," Brother Chuan snarled, jealousy flaring at the sight of Ye Bai's handsome face and piercing eyes. He pulled the trigger again. Bang!
Bang!
Bang! But just like before, every shot missed. The bullets flew wildly off target. Shoot him! Brother Chuan roared in frustration. All 5 criminals raised their guns and fired. Yet, as if blessed by sheer luck, the bullets only grazed the air around Ye Bai, not even touching his clothes. This can't be real. Brother Chuan refused to believe it. He raised his gun and fired again, but this time he sensed something was wrong. It was as if an invisible black hole stood before the man, swallowing every bullet shot his way. Or, are these just blanks? Brother Chuan glanced down, considering testing the gun on Li Shiyan's head, when whoosh! A bullet pierced straight through his skull. A bloody hole appeared in his forehead, and his body crumpled to the ground. The other 4 robbers quickly realized something was amiss. They raised their guns, intending to take out Li Shiyan and Feng Shuolu first, but 4 more bullets emerged from thin air, each finding its mark. 4 more bodies hit the floor. 5 crimson blossoms bloomed on the ground. When Li Shiyan and Feng Shuolu saw Ye Bai and Feng Shuero being shot at, despair gripped their hearts. They had no idea how Ye Bai, the incredibly handsome guy, and Feng Shuero, her sister, had tracked them here, but they were unarmed. How could they possibly fight back against armed robbers? Both women braced themselves, expecting the 2 to be riddled with bullets, and couldn't bear to watch, squeezing their eyes shut. After the gunfire ceased, the only sound left was the thud of bodies hitting the ground. When they opened their eyes again, they were stunned. The robbers lay dead, while Ye Bai stood calmly in place, Feng Shuero clinging tightly to his waist from behind, as if ready to face death together. Feng Shuero had braced for bullets to tear through them both, but when nothing happened, she cautiously peeked out from behind Ye Bai and froze in shock. None of the 3 women understood what had just happened, but relief and joy surged through them. The robbers were dead. They were safe. How did you do that? Feng Shuero asked. This enigmatic man was beyond comprehension. His eyes seemed to have some kind of auto-tracking ability, allowing him to follow the robbers all the way here. And without even moving, he had taken down all 5 of them. Each had a gunshot wound to the forehead. It wasn't like they'd suddenly turned on each other at the last second, right? Although Feng Shuero had been hiding behind Ye Bai earlier, she had been tightly holding onto his waist the entire time. She was absolutely certain that Ye Bai hadn't moved at all just now. Yet all these robbers had been shot dead, each with a single bullet to the head. How had he done it? You guessed right. They really did turn on each other and shot one another to death. Ye Bai replied nonchalantly, as if reading her thoughts. Back at Taojiang Mansion, Xiao Hongyu's men had died the same way. The police would definitely notice something strange. At every crime scene where Ye Bai appeared, the criminals ended up killing each other. How could that be a coincidence? Fortunately, both the chief of the Public Security Bureau and the top official of Taojiang City were on their side. Such incidents could easily be swept under the rug. Woo-woo woo-woo. The sound of police sirens reached the building, but without stopping, the vehicles sped past, heading in another direction. Feng Shuolu immediately looked at Li Shiyan in confusion, who shook her head helplessly. I only said I called the police to scare them. I thought I'd lost my phone, but after being brought here, I found it buried at the bottom of the bag. The moment I finally got hold of it, the ringtone went off. Feng Shuolu stared at the corpses on the floor, feeling a little scared, especially at the sight of Brother Chuan, whose brains had spilled out. It was enough to make her sick. Big sis, you must have already called Dad, right? Is he almost here? Should we call the police now? As soon as Feng Shuolu finished speaking, Li Shiyan and Feng Shuero answered in unison. We can't call the police. The 2 exchanged surprised glances, immediately understanding each other's thoughts. Though they didn't know how Ye Bai had dealt with these robbers, he had displayed such extraordinary abilities. If they involved the police and he came under their scrutiny, who knew what consequences might follow? Ye Bai, is this your secret? Li Shiyan thought back to last time. 1 second, she had been in the home of the young housewife, Sister Bai, and the next, she was in her own bedroom, with the time of day even shifting from afternoon to night. She had already suspected then that it was connected to Ye Bai. Now it was practically confirmed. Ye Bai definitely possessed some kind of supernatural ability, but she no longer wanted to dig deeper. All she wanted now was to protect his secrets and ensure his safety. Li Shiyan occasionally read online novels, and they all said that people with superpowers once caught by research organizations would be taken away and dissected for study. If Ye Bai got dissected, what would Mom use in the future? But if they didn't call the police, how were they supposed to deal with the bodies? Strong alkaline or acidic solutions can dissolve corpses, just like the bone-melting liquid in martial arts novels. Just as Li Shiyan was pondering this, a series of breaking sounds came from downstairs, followed by footsteps echoing in the stairwell. "Don't worry, it's my dad and his men," Feng Shuero said, holding up her phone. A moment later, a group of people arrived. Leading them was a middle-aged man with graying temples and a strikingly handsome face. This was Feng Chang, a top underworld figure in Taojiang City. Seeing that his daughters were unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief before turning his hawk-like gaze toward Ye Bai. Feng Shuero quickly stepped forward to explain. After a long while, Feng Chang walked over with deep gratitude and clasped Ye Bai's hand. "Young man, words can't express my thanks. Today isn't the right time to talk, but I'll personally visit you another day to properly thank you." As he spoke, he took out his phone, and the two exchanged contact information. "May I ask your name, young brother?"
Ye Bai.
"Good. Brother Yi, this is my number. If there's ever anything you need from Feng Chang in the future, just say the word." Feng Chang was a devoted father, and at this moment, his gratitude toward Ye Bai was immeasurable. He even felt like kneeling and kowtowing to him. "Brother Yi, Shuero already told me. This matter isn't suitable for police involvement. Don't worry. Leave this place to me. I'll handle it without a single slip-up." Feng Chang thumped his chest in assurance. Ye Bai felt a little amused. Since his rebirth, he had made enemies of two of Taojiang City's top powerhouses, first eliminating Xiao Hongyu, then imprisoning Kai Baozi in his personal pocket dimension. He had assumed that Feng Chang would eventually be recruited by that benefactor from the provincial capital, becoming another adversary. Yet, unexpectedly, by saving Li Shiyan this time, he had ended up becoming the Feng family's savior. Feng Chang was clearly a man of honor, the type who valued loyalty and kept his word. He wasn't the kind to betray trust. Undoubtedly, he would be a solid ally in the future. Ye Bai shook his head. "Brother Feng, you're too kind. I really didn't do much. These robbers just suddenly turned on each other and died by their own guns." "Exactly. This matter has nothing to do with Brother Yi." Thinking Ye Bai was worried about being implicated, Feng Chang waved for the three girls to leave. Then, he pulled out a pistol and fired additional shots into the bullet holes on the heads of Brother Chuan and the others. After finishing, he even spat a thick glob of saliva onto Brother Chuan's head. "Damn scum! How dare you lay hands on Feng Chang's daughters? Serves you right, dying by my gun."
Ye Bai.
He had to admit this Feng boss was quite a character. The group descended the abandoned building, and Feng Chang expressed his gratitude once more before instructing his men to escort Ye Bai and Li Shiyan home. But Ye Bai hadn't ridden a motorcycle in a long time, and today's ride hadn't been enough to satisfy his craving. He shook his head in refusal. "I'll take that bike back. Shuero, you don't mind lending it to me, right?" "Not at all, uncle."
Ye.
Feng Shuero had wanted to call him Brother Yi, but since her father was already addressing him as a sworn brother, and he had introduced himself as Li Shiyan's father, she had no choice but to lower her own seniority. "All right then, Brother Feng, please have someone take Shiyan home." As Ye Bai's words faded, Li Shiyan took a few steps forward. "I'll go with you, Fine." Ye Bai swung his leg over the motorcycle. "Hop on behind me."
Li Shiyan azitata.
"Actually, can I sit in front? I'm afraid I'll fall off if we go too fast." "Sure." Ye Bai shifted to make space. Li Shiyan settled in front, nestled snugly in his arms. The engine roared to life. Without looking back, Ye Bai casually raised a hand in farewell before the bike shot forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. Watching the motorcycle disappear into the distance, Feng Shuero frowned slightly. She had never believed Ye Bai was Li Shiyan's father, and now she was even more convinced. What kind of father and daughter ride like that? Their posture was unmistakably intimate, more like lovers. With Ye Bai's formidable physique, Li Shiyan sitting in front would undoubtedly be pressed tightly against him. Claiming to be her father, could this just be some role-play between them? The thought that they were riding her bike, giving her an unwelcome sense of involvement, only deepened her irritation. No sooner had Ye Bai left than a black Mercedes G-Class screeched to a dramatic halt in front of the crowd. The door swung open, and a tall figure leaped out. She stood over 6 feet, towering yet strikingly elegant, no voluptuous. Though her height was imposing, her figure was a masterpiece of curves. Legs impossibly long and shapely, a chest so full it defied reason, and hips so generously rounded few could withstand their impact. Yet her proportions were flawlessly balanced. If the legal loli by Shuejing was a miniaturized version of Qin Yu, this woman was Qin Yu amplified. Had Ye Bai been present, he might have gasped, "Lady Dimitrescu?" A quick X-ray vision scan would have left him even more stunned. Muttering, "Skyscraper with a studio apartment." The exterior was grand, but the interior? Cramped. A man of Ye Bai's stature would have to squeeze inside, and staying too long in such tight quarters would leave him nauseous. "My precious babies, let mommy check. Are you hurt?" Her voice then sharpened to a blade. "Feng Cheng, you worthless bastard. Your enemies nearly got my daughters killed. I'm divorcing you." The wind howled in her ears as Li Shiyan nestled tightly in Ye Bai's arms. In that moment, she found herself reliving the feeling from her childhood. The feeling of being safely cradled in her father's embrace. Earlier today, Li Shiyan had thought she was going to die under the blade of a thug. In that instant, her mind went blank, and for some reason, the image of Ye Bai's roguish, mischievous face flashed through her thoughts. And then, just like that, Ye Bai descended from the sky and subdued the attacker. It was exactly like when she was a child, chased by a stray dog down an alley, only for her father to suddenly appear and save her. In Ye Bai, Li Shiyan felt a long-lost paternal warmth. Gradually, Ye Bai began to overlap with the shadow deep in her memories. Maybe I should let Ye Bai and Mom be together. Having him as my dad wouldn't be so bad. Breathing in Ye Bai's scent, Li Shiyan felt herself growing intoxicated. She wished the motorcycle ride could go on forever, just so she could stay nestled in her father's arms. Suddenly, she jolted, nearly leaping off the bike. Her firm, perky but quickly scooted forward as she flushed with embarrassment and anger. "Ye Bai, you, how could you? You're already like that with Mom, and now you're doing this to me. Hey, don't blame me. You're the one who insisted on sitting in front and wiggling your butt into my lap. Come on, I'm a man, not a machine," Ye Bai said, feigning innocence. "No, you can't think of me like that." Li Shiyan scooted forward again, even lifting her hips slightly. But just then, the bike hit a speed bump, jolting sharply. Losing her grip, she fell back, plunging straight into Ye Bai's arms. Perfect fit. Her body trembled, and she quickly tried to move away again. Yet another speed bump sent her tumbling right back. Again, not a single gap between them. Their compatibility was absurdly high. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she bit her lip hard, refusing to make a sound as she stubbornly inched forward once more. Another speed bump. Another fall back. She moved away. Another bump. Another return. Whether it was sheer stubbornness or something else, she kept leaving only to come back. Yet she never stopped trying. After dozens of speed bumps, Li Shiyan finally couldn't hold back a soft, utterly humiliated whimper. This time she stopped struggling. Ye Bai expected her to demand to get off the bike, but instead, she stayed rigidly still, frozen in his embrace. A long while later, they arrived at Aunt Qin Yu's house. Li Shiyan jumped off the bike, her back to Ye Bai, and quickly tied her sun-protective jacket around her waist. Head lowered, she hurried upstairs without even a word of goodbye. What a rude brat. I save your life, and you can't even say thanks. Ye Bai shook his head and was about to leave when he suddenly noticed something. Glancing down, his expression turned stunned. No way. Li Shiyan, you actually. She's really not Aunt Qin Yu's biological daughter? But in this aspect, she's exactly like her. Ye Bai felt a strange unease. His original intention was to become Li Shiyan's stepfather, but given how things were going, it seemed like the situation was veering towards something far more sinister. Beep! His phone vibrated. Ye Bai pulled it out of his pocket, but his sharp eyes caught something. He wiped the screen on his clothes before opening the message. It was from Li Shiyan. Don't tell Mom about what happened today. Ye Bai meant to reply with a simple, okay. But his hands seemed to move on their own. Typing, which part? A long silence followed before Li Shiyan responded with 3 clipped words. Any of it. Fine. What happened today? Let's just keep it between us. I don't want Mom to worry, and I don't want her misunderstanding things. Fine. And don't overthink it. It was an accident. I don't hate you anymore, but I still don't like you. Fine. In her room, Li Shiyan threw her phone onto the bed in frustration. That jerk. Is fine the only word he knows? She didn't understand what was wrong with her. Her mind was a mess. Normally, her emotions were steady. Even when held at knife point by a robber, she could stay calm. But for some reason, Ye Bai always managed to rattle her effortlessly. He made her furious. He made her heartbroken. He made her burn with shame. He made her feel like she wasn't herself anymore. Untying the jacket from her waist, she headed to the bathroom. Click. The door to Qin Yu's room opened. Rubbing her eyes, she yawned. Oh, Shiyan, you're finally back? Huh? Did it rain outside? You're. Before Qin Yu could finish, Li Shiyan fled in panic. Meanwhile, in the villa district, inside a pink, princess-themed bedroom, Feng Shuilu, freshly showered, lay sprawled naked on her bed, idly playing with her phone. Her fair, slender legs swayed playfully, her heels lightly tapping against her snow-white buttocks. Click! The door opened. Feng Shuilu walked in, took one look at her sister, and immediately delivered a sharp smack to her backside. Ah! Feng Shuilu yelped, clutching her stinging rear as she glared. Sis, what was that for? Ow! Feng Shuilu frowned. Put some clothes on. Have you no shame? I just want to be comfy. They've been suffocating all day. Let them breathe. Feng Shuilu giggled. Rolling her eyes, Feng Shuilu held out her hand. You added Li Shiyan on QQ, right? Give me your phone. I need to ask her something. What do you want to ask? Feng Shuilu obediently handed her phone to her sister. Feng Shuilu didn't answer. She took the phone and typed rapidly. After a long while, her eyes widened in shock. This liar. He's definitely not Li Shiyan's father. He's the son of Li Shiyan's mother's best friend. He's been living at Li Shiyan's house since high school. Taijiang University. Ha! Feng Shuilu deleted the chat history and returned the phone to her sister. Wow, you even deleted the messages? What on earth did you two talk about? Feng Shuilu blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise. None of your business. Feng Shuilu snorted. TCH, I wasn't that interested anyway. Feng Shuilu pouted. Once her sister left, she quickly scrambled up and tapped the keyboard. Her desk computer lit up instantly. Hee hee. Bet you didn't expect this. I'm logged into QQ on my computer too. She smirked slyly, resembling a cunning little fox. After glancing through the chat logs, her expression turned suspicious. Is Sis investigating Uncle Ye's background? Why ask such detailed questions? Wait, no, Brother Yi. He's still a college student. And Dad even calls him brother. Forcing me down a generation for no reason. The next morning, after breakfast, the two sisters were driven by their chauffeur to Taijiang No. 1 High School. It was college application day. Both sisters were virtually guaranteed admission to Qingbei University, a world-renowned institution they'd always aimed for. Holding the application form, Feng Shuilu stared at it absent-mindedly. Eventually, she smiled in resignation. Then, in the first choice field, she wrote 4 bold characters. Taijiang University. I can always go to Qingbei for grad school. An image of a certain man surfaced in her mind. Humph, you think you can just smack my butt and get away with it? Not that easy. No man's ever touched me before. You're not getting off lightly, you jerk. After submitting her form instantly, Feng Shuero felt a weight lift off her shoulders. She called for her sister to leave. But Feng Shuelu was too busy chatting with classmates and hadn't even started filling hers out. No matter how much Shuero urged her, it was useless. Left with no choice, Shuero told her to hurry up and went to the restroom alone. The moment her sister left, Feng Shuelu whipped her head around. She sprinted to the teacher's desk, dug out Shuero's submitted form, and her eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Wow, Feng Shuero, you're sneaking off to Taijiang University without telling me? Don't tell me you've actually fallen for Ye Bai? Her eyes darted mischievously. Then, she dashed back to her seat and, without hesitation, filled in Taijiang University as her first choice. The sisters had grown up together, inseparable since childhood. Feng Shuelu relied heavily on her sister and never wanted to be apart from her. Whenever Shuero teased her about being clingy, asking what she'd do when they got married, Shuelu would scoff and reply, "Easy. We'll just marry the same guy. Hee hee. Wherever sis goes, I go. If sis dates Ye Bai, then I'm dating Ye Bai too." Watching Li Shiyan go upstairs, Ye Bai initially planned to return to Taojiang Mansion. But then it occurred to him that now was the time to fully break through this little girl's heart. She probably wouldn't stop him from pursuing Qin Yu anymore and might even be willing to let him become her stepfather. After a moment's thought, Ye Bai followed her upstairs. When he opened the door, Li Shiyan had just gone in to take a shower. Qin Yu's face lit up with joy when she saw Ye Bai, but she still glanced nervously at the bathroom before tiptoeing over, her plump hips swaying. "Xiao Bai, why are you back? Hurry and leave. If Shiyan finds out, she'll throw another fit." Ye Bai pulled Qin Yu into his arms, caressing her round, firm curves with a smirk. "Auntie, I've done what I promised. Unless something unexpected happens, Shiyan shouldn't stop us anymore. Right? Shoo. Keep your voice down. Let's talk in my room." Qin Yu looked anxious as she dragged Ye Bai into her room, closing the door before eagerly asking, "Really? What did you do to make Shiyan accept us?" Not only had he saved her from the thugs, but he'd also turned Li Shiyan into Li Shiyan. But Ye Bai had already promised Li Shiyan to keep it from Qin Yu, and he didn't want her to worry. So he simply replied, "Don't worry about the details. Just trust me. I did it. Xiao Bai, you're not just lying to trick me into bed, are you?" Qin Yu eyed him suspiciously. Ye Bai sighed. "Auntie, I respect you too much to lie. Think about it, how many times have I told you the story of Dayu? Every time, if I'd really wanted to, I could have easily taken you completely and then made up some excuse afterward like it was an accident, but I never did. So when it comes to this, I wouldn't deceive you." Qin Yu thought it over and realized he was right. If Xiao Bai had truly wanted to take advantage of her, she would have lost her virtue long ago. The fact that she still held onto her principles proved that he respected her wishes and never forced her. "I'm sorry, Xiao Bai. Auntie shouldn't have doubted you." Guilt washed over her as she hugged him tightly. Suddenly, she felt something strange and looked down in surprise. Did it rain outside? Shiyan was also wet when she came back. "Yeah, it rained earlier." Ye Bai nodded. He wasn't lying. Li Shiyan could vouch for that. "Auntie, since I've kept my promise, isn't it time for you to fulfill yours and become mine completely?" Ye Bai swept Qin Yu into his arms, and they tumbled onto the bed together. Qin Yu gasped and pushed against him. "Wait, Xiao Bai, did Shiyan actually say she approves?" "Well, not in so many words." "Then why are you so confident?" Ye Bai grinned. "Trust me, she doesn't hate me anymore. She's accepted me fully, so she won't stop us. If you don't believe me, ask her yourself after her shower." Qin Yu nodded, reassured by his confidence. She just needed to hear Li Shiyan say it herself, and then she could finally give herself to Xiao Bai without hesitation. The thought alone made her heart race, her eyes glistening with emotion. Truthfully, she had been longing for this. Every time Ye Bai told her the story of Dayu, so vividly, so seductively, she nearly lost all reason, wanting to abandon everything just to be with him. A long while later, Li Shiyan finally finished her shower and returned to her room. Qin Yu signaled for Ye Bai to stay quiet before slipping out and knocking on Li Shiyan's door. "Shiyan, Mom wants to talk to you. Come in." Qin Yu entered to find Li Shiyan sitting on the bed, drying her hair. Her fair, delicate face was tinged with a faint blush, and there was a trace of shyness in her eyes. Qin Yu was puzzled. What's wrong with her? That expression. It's almost like how I look after secretly being with Xiao Bai, but right now all she cared about was hearing those words from Li Shiyan. Swallowing her hesitation, she spoke softly. "Shiyan, do you really hate Xiao Bai?" Li Shiyan's hands stilled for a moment. Then, as if remembering something, her face grew even redder. She lowered her head and whispered, "No, I don't hate him anymore." Qin Yu froze, then felt a surge of overwhelming joy. Really?" Li Shiyan gave a small nod. Even though Ye Bai was a scoundrel and a playboy, she truly didn't hate him now. Then, "Shiyan, do you approve of me and Xiao by being together?" Qin Yu asked hopefully. Li Shiyan's head snapped up. "Mom, what are you saying? You still want to be with Ye Bai?" "Huh?" Qin Yu was stunned. "But, you just said you don't hate him anymore?" "I don't hate him, but that doesn't mean I support your inappropriate relationship." Li Shiyan looked exasperated. "Mom, think about it. Can your relationship ever be out in the open? Would you dare let Ye Bai's mother know about this?" "And no, exactly. And besides, Ye Bai already has a girlfriend, that girl Chen Sini. If you get with him, you'd just be the other woman." Qin Yu had no rebuttal. "So, Mom, there's no way I'll ever support you and Ye Bai being together." Li Shiyan's tone was final. Qin Yu lowered her head. After a long silence, she murmured, "I understand." Before leaving the room, her spirit utterly crushed. Li Shiyan gazed at her mother's retreating figure with mixed emotions. Truth be told, nestled in Ye Bai's embrace earlier, she had actually considered agreeing to his relationship with her mother. She had thought, if only Ye Bai would break up with Chen Sini, she would accept him as her stepfather. But then Ye Bai had gone and done that to her on the motorcycle, and instead of pulling away, she had only ended up deeper in the mess, even to the point of just remembering that scene made her cheeks burn. With things so tangled now, the best solution was for both her and Qin Yu to cut off contact with Ye Bai. Otherwise, it would just be improper. "Mom, I'm objecting to you and Ye Bai for your own good. Otherwise, how will we even deal with the fallout later?" Li Shiyan told herself this righteously, but no matter what, she couldn't shake the memory of being held by Ye Bai. Not only had she rediscovered the paternal affection she'd long missed, but she had also felt something entirely new, something that intoxicated her, something that filled her thoughts with nothing but him. So much so that a selfish thought took root. She absolutely could not let Qin Yu be with Ye Bai, because if that happened, Ye Bai would truly become just her stepfather. And then she could never be held by him again, never feel that way again, never go any further. Unaware of the tumult in Li Shiyan's heart, Ye Bai, had he known, might have recommended a Japanese anime to her, one that was very educational about the nature of fatherly love. Ye Bai was utterly baffled. What the hell was Li Shiyan playing at? They had agreed, save her during her darkest, most desperate moment, and then she would accept him, even let him become her father figure. Now he had saved her. She no longer hated him. She was willing to accept him, but she still refused to approve of his relationship with her mother. Qin Yu returned, her spirit broken, her expression fragile, like glass on the verge of shattering. Ye Bai's heart ached at the sight. Though she was a woman in her 30s, right now she looked like a wronged little girl. The moment she saw Ye Bai, her lips trembled, and she burst into tears. "Xiao Bai, I think Shiyan will never agree to us." Qin Yu wailed, her earlier hope crushed by the outcome. She was devastated, teetering on the edge of despair. Hey now, don't cry. Ye Bai hurriedly pulled her into his arms, soothing her like a child. What if we just keep it a secret? If Shuryen doesn't find out? But secrets always come out. Qin Yu buried her face in his chest, her tears soaking his shirt. Her stance is so firm. If she discovers us later, you know how stubborn she is. She might cut ties with me for good. Ye Bai sighed. These two women weren't even related by blood, yet their synergy was uncanny. One drenched his shirt in tears, while the other, what the hell is Li Shuryen thinking? He couldn't make sense of it. A darker idea surfaced. Given how things had unfolded on the motorcycle, his dynamic with Li Shuryen had shifted. So maybe he should take advantage of that? If he seduced her first, wouldn't she have to accept him and Qin Yu afterward? But then, wouldn't that just turn this into one of those anime plots? Ye Bai scowled, torn. Meanwhile, Qin Yu continued sobbing against him. Outside the room, Li Shuryen, fresh from the shower, towel drying her hair, paused mid-step when she heard her mother's heartbroken cries. Her lips pressed into a thin line. Guilt gnawed at her. Am I being selfish? After her father's death, her mother had been alone all these years. She was human, too. She felt loneliness. And now, when she'd finally found someone she loved, Li Shuryen stood in their way. Mom, why him? She murmured. Why did it have to be that playboy? She knew what kind of man Ye Bai was, already committed yet still chasing skirts. Yet why couldn't she control her own damned heart? Her teeth clenched until her lips paled. Conflict burned in her eyes. Finally, she exhaled. Fine. I won't stand in her way anymore. She deserves her own happiness. Whatever happens, it's her choice to make. With that, Li Shuryen stepped forward and knocked softly. Mom! The crying inside ceased abruptly. Qin Yu clamped a hand over her mouth, frantically shaking her head at Ye Bai. Don't make a sound. I approve of you and Ye Bai, Li Shuryen muttered, staring at the floor. I won't interfere anymore. Qin Yu's head snapped up, eyes glittering with hope. Really? Li Shuryen's voice was thick. But tell him this, if he wants to be with you, he breaks up with Chun Sini first. I won't let him two-time you or make you his side piece. And you should talk to Aunt Li Qin. Visit her together someday. If she accepts him, good. I want you two together openly, not sneaking around. Yes. Qin Yu nodded like an eager puppy. Seeing her mother's joy dulled Li Shuryen's own ache. Just a little. She couldn't bring herself to stay selfish. But God, why did it hurt so much? A hollow, suffocating pressure built in her chest. She fought the urge to cry. Li Shuryen spun away, rushing to the bathroom. She cranked the tap and splashed icy water on her face. Drops cascaded down her cheeks. Some just water, others, maybe not. Back in the room, Ye Bai was stunned. This turnaround was unbelievable. She'd actually agreed. Grinning, he brushed Qin Yu's tears away, then chuckled darkly. Auntie, now that we've got her blessing, won't you give yourself to me properly? Qin Yu gasped, scrambling back. But too late. Ye Bai lunged, pinning her beneath him. Much later, Ye Bai lay in silent, cosmic despair. Fuck, this was not how tonight was supposed to go. Just as he'd finally gotten Qin Yu beneath him, her clothes discarded. There it was, staring, mocking him. Qin Yu grinned sheepishly. I kind of forgot today was my period. Ye Bai's expression screamed, end me. Seriously, if he wasn't so worried about hurting her, he'd absolutely be binge-watching Peaky Blinders right now. Seeing his devastation, Qin Yu bit her lip. Want me to do what I did last time instead? Ye Bai sighed. Guess beggars can't be choosers. Remember our deal, Auntie. Once Shuryen gives the green light, you're mine completely. But there's a but. Well, Annie thinks Shuryen makes a good point. If you want me to be your woman, you'll have to break up with Chun Sini. I refuse to be the other woman. Fine. Ye Bai agreed. Sorry, little Sini. You'll have to bear with it for now. Ever since what happened in the provincial capital with Gong Lifeng and Gong Lifei, Ye Bai had already considered a temporary breakup with Chan Sini, partly to take care of the two love-starved women in her stead. Since Qin Yu was now making such a request, Ye Bai saw no reason not to go along with it. A temporary breakup was one thing, but cutting things off with Chan Sini for good? Absolutely out of the question. Also about Sister Qin. After your summer break starts, we should go back together and sound her out. If she approves, well, then Auntie can officially be your woman. A dreamy expression crossed Qin Yu's elegant, delicate face. For some reason, she suddenly began giggling to herself, lost in a foolish burst of happiness. Sure thing. Don't worry, Auntie. If Mom finds out I've tricked you into being mine, she'd be over the moon. A stunning beauty like you? What mother wouldn't want you as her daughter-in-law? Such a smooth talker. Qin Yu rolled her eyes coquettishly, secretly pleased. Still, she hesitated. But, I'm so much older than her. Trust me. I know Mom better than anyone else. She won't care one bit. She'll probably just say, to each their own. You'll call her big sister, and she'll call you dear daughter-in-law. At the thought of that scene, Qin Yu flushed crimson with embarrassment. Ye Bai pressed on. I'll agree to anything you ask, Auntie. But once you've fully recovered, you have to keep your promise and become mine. I've waited far too long for this day. Qin Yu lowered her head like a bashful young bride. After a long pause, she finally gave a shy little nod. Once that time of the month is over, Auntie will give herself to you completely. In the morning, Ye Bai was still sound asleep when Qin Yu shook him awake. Xiao Bai, wake up quickly. While Shi Yan hasn't woken up yet, sneak out. Ye Bai was confused. Auntie, didn't Shi Yan agree to our relationship? Why do we still have to avoid her? Shi Yan just agreed last night. But if she finds out you spent the night in my room, how am I supposed to face her as her mother? What if she gets angry and changes her mind? Qin Yu's delicate and charming face was filled with concern. It was only 5 in the morning, and sleeping with the fragrant, soft, and plump aunt was so comfortable that Ye Bai didn't want to get up. I'm not leaving. She agreed last night, and it's too late for her to backtrack. I'll just tell her I had an affair with your mother. She'd have no room to regret. You rude little brat. Qin Yu shyly glared at Ye Bai, and then leaned on him, twisting her soft body and acting cute. Just consider it Auntie's request. Bear with it and hide from Shi Yan for now. Please. The power of her acting cute was too strong. Ye Bai couldn't resist and reluctantly agreed, pointing at his lips. Qin Yu immediately leaned in and gave him a kiss. Ye Bai pointed again. You little brat. Qin Yu understood what he meant, her eyes glistening with allure. But she was already used to this. If the bad guy wanted something, she wouldn't refuse. After a long time, Ye Bai left Aunt Qin Yu's home and met Song Dongfeng downstairs to find a place for breakfast. Today was the day the government was holding an auction. Ye Bai had enough funds prepared, with the goal set on the several buildings by the Rainbow Bridge. Once he acquired them, he would have 6 large buildings, and the commercial center development plan could be put into action. On Luo Yang's side, with Xiao Nai Rong's support, the funding was also abundant. He didn't need Ye Bai's help and could easily acquire Juxiu Mountain Villa. At this auction, many forces were watching, apart from Taojiang City. Even the provincial capital would send people. So Ye Bai's only target was those 3 buildings. As for the other assets of the Xiao Hongyu group, they were temporarily not a consideration. Buzz, Luo Yang called. After Ye Bai answered, he listened to his report. Brother Bai, Xiao Nai Rong will also attend the auction today. She has distinct features. Golden hair and a tear mole at the corner of her eye. You should take a good look. Her allure is quite impressive. What does her allure have to do with me? Am I the type to be captivated by beautiful women? Luo Yang continued. By the way, Brother Bai, I heard from Xiao Nai Rong that her mother, Xiao Hongyu's ex-wife, will return to the country soon. You must not miss this mother-daughter duo. Don't talk nonsense. I, Ye Bai, am not that kind of person. Luo Yang chuckled. Brother Bai, I already consulted Dongfeng brother. He knows you like this type. Don't worry. Xiaoyang will definitely work hard to help you secure this exceptional mother-daughter pair. Damn Dongzi. Spreading lies and tarnishing my pristine reputation. Ye Bai shot a fierce glare at Song Dongfeng, who was devouring 2 buns, making him shrink his neck and look obedient. Also, Brother Bai, I got a picture of Sister Xiao when she was younger. I'll send it to you to take a look. After hanging up, Luo Yang sent a photo over. Ye Bai took a look and was immediately stunned. Xiao Hongyu really is a piece of work. Such a beautiful woman, and she doesn't appreciate it, chasing after men instead. To be honest, Sister Xiao when she was young looked even better than movie stars, resembling both Hong Kong star Li Lizhen and a bit like Li Jiasen. Luo Yang sent another message. I found out that Sister Xiao had Xiao Nai Rong when she was in her teens. She isn't even 40 yet, just at that ripe age. Truly a stunning mature woman. What do I care about stunning mature women? What mother-daughter duo? Am I interested? Am I that kind of person? Ye Bai disdainfully pouted and saved the photo. He swore he absolutely had no thoughts about that mother-daughter pair. He purely wanted to carve out a path for himself in America. Moreover, Xiao Hongyu was someone he had personally sent away, so it was only right to help care for her and her daughter. Just as he was about to close his phone, Ye Bai suddenly realized he had over a dozen unread messages on WeChat. Upon opening, they were all from Chun Sini. Boyfriend, I miss you. What are you doing? Why are you ignoring me? I found a particularly good-looking leather jacket. You would look absolutely handsome in it. I've already bought it for you. There were several photos of clothes, along with Chun Sini's late-night ramblings. Ye Bai was stunned. What the hell? With such a wonderful girlfriend, so beautiful and outstanding, how could he be thinking of breaking up? Even if it was just a temporary separation, what if the little girl lost interest and truly stopped loving him? No way. We can't break up. Chun Sini must be my rightful partner. As for Auntie, I'll keep it hidden from her for now, pretending to break up. Once things are set in stone, I'll tell her the truth. By then, she won't want to leave me. And what about Li Shiyan's opinion? You little girl, just be a good daughter. Do you think you can interfere in your father's love life? Thinking about how he had been impulsive last night and agreed to whatever Auntie said, Ye Bai really wanted to slap himself. Xia Sini has been betrayed so many times. Even by her eldest aunt and mother. Wait, no, even her eldest sister and second sister cheated on her. She's already so pitiful. How could I even entertain the thought of temporarily abandoning her? Of course, I should hold her firmly in my hands and treat her twice as well. As for last night, when I agreed to break up with her for her aunt's sake, what man keeps his word in bed? Especially a scumbag who wants to have his cake and eat it too. Ye Bai steeled his resolve. He wouldn't let Chun Sini go, and he'd keep the aunts too. Yes, aunts, plural. He absolutely couldn't let down any woman who belonged to him. With that thought, Ye Bai replied to Chun Sini's message. Baby, I accidentally fell asleep last night. I miss you too. Thanks for buying me those clothes, sweetheart. Actually, I was thinking, why don't we buy a place of our own together? I'll pay, and the deed will be in your name. Ye Bai assumed Chun Sini was still asleep, but she replied almost instantly. Huh? Buy a place? You just want to sleep with me again. Alert.jpg. Ye Bai couldn't help but laugh. Can you blame me? You're so sexy. And so big. What do you mean, big? I'm only 19. Look down. That's definitely big. Amid the playful banter with his queen, Ye Bai finished breakfast. After settling the bill, Song Dongfeng drove them straight to the government-hosted auction. When they arrived at the conference center, Ye Bai noticed quite a few attendees, some with familiar faces. The Kai group had also sent representatives, led by Kai Baozi's eldest son, Kai Zhaohong. Seeing Kai Zhaohong giving orders, Ye Bai activated his super hearing, catching every word clearly. The 3 buildings at Rainbow Bridge are our top priority. We must secure them at all costs. As for that large riverside plot with 6 connected buildings, we'll grab 3 this time. Then we'll take the other 3 from that college kid, Ye Bai. With that much land, any development we pursue will be a goldmine. Ye Bai listened to Kai Xiaohong's words, his gaze flickering. As expected, he wasn't the only one who could see the business opportunities there, the idea of consolidating resources and developing a shopping center. Other forces in the city naturally had their eyes on the same piece of lucrative real estate. What he hadn't anticipated was that shortly after arranging Kai Xiaoyuan's downfall and Kai Baozi's disappearance, others from the Kai group would already be targeting him. With the Kai group's immense financial resources, Ye Bai, in his current state, stood no chance in a direct competition. Fortunately, he had already devised a plan. He quietly slipped into the restroom, entered his personal dimensional space, and with a wave of his hand, lifted the time freeze on the pocket dimension imprisoning Kai Baozi. Kai Baozi looked around in excitement, still immersed in the joy of being chosen by the main god's space. Ye Bai spoke slowly, his voice booming around Kai Baozi like a divine proclamation from the heavens. Kai Baozi, since I have chosen you, worldly affairs shall no longer concern you. However, to sever your remaining attachments, I shall intervene once to help your family avert its impending annihilation. What? The Kai family is facing extermination. Kai Baozi's face paled. Indeed, your son, Kai Xiaohong, is currently provoking Ye Bai, the child of fortune of this world. Soon, the entire Kai family will be wiped out. I have observed Ye Bai for some time. Not long ago, a faction in Taoyang City, equal in power to your Kai family, was destroyed by his hand.
Ye Bai?
He's the legendary child of fortune.
Kai Baozi Gapet?
As an avid novel enthusiast, he knew exactly what the main god's space was, and the terrifying significance of a child of fortune. He had no reason to doubt the words of a god capable of obliterating him with a mere gesture. Why would such a being deceive him? I see. That powerful figure from the provincial capital once instructed me to send men to deal with Ye Bai, that university student. But now that I've disappeared into the main god's space, he must have contacted Xiaohong to continue targeting Ye Bai. Kai Baozi's expression darkened. He knew the horror of opposing a child of fortune. No one could kill them. Instead, adversity only made them stronger. If the Kai family opposed such a figure, their annihilation was inevitable. Still caring for his descendants, Kai Baozi immediately dropped to his knees. Great main god, I beg you to save my family. Direct interference with the fate of this world comes at a cost. Your Kai family is not worth my direct intervention. However, I can allow you to enter Kai Xiaohong's dream and communicate with him. With a wave of Ye Bai's hand, Kai Baozi felt himself lifted into the air as the surroundings stirred wildly. You are now within Kai Xiaohong's dream. Speak what you must. With that, Ye Bai took out Kai Baozi's phone and pressed record. Sometime later, Ye Bai emerged from his dimensional space and sent a multimedia message to Kai Xiaohong from Kai Baozi's phone. Of course, Ye Bai had other solutions, such as eliminating the entire Kai group leadership. That would certainly remove any threats. But with Kai Baozi under his control, he could manipulate the Kai group indirectly. There was no need for unnecessary bloodshed. Meanwhile, Kai Xiaohong was in the middle of making arrangements when his phone chimed. This was his private number, reserved only for family and critical associates. Alert, he immediately checked the message. What he saw made his eyes widen. It was a message from his father, who had vanished without a trace, containing a video. Kai Xiaohong quickly put on his Bluetooth earpiece and played it. The backdrop was a pristine white room. Caleb Kai's expression was grave as he spoke. Xiaohong, abandon the 3 buildings near Rainbow Bridge. Do not compete for them. More importantly, do not provoke Ye Bai. His identity is beyond your comprehension. Offending him will bring annihilation upon the Kai family. Do everything in your power to befriend him. Even if he demands most of the Kai family's fortune, surrender it without hesitation. Do you know why the Xiao group collapsed? Xiao Hongyu crossed him. Delete this video immediately after watching. Keep no records. I must leave for reasons beyond my control. Do not search for me. You will not find me. Kai Xiaohong's breath hitched. His first instinct was to suspect that his father had been kidnapped, but the man appeared composed and showed none of their prearranged distress signals. These words were spoken willingly. So, father was the one who had Zhao Yuan killed. He knew the police had overwhelming evidence, so he vanished to protect us. Provoking Ye Bai would bring ruin? What kind of status does Ye Bai hold that father refers to surrendering wealth as an offering? As if the Kai family were mere ants before him. Even Xiao Hongyu fell because of him, and his patron, now our family's backer, could do nothing to stop it? A chill ran down Zhao Hong's spine. Could this Ye Bai be from the capital? A scion or heir of one of the paramount families? Even our benefactor in the provincial capital pales in comparison. Just then, Chen Zhengbin, the city's top official, entered. Kai Zhaohong noticed him subtly nodding at someone, clearly acknowledging a figure whose status restricted open greetings. Turning his gaze, Zhaohong saw a breathtakingly handsome young man seated in that direction. His aura was profound, towering yet unfathomable, like an immovable mountain. That strikingly attractive face was unmistakable. It was none other than Ye Bai, the very man he had planned to target next. No wonder Chen Zhengbin spearheaded the Xiao group's downfall, even at the risk of offending our provincial patron. He was acting under Ye Bai's orders all along. As Kai Zhaohong was thinking, another top-tier figure from Taojiang City entered, Feng Cheng, a boss on the same level as his father, Kai Baozi. Feng Cheng strode into the conference center, his gaze sweeping slowly across the room. When he spotted Ye Bai, his expression froze momentarily before a wide smile spread across his face. He strode over and sat beside Ye Bai, leaning in close to whisper something with an air of familiarity. Kai Zhaohong suppressed a shiver. Father was right. This Ye Bai is indeed someone our Kai family can't afford to offend. Even Chen Zhengbin is just one of his pawns. Feng Cheng, who usually wears a cold smirk and barely cracks a smile even for father, actually grovels and scrambles to flatter him. How can I get closer to Ye Bai? His mind raced through the intelligence he had gathered. The family background was obviously fabricated. No way a man of such influence was truly the son of rural fruit farmers. This had to be a cover crafted by his powerful clan to shield him during his formative years. But the intel on his personal tastes, almost certainly accurate. The man's greatest weakness was his insatiable appetite for women, particularly older, mature beauties. And from all reports, he had a very specific preference. The plumper the backside, the more he favored them. Got it! A bolt of inspiration struck Kai Zhaohong. His two sisters came to mind. Both were already married mothers who had retained their youthful beauty while gaining the lush curves of maturity. Exactly Ye Bai's type. Dear sisters, you've spent your lives coddled by this family, indulged in every luxury. Now the Kai family needs you. You'll do your part, won't you? Kai Zhujing and Kai Zhutong were both sensual, striking women. Each had married a son of the Yang family. Kai Zhujing had a son, Yang Huizhong, the current boyfriend of Ye Bai's English tutor. Kai Zhudong's son was Yang Wenbin, a spoiled heir who'd once humiliated Shen Mengyao, only to be publicly beaten by Ye Bai, leading to Ye Bai's expulsion. If my sisters become Ye Bai's women, the Kai family won't just rise in Taojiang City. We'll dominate the entire province. A dragon-like smirk curled on Kai Zhaohong's lips as greed surged unchecked within him. Ye Bai saw Chen Zhengbin walk into the conference center. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a slight nod. Shortly after, Feng Cheng, also known as Boss Feng, entered. His expression was stern as he scanned the room, but the moment he spotted Ye Bai, his face lit up with a wide grin. He hurried over and plopped down beside Ye Bai, acting as if they were the closest of friends. Brother Yi, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. My wife and I prepared a gift to thank you. We were even planning to visit you tomorrow to express our gratitude in person. Ye Bai shook his head with a smile. Brother Feng, there's no need for such formalities. That day, my main goal was to save my own daughter, Shi Yan. Helping Xiao Rou and Xiao Lu was just a happy coincidence. Besides, I really like those two girls. Helping them was my pleasure. You don't need to thank me. Wait, that little girl, Li Shiyan, is your daughter? Feng Cheng's eyes widened in shock. He had been calling Ye Bai Brother Ye to show familiarity and strengthen their bond. Though Ye Bai carried himself with a mature and composed air, his face was undeniably youthful. He couldn't be older than his early 20s. How could he already have a daughter that old? Correct. Li Shiyan's mother is my girlfriend, Ye Bai confirmed. This status was even officially recognized. After all, if Li Shiyan had accepted his relationship with Aunt Qin Yu, didn't that mean she acknowledged him as her stepfather? Feng Cheng's mouth hung open for a second before he gave Ye Bai a thumbs up. Damn impressive. No wonder someone so young could attend such a high-end auction. He took a shortcut. Still, given Ye Bai's extraordinary abilities, Feng Cheng didn't dare look down on him. After returning home last night, he and his daughters had spent hours discussing how Ye Bai had made the kidnappers turn on each other and shoot themselves. Feng Shuilu insisted he had mind control powers. Feng Shuero argued he must have used some kind of illusion. His wife, however, speculated that Ye Bai might be a sorcerer from the southern regions. Shuero even claimed that when Ye Bai suddenly vanished at the start, he must have gone to plant a curse on the kidnappers. Once the curse took effect, they lost control of their bodies. What truly embarrassed Feng Cheng, though, was his wife's next remark. Xiao Qingzi, why don't you ask Mr. Yi if he has any potions or curses that can restore a man's vitality? If he does, beg him to help you. Maybe then I won't have to live like a widow anymore. Regardless, Ye Bai was clearly a man of great skill. Not only did they owe him their lives, but it was also in their best interest to stay on his good side. Feng Cheng's eyes gleamed as an idea struck him. Brother Yi, since you seem quite fond of my two girls, how about we become family?
Ye Bai blinked.
What's old Feng getting at? Does he want me to marry one of his daughters? Is he offering Shuilu or Shuero? Or both? Ye Bai recalled the sweet, bubbly Feng Shuilu and the icy school beauty Feng Shuero, whose backside had pressed against him on the motorcycle. Honestly, the two sisters were completely different from the Gong aunties, but they were equally stunning. He could only imagine how delightful they'd be. Brother Feng, that might not be appropriate?
Ah, nonsense.
I think it's perfect. But we should still respect the girls' opinions. I can make this decision for them. Feng Cheng waved his hand grandly. Let's pick an auspicious day and settle this. So soon. Ye Bai was taken aback. Feng Cheng's decisiveness was truly admirable. What's the rush? These things shouldn't be delayed, Feng Cheng said seriously. Just as Ye Bai was about to jokingly bow and say, Father-in-law, please accept your son-in-law's respects, Feng Cheng continued, once the girls officially recognize you as their godfather, we'll be family.
Ye Bai.
So that's what you meant by becoming family. Feng Cheng grew more pleased with himself the more he thought about it. Though Ye Bai was only a few years older than his daughters, he was already Li Shiyan's stepfather, technically a whole generation above them. With Ye Bai's incredible abilities, having him as their godfather would provide an extra layer of protection for the girls. If my precious daughters ever run into trouble, wouldn't their godfather have to step in and help? Seeing Ye Bai hesitate, Feng Cheng quickly added, Brother Yi, did you misunderstand me? If you're not comfortable being their godfather, just treat it as a joke. Ye Bai couldn't very well admit he'd assumed Feng Cheng wanted him as a son-in-law, so he forced a smile. No, I knew what you meant. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed. Feng Cheng clapped his thigh in delight. Wonderful. I'm sure Shuero and Shuilu will be thrilled. Having you as their godfather is an honor.
Ye Bai.
1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, but he had no idea how to voice them. Godfather, adoptive father, sworn father, they all mean the same thing. If I really become their godfather, they'll have to call me Dad from now on. Remembering how Shuero's backside pressed against me on the bike, and how she clung to my waist in fear, her hands even slipping to the wrong place in her panic, Ye Bai felt a strange discomfort. Am I really sliding further down the path of becoming a daddy, in every sense? First, I became Li Shiyan's stepfather, and now I'm about to be the Feng sisters' godfather. Not to mention the tangled relationships I already have with the three Gong sisters, Qin Yu and her daughter, and now the Feng sisters. And who knows, maybe Xiao Nirong and her mother will join the mix later. Just how messy is this going to get? Ye Bai was still lost in thought when Feng Chang continued. By the way, Brother Yi, my wife really wants to meet you. She's taken quite an interest in you. When would you be free? We could have a meal together, and we can formally announce the God family arrangement during dinner. Huh? Interested in me? An ominous feeling crept over Ye Bai. Please don't tell me old Feng is turning into a second old Chun. Sure. They say, nothing's tastier than dumplings. Nothing funnier than messing with your buddy's wife. But Feng Chang was a decent guy. Ye Bai genuinely didn't want to wreck his family harmony. Don't let old Feng end up like old Chun, sporting a neon green halo over his head. Ye Bai cautiously asked, Brother Feng, why exactly is your wife interested in me? Well, let her explain that when you meet. Feng Chang hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. How could he possibly tell Ye Bai that he'd lost his virility long ago, leaving his wife in involuntary chastity, and that she suspected Ye Bai was some southern warlock who could provide a remedy? Seeing Feng Chang's squirmy demeanor, Ye Bai's heart skipped a beat. Instantly, his mind raced through countless novel tropes. Rural drama scenario. Wealthy family seeks heir. The virtuous older brother, incapable in that department, approaches his best bud. Help me get my wife pregnant, and we'll call it a blessing. Helpless husband trope. The drunk spouse stumbling home while his neglected wife stares longingly at another man. Don't do this, sister-in-law Feng. Hold your ground. Don't pull a Gong Li Feng and instantly fold at the sight of me in jeans. Goddaughter. Virtuous wife. Twin sisters. Damn. Ye Bai felt like the Feng women were stacking every goddamn fetish buff imaginable. He could almost see the giant, glowing character, Wei, danger, hovering over Feng Chang's head, and it was definitely tinted green. Feng Chang suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, By the way, Brother Yi, what's your target for this auction? The buildings near Rainbow Bridge, Ye Bai answered without hesitation. Feng Chang was stunned by his reply. Seeing his reaction, Ye Bai raised an eyebrow. Brother Feng, don't tell me your goal is the same as mine? Feng Chang gave a wry smile and nodded. Yeah, but if you want them, there's no way I'd compete with you. The buildings near Rainbow Bridge were prime real estate. The government's starting bid was far below the current market price. Typically, court auction properties came with issues, ownership disputes, debt entanglements, and the like. But Xiao Hongyu's foreclosed properties were an exception, free of such complications. Naturally, many had their eyes on this lucrative opportunity, and Feng Chang was no exception. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Bai spoke slowly. Brother Feng, to be honest, I already own 3 buildings near Rainbow Bridge. I plan to acquire these auction properties to develop a shopping center and consolidate the surrounding resources. Feng Chang's eyes widened. So it was you who snatched those 3 buildings right out of Xiao Hongyu's grasp. You knew about that? Of course. It was the talk of the town. Everyone was saying some reckless newcomer had outmaneuvered Xiao Hongyu, and they were just waiting to see how he'd end up. Who'd have thought the entire Xiao Hongyu group would collapse soon after? As he spoke, Feng Chang suddenly realized something, his gaze sharpening. Brother Yi, don't tell me you had a hand in Xiao Hongyu's downfall. Ye Bai smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying it. Nowadays, he wasn't afraid of people knowing his role in the affair. Even if the big shots in the provincial capital found out, so what? With his supernatural abilities, he feared no one. And with the power to foresee the future, he could ensure the safety of those around him. Seeing Ye Bai's tacit admission, Feng Chang felt a chill run down his spine. Ye Bai seemed even more inscrutable than before, and Feng Chang grew even more determined to solidify their bond. A man of such skill and cunning was exactly the kind of ally he needed. Just then, the doors of the conference center swung open. A young man strode in, dressed in a black suit and white shirt, his hair slicked back with pomade. His steps were measured, his presence commanding. If paired with the theme music from God of Gamblers, the effect would have been complete. It was Luo Yang, His gaze swept across the room, locking briefly with Ye Bai's before giving an imperceptible nod. Behind him walked a woman. She was young, with delicate features and an impeccable figure. A beauty mark near her eye added a touch of allure. Her golden blonde hair and Western-style outfit made her look like a trendy overseas returnee. Chewing gum lazily, she exuded an air of relaxed confidence. Though she followed Luo Yang, her demeanor was that of a young heiress, her presence rivaling even the seasoned actor Luo Yang. This woman was Xiao Hongyu's daughter, Xiao Nirong. Ye Bai's eyes flicked downward, then he shook his head slightly. The nickname Little Nirong didn't quite live up to expectations. Nai was certainly substantial, though not as impressive as the Mercedes-Benz G-Class of the Gong family's 3 golden flowers. It was still nothing to scoff at, more like an initial D-level. Ye Bai noticed that Xiao Nirong bore a striking resemblance to her mother's youthful photos, with a touch of Hong Kong actresses like Loletta Lee and Michelle Reese. Yet her charm surpassed even theirs. This is definitely a mother-daughter pair. I can't let Luo Yang talk me into taking them both or anything like that. At most, she'll get the same treatment as Li Shiyan, becoming her stepfather or something. Of course, a proper stepfather-daughter relationship. Not the shady kind. Luo Yang's arrival caused a stir. By now, everyone knew that although the Xiao Hongyu group had collapsed, it had been reborn under a new name, White Ram Group, with Luo Yang at the helm. Rumors claimed Luo Yang was a former foreign mercenary king, a hardened veteran who had walked through gunfire and bloodshed, with a body count in the triple digits. After returning to China, he had joined Xiao Hongyu's organization and, in just 2.5 years, risen from obscurity to become its leader. Such a legendary and ruthless figure naturally commanded fear and respect in the underworld. Before arriving, Luo Yang had made it clear. His primary goal was to reclaim Juxiu Villa. Anyone who stood in his way would face the full wrath of White Ram Group. No mercy given. At the moment, the conference center was only about half full. Many key players, especially those from the provincial capital, had yet to arrive. The official auction time hadn't arrived, but Chen Zhengbin, fearing complications, announced the start of the auction ahead of schedule, with the Rainbow Bridge properties as the first item. Ye Bai had always thought Xiao Hongyu owned 3 buildings in the area. Only now, with the government auctioning 4 at once, did he realize the old fox had actually secured 4. The starting bid for all 4 was 40 million, 10 million per building. This price was nearly double what it had been a few months prior. But with the government's recent announcement designating the area as a high-tech development zone, property values had skyrocketed. A single building now cost over 30 million. Anyone who could snap up all 4 for 40 million could flip them for massive profits without even developing them. Sure enough, as the auction began, bids poured in rapidly, soon doubling the starting price to 80 million. Brother Yi, securing these 4 buildings won't be easy, Feng Cheng remarked, having already decided to bow out and curry favor with Ye Bai. Do you have enough capital? If not, I can lend you some. Thanks, Brother Feng. It should be enough. Aside from the 120 million yuan Ye Bai had earned from selling Xiao Hongyu's gold, he had also secured a 100 million yuan bank loan through Chen Jingbin's connections. With 220 million in hand, acquiring these 4 buildings shouldn't be an issue. Currently, property prices near Rainbow Bridge had peaked, and the total value of the 4 buildings ranged between 120 and 130 million yuan. The bidding soon surged to 100 million, prompting most participants to drop out. Only 4 parties remained: Luo Yang, Kai Zhaohong, and 2 factions from the provincial capital. Now was the time to act. Ye Bai raised his placard and calmly announced, 105 million. Luo Yang turned at the sound, locking eyes with Ye Bai. Understanding Bai Ji's intention, he lowered his placard and withdrew. He explained to Xiao Nirong, Miss Xiao, our primary target is Juxiu Villa. If we can't secure these 4 buildings, so be it. When Xiao Nirong didn't respond after a pause, Luo Yang glanced over and saw her staring at Ye Bai, her alluring eyes gleaming with interest. A veteran from their group remarked, Young miss, that pretty boy is Ye Bai. He's had conflicts with us before. He sniped 3 buildings near Rainbow Bridge from Fat Cat. Now he's eyeing these 4, probably to combine them for a new development project. A bald, muscular man's eyes widened. So this bastard is Ye Bai? Blackie was supposed to lead us to deal with him and reclaim those buildings. But then Blackie suddenly ran into trouble. Someone else added, "Hey, Brother Yang, didn't Boss Xiao send you to handle Ye Bai back then? If even you stepped in, how is this guy still causing trouble?"
Luo Yang fell silent.
The next second, a fierce aura radiated from him. Right? The bastard got lucky. I was just about to move when trouble hit our syndicate. A small fry like him, I nearly forgot. But now that we've crossed paths again, I'll finish what I started. Cracking his neck, Luo Yang smirked. Let him win the bid. Once he owns these buildings, I'll mobilize the boys and take all 7 back in one go. Clenching his fist confidently, Luo Yang exuded an air of invincibility. His men were immediately awestruck, as expected of Brother Yang, unstoppable and domineering. Just then, Xiao Nairong turned back, her delicate brows furrowed in displeasure. If he managed to outmaneuver that fat cat guy, that's his skill. Why be petty and hold a grudge? Let it go. Question mark. Luo Yang was baffled. Hold on, is this really the biological daughter of the vindictive boss Xiao? Shouldn't she also despise Bai Ji and be itching to destroy him? Why does this storyline feel off? Xiao Nairong continued, her tone intrigued. I'm quite interested in this Ye Bai. Luo Yang, find a way to introduce us. Question mark. Luo Yang was even more confused. Seriously? 4 days. I've been plotting all kinds of dark schemes to deliver you and your mom to Bai Ji. And now, after one glance at him, you're already smitten? About to throw yourself at him? Luo Yang was utterly dumbfounded. He had already scripted the entire scenario in his mind for Xiao Nairong. According to his plan, Xiao Nairong would inherit her father's grudges, despise Bai Gu at first sight, and task him with killing Bai Gu to reclaim the assets stolen from their family. Luo Yang would then pretend to obey while secretly swindling money from Xiao Nairong, funneling it all to Bai Gu as a contribution to their vitiligo society. Next, he'd use every vile method imaginable to turn Xiao Nairong into Bai Ji's plaything, brainwashing her with PUA, Stockholm Syndrome conditioning, or even drugging her if necessary. The goal was to ensure Bai Gu consumed her mind, body, and soul. Once she was hopelessly enthralled, perhaps literally under Bai Ji's genes, she'd refuse to return to the US, forcing her mother, Madame Xiao, to cross oceans to rescue her. Luo Yang would then help Bai Gu subdue Madame Xiao too. With both mother and daughter under Bai Ji's spell, he'd effortlessly take over their Chinatown operations, propelling the vitiligo society into an international syndicate, rivaling Japan's Yakuza or Italy's Mafia. Luo Yang had spent countless hours refining this grand vision, preparing carrots and sticks alike. Yet reality threw him a curveball. Xiao Nairong had fallen for Bai Gu at first sight. This was the legendary one glance at Yang Gua, a lifetime lost. And honestly, Bai Gu made Louis Ku's iconic Yang Gua look like chopped liver. If Luo Yang were a woman, he'd swoon too. Miss Xiao, Luo Yang ventured. You're not seriously thinking of befriending Ye Bai, are you? Is there a problem? She shot back. Bingo. She wanted to make grass with Bai Gu. While this smoothed the path to securing the Xiao family's women for Bai Gu, Luo Yang felt cheated. His elaborate script was now useless. Miss Xiao, he argued. Your father and Ye Bai were sworn enemies. Ye Bai was the one man he loathed most. Why else would he send Fat Cat, Black Boy, and me to deal with him? Your father would roll in his grave knowing you're cozying up to Ye Bai. A senior gang member chimed in. Exactly. Plus, Ye Bai's downright eerie. Cat and Black Boy both dropped dead the day before going after him. If not for the surveillance and police ruling it accidental, I'd swear Ye Bai off them himself. Luo Yang thought, you clever bastard, you actually nailed it. Those 2 idiots had been silently eliminated by Bai Gu. Hell, even Xiao Hongyu himself was now one of Bai Ji's ghostly subordinates. The elder continued. Then Boss Xiao sent Brother Luo after Ye Bai, and next thing you know, Our whole operation gets raided. I'm convinced this guy's a jinx. Your father would never approve of this friendship. Who cares? Xiao Nairong shrugged, unfazed. All she knew was that Ye Bai was stunning. Every inch of him checked her boxes. Though raised in the US, she'd never dated, disdaining white ghosts and black ghosts. Her trip back had two goals: find her father and score a Han Chinese boyfriend. Ye Bai's looks and aura surpassed even celebrities. She'd always mocked starstruck fangirls, but now she got it. That lightning strike of infatuation, the dizzying rush of desire. Just staring at his face and sculpted body made her shamefully wet. Ye Bai radiated raw sexuality, begging to be devoured. I investigated my dad's last month, she said. The feud with Ye Bai? Pure sour grapes. Ye Bai outmaneuvered him on a property deal. My dad was just being petty. And now that he's missing, she air-quoted, it's moot. Debts die with the debtor. She leveled a gaze at Luo Yang. You've got 3 days to arrange a dinner with Ye Bai. Succeed, and I'll fund you extra. Legendary Bai Gu strikes again. Just sitting there, he'd conquered the mafia princess. As envy prickled him, Luo Yang envisioned Madame Xiao meeting Bai Gu. Would she simp instantly too? Would mother and daughter claw each other over him? The thought thrilled him. Consider it done, Luo Yang nodded. The auction rolled on. After Ye Bai's bid, Luo Yang bowed out, leaving 3 contenders: Ye Bai, Kai Zhaohong, and 2 provincial players. Kai Zhaohong had anticipated Ye Bai's interest in these properties. His entire participation was a setup. Spotting Ye Bai's entry, he feigned surprise. A new face. May I know your name, sir? Ye Bai. The chairman Yi of White Knight Media? Kai Zhaohong gasped theatrically, scrambling to his feet. Your reputation precedes you. I've long admired you. What fortune to meet here. He gestured obsequiously toward the seat behind Ye Bai. May I? Ye Bai gave a curt nod. Grinning, Kai Zhaohong surrendered his bid. Since you've taken interest in these buildings, I withdraw immediately. Thanks. Ye Bai's tone was ice. Amusing, he mused. That video of Kai Baozi must have cemented his mythos. The colder he acted, the more Kai Zhaohong would grovel. True to form, Kai Zhaohong felt zero offense. His father licked boots for provincial bigwigs. If even they dreaded Ye Bai, mere civility was a gift. As he sat, Kai Zhaohong plotted how to gift-wrap my sisters for Ye Bai's bed. If they become his mistresses, the Kai family will skyrocket. At this moment, Luo Yang turned to Xiao Nairong and said, Miss Xiao, leave this matter to me. I'll go talk to Ye Bai first. With that, he stood up, beaming with enthusiasm as he strode toward Ye Bai. Raising his voice, he announced, So it's Mr. Ye Bai in person. Since you're interested in the Rainbow Bridge property, I'd be more than happy to step aside for you. Mr. Yi, my name is Luo Yang, head of White Ram Group. It's an honor to meet you. Luo Yang was trembling with excitement. Ever since joining Vitiligo, all his interactions with Brother Bai had been over the phone. This was the first time he'd met him in person, and even had the chance to speak to him directly. His legs were shaking so much he could barely stand. Mr. Yi, may I sit here? Luo Yang pointed to the seat next to Kai Zhaohong. Only after Ye Bai nodded did he happily take his seat, then offer a polite nod to Feng Cheng and Kai Zhaohong. Feng Cheng was dumbfounded. He recognized Kai Zhaohong, of course, but he couldn't understand why the young man was acting so subservient to Ye Bai. And then there was Luo Yang, the new leader who had taken over Xiao Hongyu's faction. Why was he treating Ye Bai with such reverence? Though Feng Cheng was a rough-around-the-edges kind of guy, he'd always had a knack for reading people. A single glance was usually enough for him to tell whether someone's respect was genuine or feigned, which only made him more astonished. I treat Brother Yi as an honored guest because he saved my daughter's lives. But what's their deal? It's like they're all falling over themselves to suck up to him. And they mean it. Could it be they've also witnessed Brother Ye's extraordinary abilities and want to get close to him? If even Feng Cheng was shocked, the other local factions in Taojiang City were downright bewildered. Whispers spread through the crowd. Who the hell is this guy? He's even more handsome than Wu Yanzu, but why is Feng Cheng, a seasoned local heavyweight, fawning over him? And why is the eldest son of Kai Baozi, another big shot, licking his boots? Even the new leader who took over Xiao Hongyu's empire is treating him with respect. Bay Media? That super popular agency that's been blowing up lately? The one that made stars out of influencers like Ili Zayashazi and Prince Chi? Is this Ye Bai some young master from a powerful provincial or even imperial family, slumming it for fun? The local faction representatives made a mental note of Ye Bai's name and face, adding him to the very top of their befriend, do not offend list. Of course, they had no idea that Kai Zhaohong was only acting this way because his father had convinced him that Ye Bai was the scion of an ultra-wealthy dynasty, one with influence spanning the military, political, and business worlds, all the way up to the highest echelons of power. As for Luo Yang, he'd long since become Ye Bai's loyal lapdog and devoted fanboy. The auction resumed, but the local factions had already given up. The two out-of-town bidders from the provincial capital, however, kept going. First, they looked down on the country bumpkins of Taojiang City, considering themselves superior. Second, they didn't recognize the local power players and had no clue about Ye Bai's shocking background. The two factions kept raising their bids, determined to win the property at any cost. Soon, the price hit 140 million yuan, far exceeding the current market value. Though Ye Bai knew property prices hadn't peaked yet, and that the Rainbow Bridge development still had room to appreciate, he was growing increasingly annoyed with these two. Whoosh! Time froze. Ye Bai walked up to the first bidder, slipped on a glove, and thwacked him square in the head. Then he moved to the second bidder, paused, and pulled out a handful of ultra-fast-acting laxatives from his personal storage space, stuffing them all into the man's mouth. Once he was done, Ye Bai returned to his seat, resuming his original posture. Whoosh! Time resumed. The bidding continued. The representative who'd been punched was just about to raise his bid when his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed like a ragdoll. President Huang! President Huang! What's wrong? Medic! Get a medic in here! Ye Bai's strength had grown to terrifying levels. A full-force punch could probably explode a man's skull, like something out of a Riccio movie. Even a casual strike carried a concussive force ordinary people couldn't withstand. At the very least, this guy was walking away with a concussion. The other provincial bidder, who seemed to know President Huang, smirked at the sight of his rival passing out. Pathetic. Can't even handle the pressure and wants to compete with me? Then his gaze shifted to Ye Bai, his face twisting with envy at the younger man's good looks. Some pretty boy rookie. Today, I'll teach you what real experience looks like. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the man froze, before he could process what had happened. A warm, wet sensation spread through his pants, followed by an unmistakable stench. He looked down. A yellowish, semi-solid substance was oozing down his trouser legs. Eek! The man let out a shrill shriek, covered his face, and bolted for the exit. His fingers curled into a delicate girly pose, his legs prancing, his hips swaying exaggeratedly, and with every step more leaked out. The conference center descended into chaos. No wonder he was jealous of Ye Bai's looks. Turns out he was a flaming bottom. And with laxatives in his system, no chance of holding it in. Guys like him, flamboyant receivers, usually had a thing for big, burly, bearded wives from places like Chengdu. Someone like Ye Bai, with his striking masculinity and alpha aura, did nothing for them. Staff scrambled to deal with the mess. One team performed CPR on the unconscious bidder before carrying him out when he failed to wake up. Someone cleaned the floor, opened the windows for ventilation, and sprayed some perfume. Ye Bai was utterly bewildered. Had he known the scene would be so shocking and disgusting, he would never have slipped them the laxative. Soon, the floor was spotless, and the air in the conference center smelled fresher. The earlier bidding session had been interrupted, and logically it could have resumed. But Chen Zhengbing wasn't about to let his beloved son-in-law suffer such a loss. He summoned the auctioneer in charge and issued some instructions. Moments later, the auctioneer returned to the stage and announced loudly, Due to the unexpected incident just now, the auction has been suspended. After deliberation by the city leadership, it has been decided that the Rainbow Bridge's 4 buildings will be auctioned again, starting at 40 million. The room erupted in murmurs. Several parties that had previously withdrawn were now tempted to re-enter the bidding. 41 million. Ye Bai raised his paddle and said calmly, "Wait a minute." Luo Yang abruptly stood up, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room. "This friend of ours, Ye Bai, I, Luo Yang, have decided to take him under my wing. I hope everyone will do me this favor and let him have those buildings." Not to be outdone, Kai Zhaohong also leaped to his feet, his eyes carrying a subtle threat. "I agree. Those 4 buildings would be best in Mr. Ye's hands. Surely no one here objects." Feng Cheng nodded as well and declared loudly, "I second that." By now, all that remained in the room were local factions. In Taojiang City, the 3 most powerful underworld organizations were the Shao Hongyu Syndicate, the Kai Baozi Syndicate, and the Feng Cheng Syndicate. And now, Feng Cheng was backing Ye Bai. Kai Baozi's eldest son was supporting him too. Even the new leader who had taken over the Shao Hongyu Syndicate was throwing his full weight behind him. In other words, the 3 dominant forces that had once ruled the city had suddenly united behind one man. Who dared to defy him? Did they have a death wish? Besides, this Ye Bai appeared to be some elite scion from a top-tier family, sent to Taojiang City for experience. What fool would dare provoke a young master like him? The crowd exchanged uneasy glances, but no one dared to be the first to challenge Ye Bai. 41 million going once. Any higher bids? 41 million going twice. 41 million sold. With the final strike of the gavel, Ye Bai successfully acquired the 4 buildings of Rainbow Bridge for 41 million. Shortly after, a stream of latecomers began trickling in through the door. What the hell? The auction already started? Wasn't it supposed to begin at 10? Why the early start? No wonder the main entrance downstairs was locked. It had already begun. I wasted my time waiting down there. Huh? The Rainbow Bridge buildings are already sold. The tardy arrivals were stunned, including many influential figures from the provincial capital and neighboring cities. Luo Yang immediately cast a gaze of reverence at Ye Bai, as if looking up at a towering mountain. In Taohua City, whether in the open or the shadows, everyone belonged to Brother Bai. How could they possibly compete with him? Now, even the local factions had caught on. The city government had known Ye Bai's true identity from the start and had firmly sided with him. Truly befitting a scion of a top-tier aristocratic family, utterly formidable. Someone suddenly gasped upon recognizing Ye Bai's face. "I remember now. This is the same Mr. Yi who was all over the forums recently, the so-called underground emperor." He pulled up the Taohua City forum post for comparison, and the surrounding crowd confirmed it was indeed him. Many in attendance were no strangers to the underworld. Some had even mocked the post back then, scoffing at titles like Underground Emperor or Mafia Prince, dismissing them as nonsense they'd never heard of. Now, recalling their own words, they broke into a cold sweat and hastily messaged anyone who'd heard them, urging them to keep their mouths shut. Given the current situation, this Mr. Yi was, without a doubt, the real deal, a genuine underground emperor and mafia prince. The 3 largest local factions bowed before him. What else could he be if not the ruler of the underworld? And to him, such a title was trivial, just a game. He had influence in both legal and illegal circles. Forget the city government. Even the provincial authorities treated him with deference. Hell, he could probably strut through the capital without anyone daring to stop him. A new underground legend had been born in Taohua City. Everyone present engraved the name Ye Bai into their minds, vowing to warn their subordinates. If they ever encountered a man handsomer than Wu Yanzu, with the surname Yi, they'd better drop to their knees and grovel without hesitation. Ye Bai fully understood the lengths his father-in-law had gone to help him and was deeply moved. Thinking of his affair with Gong Lifang, guilt gnawed at him. "Old Chun, I'm really sorry. It's not that I'm a scoundrel. It's just that Auntie is too irresistible. Don't worry, Old Chun. I'll take good care of Auntie Gong and Cinny from now on. I'll fully support your relationship with Choya." And I'll do everything in my power to help you climb the ranks, ensuring your rise to the top. Though he'd wronged Chen Zhengbin in this regard, what was done was done. Ye Bai couldn't bring himself to give up Gong Lifang, so he resolved to compensate Chen in other ways. The auction resumed. Many new factions had joined, most from the provincial capital or other cities. Unaware of earlier events, they didn't know Ye Bai was the rumored aristocratic scion, and thus felt no obligation to defer to him. With his goal already achieved, Ye Bai refrained from further bidding. Snagging the 4 buildings for 41 million was already a steal from the government, so he decided to quit while he was ahead. Time passed slowly, and the auction neared its end. With the deep pockets of Xiao Nirong backing him, Luo Yang successfully secured Jusho Villa and even picked up a KTV and a bar along the way. Kai Zhaohong and Feng Chang had originally targeted the Rainbow Bridge properties but yielded to Ye Bai. They made several other bids afterward, each securing minor wins. Soon, the auction concluded. Chen Zhengbin and Ye Bai exchanged a glance, nodding with shared satisfaction before Chen left briskly, clearly pleased with the outcome. Buzz. Ye Bai's phone vibrated. A text from Aunt Qin Yu. Xiao Bai, where are you? Come home now. Your mom and dad are in the city. I'm cooking. Hurry back as soon as you see this. His parents were here. Ye Bai stood immediately, ready to leave. Noticing his movement, Feng Cheng rose as well. Brother Yi, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner. My wife's been eager to meet you. She just texted me again. Holy shit. Kai Zhaohong's mind reeled. That old fox Feng Cheng, knowing Ye Bai's preference for mature women, was willing to offer up his own wife to curry favor. Not to be outdone, Kai blurted, Mr. Yi, I'd also like to invite you to dinner. To be frank, I have 2 younger sisters, both lovely married women, who are very eager to meet you. Would you honor them with your presence? Whatever it takes to get my sisters into Mr. Ye's bed. Success is within reach. Before Ye Bai could react, Feng Cheng frowned. Lovely married women? Since when do those adjectives go together? And wait, are all middle-aged men impotent? It's not just me. Kai's sisters are younger than my wife. Are their husbands also useless, seeking Mr. Ye's miracle cure? Luo Yang had finally gotten the chance to get close to brother Bai openly in person, and now that both of them had spoken up, he couldn't hold back any longer. Mr. Yi, I'd also like to treat you to dinner. See that lady over there? She wants to have dinner with you. As he spoke, Luo Yang gestured for Ye Bai to look at Xiao Nirong, his eyes practically screaming. Look, brother Bai. See? Didn't I tell you? Aren't her assets impressive? All 3 of them were enthusiastically inviting him, but Ye Bai's parents had come to the city and were waiting for him at home. There was no way he could accept. Sorry, everyone, he said apologetically. I have something to deal with today. Maybe another time. All right then, brother Yi. I'll reach out another day. Don't turn me down then, Feng Cheng said, looking disappointed. Truth be told, ever since he'd lost his ability to perform in bed years ago, Feng Cheng had gradually lost interest in such matters. Even when faced with his exceptionally alluring wife, he felt little desire. Compared to being intimate with a woman, he'd much rather go fishing. In fact, he secretly hoped his wife wouldn't manage to get her hands on any potency-restoring medicine. Sometimes he even entertained a ridiculous thought. What if my wife cheated on me? If she directed her energy toward another man, she'd stop nagging him all the time, and he could finally go fishing in peace. Strangely enough, the idea of his wife sleeping with another man even stirred a faint excitement in him. Feng Cheng wanted to invite Ye Bai to dinner purely to thank him for saving his life and, as a bonus, to have his 2 precious daughters recognize Ye Bai as their godfather. Today, upon seeing 2 other influential figures, no less powerful than himself, fawning over Ye Bai, Feng Cheng became even more determined to secure such a formidable backer for his daughters. Kai Zhaohong cautiously asked, Mr. Yi, would it be possible to get your contact information? I'd love to trouble you another day. No problem, Ye Bai replied, reciting his phone number. Kai Zhaohong's face lit up with joy, his hands trembling with excitement, as if he had just latched onto a mighty patron. The mere thought of sending his two sisters to Ye Bai's bed to get ked made him even more exhilarated. Dear sisters, the family's glory now rests entirely on you. Mr. Yi, I've also noted down your number. I'll reach out another time, Luo Yang said with a meaningful wink as if hinting. Bro Bai, Xiao Nairong is already bending over begging for a king. You absolutely must make time to satisfy her. And once sister-in-law Xiao arrives from the US, we'll take her down too. Then you can enjoy the bliss of having both. After exchanging farewells with the three, Ye Bai left, got into his Mercedes S600, and instructed Song Dongfeng to drive him home. Buzz. His phone rang. Ye Bai checked the message. It was from Luo Yang. Bro Bai, Xiao Nairong seems to have fallen for you at first sight. She wants to have dinner with you. Are you free? She promised to keep funding me if I arrange a dinner for you two within 3 days. Ye Bai was momentarily surprised. He knew he was good-looking, but he hadn't expected even a girl raised in the US to fall for him instantly. As for whether Xiao Nairong had ulterior motives, Ye Bai wasn't worried. Xiao Hongyu's corpse was still rotting on Longsho Mountain, undiscovered to this day. Even if the police found it, no one could trace it back to him anyway. He had been completely invisible while tailing them, wearing gloves, shoe covers, and a hood the entire time. The bullets that blew their heads apart had been fired from their own guns. No investigator could ever uncover the truth. Unless he confessed, Xiao Nairong would never know who killed her father. Xiao Nairong is quite attractive. Plump ass, alluringly seductive, with striking looks resembling Li Jusun and Li Lizhen. A rare, top-tier beauty. But Ye Bai found her mother even more captivating. A mature, voluptuous woman who also bore a resemblance to those Hong Kong stars. Combined with her status as Zhao's widow, her appeal was off the charts. Too bad Xiao Hongyu was already dead. Otherwise, it'd be even more exciting. If he had to choose between the mother and daughter, Ye Bai leaned toward the mother. Taking both at once was absolutely out of the question. Given their resemblance, conquering real-life mother and daughter would cross moral boundaries. So Ye Bai wasn't particularly eager to get involved with Xiao Nairong. But considering her promise to Luo Yang, he gritted his teeth and decided to compromise. He swore this was solely for the sake of his subordinate's ambitions, not because the girl was beautiful with big TTS. Tomorrow night. Arrange the place and text me the details.
Ye Bai replied.
Meanwhile, after the meeting, Luo Yang excused himself, claiming an upset stomach, and slipped into the restroom to secretly update Ye Bai. Xiao Nairong and the others waited downstairs impatiently until Luo Yang finally reappeared. Why are you always running to the bathroom? Maybe you should see a doctor, Xiao Nairong frowned. Luo Yang forced an awkward chuckle. Of course, every day, I have to report to Brother Dongfeng, and in emergencies I inform Brother Bai. How else could I stay on top of things without disappearing into the toilet? Miss Xiao, I've already arranged dinner with Mr. Yi tomorrow night, Luo Yang announced. Xiao Nairong brightened immediately. Did he pick a location? We'll take care of it. Find the most expensive, high-class restaurant in Taojiang City with the best ambience. Oh, and Luo Yang, bring your wife, that sister cat, along. Have her help me pick out an outfit for the date. And I need to get my hair done, plus a manicure. Xiao Nairong's heart raced as she eagerly messaged her best friend, a blonde bombshell back in the US, to ask for first date advice. OMG. Xiao, you're finally going on a date. I thought you were a lesbian secretly into me. Aside from looking your best, wear something sexy underneath, preferably a thong. Oh, and keep emergency contraceptives handy. Trust me, going bare feels way better. Xiao Nairong was stunned. Huh? Move that fast on the first date. Duh. That's how we all do it. If he's willing to meet, he's into you too and wants to sleep with you. The first date is always the most passionate. Don't waste the opportunity. Xiao Nairong's pulse quickened. Honestly, the moment she saw Ye Bai's handsome face and toned body, she had already fantasized shamelessly. She absolutely wanted to take things beyond friendship with him. Just imagining it made her tremble with excitement, teetering on the edge of ecstasy. Though it felt a little rushed, Growing up in the US where her friends all acted this way, she didn't resist the idea. But what if he doesn't want to? She asked nervously. BTCH please, you clearly don't understand men. If he agreed to meet, he wants it too. If he hesitates, he's just playing hard to get. Throw yourself at him, and he'll cave instantly. Convinced, Xiao Nirong grew even more eager for the night to come. Ye Bai is so tall and strong. He must be a virgin like me. Will I even be able to handle it? After the meeting, Feng Chang called his wife and reported his failed attempt to invite Ye Bai to dinner. Feng Chang, you useless waste of space. Our daughters almost died because of you, and now you can't even get their savior to accept a damn meal? What's the point of you? If your little head doesn't work anymore, has your big head rotted too? If he won't come willingly, find another way. I don't care. I need to thank Mr. Yi properly and get medicine for your pathetic self. The day after tomorrow at the latest, I want Mr. Yi in my bed. Ugh. You've pissed me off so much I'm misspeaking. I want to meet Mr. Yi in person by the day after tomorrow to thank him properly. Feng Cheng's wife had a rather fiery temper. The moment she picked up the phone, she launched into a tirade, leaving Feng Cheng's head buzzing. His thoughts immediately derailed. While his body remained on the call, his spirit had already flown off to the Tao River to go fishing. Only after his wife vented her emotions and hung up did Feng Cheng snap back to reality, letting out a helpless sigh. Medicine, medicine. All you ever think about is medicine. If it's not working, then fine. Can't we just have a sexless marriage? The truth was, Feng Cheng had no interest in that sort of thing anymore. In fact, he was downright repulsed by it. Every day when he came home, no matter how seductive and alluring his wife looked, he couldn't muster even the slightest desire. This once fertile land had lain barren for over a decade. To placate his wife, Feng Cheng had bought her plenty of electric toys, but the woman stubbornly refused every single one, always insisting, how could a toy ever replace a real man? Feng Cheng was thoroughly fed up. He took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation, when suddenly his wife's earlier slip of the tongue echoed in his mind. I want Mr. Yi to appear in my bed. A bold idea struck Feng Cheng. What if he actually set things up so that Brother Yi ended up in his wife's bed? That way, she'd stop pestering him. Honestly, over the years, Feng Cheng had half expected his wife to grow restless and seek an affair. He'd even been eagerly anticipating it. Yet, after more than a decade, she had somehow remained faithful. On one hand, Feng Cheng was relieved that his wife was a chaste woman. On the other, he was deeply disappointed that he'd never gotten to witness her in the throes of infidelity. Truth be told, the thought of secretly watching such a scene from inside a closet excited him strangely. It sent a thrilling rush through him, like gulping down an ice-cold soda on the hottest summer day. Before, he hadn't wanted to let another man have that advantage, so he'd never considered playing matchmaker. But if it was Brother Yi, that was different. He was practically family, the savior of their two precious daughters, a benefactor to their entire household. Soon, he'd even become the girl's godfather. If Brother Yi and his wife were to, well, it'd be like fertile water flowing back into their own field. The more Feng Cheng thought about it, the more excited he grew. He decided to subtly nudge them together. If his wife and Brother Yi hit it off naturally, that would be ideal. But that was unlikely. Both his wife and Mr. Yi were upright people. They'd probably never agree to such a thing, which meant other methods would be necessary. For example, he could trick them by claiming he wanted a son, using the old rich reward for an heir trope from novels, letting his good brother and his wife share a bed to leave a seed for the family. Preferably, she wouldn't get pregnant right away, so they'd have to do it multiple times, giving him more chances to hide in the closet and watch. Lost in thought, Feng Cheng immediately dialed Ye Bai's number, asking if he was free for dinner the day after next. Your sister-in-law wants to thank you in person. This time, Ye Bai didn't refuse, saying he'd be available. Feng Cheng hung up, trembling with excitement. I'll buy my wife some sexy lingerie and a figure-hugging dress for her to wear when she meets Mr. Yi. A plan began taking shape in his mind. First, he'd subtly encourage things. If he'd misjudged Brother Yi and his wife's morals, even better, he could feign ignorance and secretly observe. He imagined himself pretending to be drunk, collapsing on the sofa while Brother Yi embraced his wife in front of him, murmuring, "Sister-in-law, you smell so good." His wife would initially resist, "Don't be like this, brother," before finally yielding, whispering, "Brother, you're so." Feng Chang grew more and more aroused, slapping his thigh in excitement. If the two of them didn't end up sneaking around behind his back, then he'd resort to the rich reward for an heir plan. "Wife, to repay Mr. Yi for saving our daughters, I'll have to ask you to make a small sacrifice. Brother Yi, I'm begging you, help your elder brother fulfill his wish. Just sleep with your sister-in-law once." Feng Chang couldn't help but grin perversely, letting out a low, eerie chuckle. Soon, they arrived at Aunt Qin's house. As Ye Bai pushed the door open, he saw a middle-aged couple sitting stiffly on the sofa, watching TV. The man appeared to be in his 40s, his skin sun-darkened, but upon closer inspection, his features were strikingly handsome. A rustic silver fox who, in another era, could have outshone internet heartthrobs like Shotsai on Douyin. The woman, also around 40, bore the marks of hardship on her face, with deep wrinkles, but her bone structure was refined. Clearly, she had been a great beauty in her youth. Ye Bai's parents were both exceptionally good-looking, which explained his own outstanding genetics. "Mom, Dad, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have sent someone to pick you up," Ye Bai said as he entered. "Xiao Bai, you're back." Li Qin stood up joyfully, but her son's dramatic transformation left her almost unable to recognize him. This dashing young man, more handsome than any movie star, was he really her son? "Mom, don't you recognize me?"
Ye Bai said.
"Is your son just too devastatingly handsome now?" Li Qin relaxed instantly, the unfamiliarity melting away. That cocky attitude, yes, this was definitely her son. "You rascal, you seem taller, and your body looks much stronger."
Ye Yuanjun nodded.
"It's only been a few months, but you've changed so much. Feels like we haven't seen you in years." Hearing this, Ye Bai's eyes grew moist. To him, it had been many years since he'd last seen his parents. In his past life, his mother had been permanently disabled in a car accident while searching for him. Later, while he was in prison, she had climbed mountains to gather medicinal herbs to pay his medical debts, only to die in an accident. His father, after cutting ties with him post-prison, had succumbed to depression and passed away. Their tragic, unresolved fates had been his greatest regret. Countless times, he had wished to return to the past and save everything. Luckily, heaven had eyes. It really brought him back. "Mom, Dad, what brings you here so suddenly?" Yi Yuanjun replied, "Your mom couldn't sleep at all after receiving that 5 million from you. She was afraid you'd gotten involved in something illegal, so she insisted on coming to the city to check." "All right, tomorrow I'll take you to see my company." Ye Bai nodded. Their visit was actually perfect timing. When they left, they could go back together with the construction crew. And Xian had been arranging for a construction team to return to their hometown and build a mansion, and things were nearly ready. But Ye Bai had scrapped the original design plans. Now, he wanted to create an entire manor in their hometown where his parents could retire in peace. "I'll have an Xian go back home and work with the local government to get this approved." Building a manor wasn't a simple task. It required official permits. However, with Chen Jingbin's help and Ye Bai's plans to develop a tourist attraction in the area, the local government would likely give them the green light. After showing Mom and Dad the company, "I'll buy Dad a luxury car to fulfill his dream." With the plan set, Ye Bai chatted with his parents. Soon, Li Shiyan returned from school. Like Ye Bai, she had a dorm at the university but hardly ever stayed there, preferring to commute. Seeing Ye Bai's parents, the usually aloof girl cracked a rare smile and became more talkative. She sat beside Li Qin, watching TV with the elderly couple, chatting and cracking melon seeds. From the kitchen came the sizzling sounds of stir-frying. Qin Yu was busy cooking up a storm. "Mom, Dad, let Shiyan keep you company. I'll go help Aunt Qin. With that, Ye Bai entered the kitchen and closed the door behind him. Qin Yu seemed to have been doing yoga in the afternoon. She was still wearing her tight yoga pants, which hugged her plump, round backside, swaying enticingly with every movement as she cooked. Just as Ye Bai moved to embrace her, Qin Yu anticipated him and raised a hand to block him. "You little brat. Your mom and dad are right outside. Don't you dare mess around." Of course, Ye Bai wasn't about to let her stop him. He pulled her firmly into his arms, his large hands. "Auntie, isn't it even more thrilling knowing my parents are just outside?" Ye Bai chuckled. Honestly, it did add a unique kind of excitement. Too bad Auntie was still on her period. Otherwise, things would have really taken off tonight. "Bad. You bad boy." Qin Yu's elegant, pretty face flushed crimson, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if they might overflow at any moment. Though her words were defiant, her body instinctively pressed backward against Ye Bai, molding itself to his form. She tilted her fair, swan-like neck, her eyes half-lidded as she nuzzled against Ye Bai's cheek like an affectionate kitten. Moments later, she couldn't resist turning her head to seek his lips. Outside the kitchen, the chatter of Ye Bai's parents and Li Shiyan drifted in. Separated only by a door, the nearness of discovery made the encounter feel all the more. A long, lingering Ye Bai-style kiss. When they finally parted, Qin Yu's eyes brimmed with seduction, her gaze clinging to Ye Bai like honey, thick with unspoken desire. "Bad, ampichu bully, always picking on your auntie." Qin Yu cooed petulantly, squirming in his arms with playful reluctance, as her voluptuous curves writhed, full and round like a millstone. Ye Bai, holding her from behind, couldn't help but chuckle darkly. Though Qin Yu was riddled with anxiety, terrified that Sister Qin and her husband might suddenly push open the door, the thrill of the forbidden only heightened her. That was why she couldn't bear to pull away from Xiao Bai, her rounded hips still swaying helplessly. Ye Bai recalled the two conditions Qin Yu had proposed, influenced by Li Shiyan's advice. The first demand, breaking up with Chun Sini, was impossible. A delaying tactic or pretending to have split would work for now. Once the deed was done, he'd confess the truth, that he had no intention of letting either of them go. The second demand, telling his parents, was actually feasible. Ye Bai had a hunch his parents were open-minded enough to accept a relationship crossing age and seniority. Besides, his mom and Qin Yu were only childhood friends, with no blood relation whatsoever. Their involvement violated no moral or ethical boundaries. Knowing his mother, she'd probably be thrilled he'd won over her beautiful, wealthy, and tender-hearted best friend. She might even clap him on the shoulder, bragging about what a stud his son had become. With a smirk, Ye Bai murmured, "Auntie Qin Yu, isn't fate funny? Did you ever think, back when you were trailing after my mom as kids, that one day her son would be trailing after you instead?" Qin Yu's face burned scarlet as she whined, "Ah, stop talking. I admit I'm shameless, all right? I went after my bestie's son. Are you happy now?" Ye Bai laughed heartily, tightening his grip around her plush waist. "Auntie, since my parents are here, why don't we sound them out? See if they'll accept us, or just lay it all out straight." "No." Qin Yu shook her head frantically, her expression pitiable. "Please don't tell Sister Qin and your dad. Xiao Bai, I'm begging you." Ye Bai raised a brow. "Oh, that isn't what you said last night, Auntie." Qin Yu wrinkled her nose miserably. "I was caught up in Shiyan's nonsense and got carried away. It sounded simple then, but now, seeing them in person, my heart's about to explode from guilt."
Ye Bai sikhet dramatical.
"But Auntie, I can't hide you forever. Someday I'll want marriage, kids, a real future with you. We'll have to face our parents and the world eventually. Let's tackle their doubts and the gossip together." His gaze locked onto Qin Yu's, his voice dropping to a devilish murmur, especially emphasizing parents' doubts and gossip. He knew his little auntie too well. The more he painted that terrifying picture, the more she'd recoil from confrontation.
No.
"No, Xiao Bai, let's just keep it secret. Only Shiyan can know. Please." Her eyes were wide with pleading, drowning in helpless despair.
Suppressin asimirk. Ye Bai fine reluchtanje.
Auntie, I was ready to go public, to break up with Chun Sini tomorrow. Don't. Qin Yu clamped a hand over his mouth. Xiao Bai, I'm begging you, don't leave Sini. Sneaking around with you already makes me feel awful enough. If she loses you because of me, I'll die of guilt. Please, let's stick to our arrangement. It's safer this way. Ye Bai's heart swelled with triumph, like biting into an ice-cold watermelon after a day in the desert. Oh, little Li Shiyan, you thought you could screw over your dear stepdad-to-be? Make him ditch his girlfriend so your mom could take her place? Nice try. Mama's already wrapped around my finger. Putting on a conflicted frown, Ye Bai murmured, Are you sure, Auntie?
No regrets.
Qin Yu nodded frantically. The moment she saw Ye Bai's parents, every shred of courage Shiyan had talked into her had evaporated. Her worst nightmares flooded back. Sister Qin shrieking slut, bitch, homewrecker, at her for seducing her college-aged son at 30-something. No, she decided. This was better. Sure, secrets never stayed buried forever. But if they were careful, maybe, just maybe, Sister Qin and her husband would never find out. Buying time was all she could do. She simply couldn't face that moment. Besides, with Xiao Bai's inhuman stamina, how could she handle him alone? Originally, she'd hoped Shiyan might fall for him and share the burden. But Shiyan loathed him, no chance of that. And though they weren't blood-related, the idea still felt wrong. Chun Sini as his lawful wife was the perfect solution. She could bear the brunt while Qin Yu played the clandestine mistress, stealing moments when she could. If she had to keep up with Xiao Bai daily, she'd probably die young. With a theatrical sigh, Ye Bai relented. Auntie, even though I dream of marrying you openly, I'll respect your choice. What can I say? I adore you. So of course my woman gets spoiled. A flicker of unease crossed Qin Yu's dazed mind, but rationality had long since fled. Instead, gratitude welled up as she hugged him, lifting her face for another kiss. Xiao Bai, you're so good to me. Thank you for understanding, Auntie. Ye Bai grinned inwardly. Look at this. She's been PUA'd into thanking me for letting her be my side piece. Perfection. Outside, Li Shiyan, chatting with the elders, suddenly heard a startled gasp from the kitchen. Qin Yu? You okay in there? Li Qin stood, concerned. The kitchen door cracked open, revealing Qin Yu's flushed face, glistening with sweat, her hair mussed in disarray. She looked positively ravished, though she blamed it on the heat. I am fine. Just dropped an eggshell in the pan. Seeing Qin Yu open the kitchen door and say everything was fine, Li Qin finally relaxed and sat back down. Suddenly, Qin Yu gasped again, her brows furrowing. Ah, I just remembered I forgot to add salt to one of the dishes. Let me fix it. She had been leaning out the door with her backside sticking out, but now she hurriedly straightened up and retreated into the kitchen, firmly shutting the door behind her. Faintly, they could hear her mutter something about a damn stove. Xiao Yu's gotten a bit careless lately, Li Qin chuckled, brushing it off. But Li Shiyan's expression darkened. Damn him? Connecting the dots with her mother's behavior, she recalled the noises she'd once overheard outside the door. There was no mistaking what was happening in there. That shameless jerk. How dare he mess around in the kitchen while Uncle and Auntie are right outside? Anger flared in her chest, but it was mixed with a sour, hollow ache, as if she'd lost something precious. Remembering what had happened between her and Ye Bai on the motorcycle, she subtly crossed her legs, straightened her posture, and smoothed her skirt down. Li Shiyan bit her lip hard, her emotions a tangled mess. But thinking of how lonely her mother had been all these years, she sighed and pushed the chaotic thoughts away. Forget it. I promised not to interfere anymore, and I'll keep my word. Mom, I hope you'll truly be happy. Bastard Ye Bai, you absolute scoundrel. If you dare hurt my mom, I'll never forgive you. The realization that Ye Bai was now her mother's boyfriend, effectively her stepfather, made her feelings even more complicated. And yet, strangely, there was also a hint of Much later, Ye Bai finally helped Qin Yu finish preparing the meal. Before leaving the kitchen, Qin Yu grabbed a coat from the shelf and tied it around her waist. Ye Bai raised an eyebrow. "Auntie, you actually prepared this in advance? You predicted I'd do this after coming back." Qin Yu's eyes shimmered with unshed moisture as she shot him a glare. "Shut up, you little devil. This is all your fault. Prepared my foot. I was in the middle of yoga when I heard knocking. I checked the peephole and saw Sister Qin and her husband, but I didn't have time to change, so I just grabbed a coat to cover up."
Ye Bai sudenli understood.
Auntie Qin in yoga pants would be an inappropriate sight. After all, her figure was too voluptuous. Those full, round curves would be painfully accentuated by the tight fabric, along with, "Auntie's always so thoughtful." Ye Bai grinned. "Of course." Qin Yu huffed proudly, her mature, charming face briefly taking on a girlish smugness. "The only man allowed to see me like this is Xiao Bai." As a traditionally conservative woman, now wholly devoted to Ye Bai, she naturally had to be mindful of appearances. Once the food was served, the family of 5 sat down to eat. Parents, Ye Bai and his lover, and the dutiful daughter. During the meal, noticing Qin Yu's nervousness, she barely dared to glance his way. Ye Bai couldn't resist teasing her. "Dad, Mom, how would you feel if I dated a woman in her 30s with a daughter? Would you accept me as a stepdad?" Qin Yu's grip on her chopsticks turned white-knuckled.
Lixien froza, ear sprika.
Ye Yuanjun fronet.
"Why ask something like that? You're not actually dating someone over a decade older, are you? Don't tell me you're a kept man. Is everything you have now just—" Seeing Qin Yu break into a cold sweat, Ye Bai laughed. "Dad, relax. Everything I have, I earned myself. Just a hypothetical. I have a friend in that situation."
Ye Yuanjun nodded.
"Good. The Yi family can be poor, but we have pride. Never live off a woman. Forget what others do, you're successful now, so don't settle for a divorced woman. You're still young. An older woman might seem alluring now, but in 10 or 20 years, you'll still be in your prime while she's faded. Will you still love her then? These things never end well." "Got it." Ye Bai nodded, exchanging a glance with Qin Yu. This wasn't a concern for him. Any woman of his would stay forever young, her beauty and figure preserved at their peak. Hell, he suspected prolonged exposure to him might even extend lifespans. When Ye Bai dropped the subject, Qin Yu finally exhaled in relief, shooting him a glare. She gritted her teeth, vowing to teach this brat a lesson later for constantly toying with her. As for Yi Yuanjuan's words, she wasn't worried. Shurian had said similar things before. It didn't matter. As long as she stayed with Xiao Bai, she'd never age. Li Shurian, unaware of Ye Bai's supernatural abilities, nodded in agreement. But since she'd already given her blessing, she wouldn't interfere. Still, her gaze lingered on Qin Yu, full of concern. What if her mother grew old and was cast aside? Qin Yu met her eyes and understood. She worried Shurian might go back on her word and try to separate them again. Then she noticed something. A faint mark on Shurian's otherwise flawless forehead, likely a lingering trace of acne. An idea struck her. Shurian was vain. That tiny scar must be driving her crazy. Maybe she could ask Xiao Bai to indirectly help erase it? Then tell her what the beauty cream applied to her face is. That way, she won't have to stop herself from being with Xiao Bai out of fear of aging. Qin Yu's heart raced, and she began to think about when she could secretly save some for her daughter's use. Li Qin remained silent the whole time. She glanced at the charming Qin Yu and then at her handsome son, suddenly having a bold idea. It's not impossible for Xiao Bai to find a mature wife. If it's Xiao Yu, she would definitely support it wholeheartedly. Xiao Yu grew up alongside her. Although she's a bit older, she is definitely the type of woman who is a good wife and mother. She cooks well, is gentle as water, and has a kind heart. If such a woman could become her daughter-in-law, it would be a dream come true. But thinking about how her son had been living in Qin Yu's house since high school, it was she who watched him grow up. Saying that he was like a half-son wouldn't be an exaggeration. Their relationship could be described as that of a godmother and her godson. It was clearly impossible for them to be together. With that thought, Li Qin contained her feelings, swallowing the joke of, if it were Xiao Yu, it wouldn't be a problem back down. Time passed slowly. After dinner, everyone watched some television, and soon they all washed up and got ready to rest. There were 5 rooms in the house. One for Qin Yu, one for Ye Bai, one for Li Shiyan, and one for Aunt Qin Yu. One room remained empty, just right for her parents to stay in. As the night grew late, the house fell into silence. Ye Bai quietly opened the door and slipped into Qin Yu's room. She wasn't asleep yet. It seemed she had known Ye Bai was coming and had been waiting all along. However, she pretended to be confused and said, "Xiao Bai, why are you here? Didn't you see that Auntie got her period? We can't tell the story of you or play number games." "Fool!" Ye Bai gently rubbed Qin Yu's delicate nose, holding her close and saying indulgently, "Auntie, I really like you. I'm not just treating you as a tool for those things. Even if we can't do that, just holding you to sleep is already so warm and happy." Qin Yu was touched by his words, snuggling tightly in Ye Bai's embrace, looking up with her little face and asking, "Really? Of course. Today, let's just hold each other and sleep." Ye Bai spoke the truth. Auntie had completely entered his heart. After all, which man wouldn't love such a gentle, considerate, and stunning aunt who willingly wanted to be his mistress? Moreover, sleeping while holding her soft and fragrant body was such a delightful thing. Qin Yu was extremely moved, leaning in Ye Bai's arms, her face filled with happiness. She had originally worried that Xiao Bai saw her merely as a tool, but at that moment, she was completely reassured. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu tilted her head to look at Ye Bai, her enchanting big eyes sparkling with determination. Actually, Auntie lied to you. I'm not on my period. Xiao Bai, I'm ready now. Let Auntie completely become your woman." Auntie said she wasn't on her period, but Ye Bai didn't believe it for a second. Last night, when he had taken off her clothes, he had clearly seen the sanitary pad. "Auntie, I tease you all the time, and today I even messed with you in front of Mom and Dad on purpose. You want to get back at me, don't you?" As he spoke, Ye Bai patted Auntie's plump, round bottom, wearing an expression that said he had seen right through her. Qin Yu grew anxious. "I'm serious, Xiao Bai. Auntie isn't lying to you this time. Such great acting, Auntie. How come I never noticed you had such talent for drama before?" Ye Bai chuckled, completely unfazed by her act. "I'm really not lying. If you don't believe me, touch it yourself." "No way. You're just trying to set me up." "Ugh, you little brat. Do you really think Auntie has such a twisted sense of humor? How could I let you touch something so dirty?" Ye Bai shook his head without another word. Last night, when Auntie had helped him, her reactions had been intense. If she really weren't on her period, she wouldn't have been able to hold back. She would have wanted him to tell her the story of Yu the Great, or played number games together. But she hadn't. That could only mean she really was indisposed. Seeing that Ye Bai refused to believe her no matter what she said, Qin Yu was on the verge of tears, regretting having deceived him the night before. Of course, she had wanted to last night, she had almost given in. But at the last moment, she had managed to restrain herself. Shi Yan had already given her approval, so she had to honor her promise to Ye Bai. But Qin Yu was still terrified. After all, she had lived over 30 years without ever experiencing this, and she was also a little worried that Xiao Bai might just be infatuated with her body, that he only wanted to play with her and would abandon her once he got what he wanted. So, out of fear, she had excused herself to the bathroom, secretly put on a panty liner, and pretended to be on her period to trick Ye Bai. Now, Qin Yu fully understood Ye Bai's feelings and knew he truly loved her. Her heart swelled with sweetness and happiness, and she couldn't wait to give herself to him completely. But who would have thought he wouldn't believe her now? "Auntie, stop messing around. Let's wait until after 7 days when you're feeling better. Okay?" Ye Bai gently patted Qin Yu's head. But Qin Yu didn't want to wait 7 days. She wanted to connect with Ye Bai, body and soul, right now. She was afraid that if she waited, her fear would return, and she'd back out again. She had to seize this moment, while her courage was at its peak, and achieve the ultimate harmony with Xiao Bai. Gritting her teeth, Qin Yu grabbed Ye Bai's hand and Ye Bai's eyes widened. This only confirmed his belief that Auntie was on her period. Auntie, even if you want revenge, isn't this going too far? Ye Bai sighed, but since she was the woman he loved, he wouldn't complain about it being dirty. But when he looked down, his pupils trembled violently. Then his head snapped up, his face lighting up like he'd just won the lottery. Auntie, you! Qin Yu lowered her head in embarrassment. Ye Bai frowned. Why did you lie to me last night? Qin Yu quickly explained, I was scared yesterday, so I secretly changed into. After hearing her out, Ye Bai gave her a thumbs up. You sneaky little auntie. How dare you trick me like this? Just wait. I'll teach you a lesson today. Ye Bai scooped Qin Yu up in his arms. Instead of struggling, she clung to him even tighter. When they reached the bed, Ye Bai ordered, Let go. Qin Yu obediently released him. Ye Bai immediately tossed her onto the mattress. Ah! Qin Yu let out a small cry as she bounced twice on the bed, her plump curves jiggling enticingly. The sight was absolutely lethal. You little devil! Qin Yu lay on the bed, looking back at him with a flushed, elegant face. Her eyes shimmered with desire, her gaze dripping with seduction. Ye Bai could finally fulfill his long-held wish to savor his delicious auntie. There was no holding back now. With a flying leap, Xiao Bai, I love you. Auntie, I love you too. Auntie, do you like it? Why yes. More than I ever imagined. Xiao Bai, promise me we'll stay together forever. Okay? Okay. Xiao Bai, Auntie loves you so much, never leave me. Okay? Okay. Smack. Ouch. Li Qin slapped the mosquito sucking blood from her arm with full force. The damn thing had bitten her multiple times, filling her with frustration. The impact was so strong that she winced in pain. Finally made it bleed. Seeing the mosquito go from 3D to 2D, leaving behind a small smear of blood, Li Qin let out a long, satisfied sigh. Thwack! 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 Ye Yuanjun tapped a small wooden mallet against his back and neck. Years of manual labor in the countryside had left his body with chronic aches, and his back often throbbed with pain. Xiao Bai has really grown up now. He's not the same as before. He's become so much more mature. Li Qin was deeply relieved. In the past, their son had been incredibly rebellious, refusing to communicate with his family. Every time they called, he would lose patience after just a few words. But today it was like he was a completely different person, more like a responsible adult than a childish kid. Yeah, seeing Xiao Bai like this puts my mind at ease. Ye Yuanjun agreed with a nod. We'll visit his company tomorrow, and then we can go home without worries. The apricots in the orchard are almost ready to pick. If we wait too long, they'll be overripe. Li Qin spoke while noticing a book with a yellow cover on the bedside table. She picked it up. The cover read Young Wife Sister Bai in bold letters. According to the synopsis, it was a documentary-style book about rural life. Curious, Li Qin opened it and began reading. Why is it that when humans eat animals, it's considered a tonic, but when I eat humans, I'm called a slut? Don't redeem the girls from the red light district. No using public resources for personal gain. Good people get good rewards. Good cows get hungry abalones. What kind of nonsense is this? Li Qin couldn't make sense of it. Bored, she set the book down. For some reason, she felt no sleepiness tonight. Seeing that it was still early, she impulsively decided to go to her son's bedroom for a heart-to-heart talk. I'll go chat with Xiao Bai. Go ahead. Just don't take up too much of his time. He has school and the company to manage. His schedule must be tight. Ye Yuanjun reminded her. Like I needed you to tell me that. Li Qin shot him a glare and walked out. Strangely, though the door to Ye Bai's room was open, no one was inside. Even the blankets were neatly folded. Where's Xiao Bai? Puzzled, Li Qin checked the spare room and the bathroom but found no trace of him. Li Shiyan's room was dark, The door closed. She must have been asleep, but Qin Yu's light was still on. Thinking to ask her, Li Qin approached, only to hear faint noises from inside. She frowned. The sounds were oddly familiar. After a moment, it clicked. Xiao Yu, you're still up? Are you massaging your back too? Let me help you. Li Qin knocked on the door. Instantly, all movement stopped. After a long pause, Qin Yu's voice came through. Qin assist, and no, I'm fine. I'm about to, sleep,
Li Qin blinka.
Xiao Yu, are you okay? Why do you sound so out of breath? And nothing. I was just, running. Phew, so hot, so hot. Li Qin immediately felt relieved and asked, have you seen Ye Bai? There's no one in his room, and he's not in the bathroom either. Ye Bai must have gone out for a social engagement. He's quite busy and often isn't home at night. Qin Yu replied haltingly. All right then, Xiao Yu, you should get some rest early. Good night. Li Qin shook her head and prepared to return to her room. No wonder Xiao Yu maintained herself so well. Despite being a woman in her 30s, her skin was as delicate as an 18-year-old girl's. No wonder she was jogging so late at night to keep her figure in shape. How could she not look flawless? But after taking a few steps, Li Qin frowned and stopped in her tracks. Something wasn't right. Qin Yu's voice didn't sound like she was jogging. As someone who had been through it herself, Li Qin was all too familiar with that kind of sound. But Qin Yu's husband had passed away many years ago. How could there be such noises coming from her room? Though it was an invasion of privacy, curiosity got the better of her. She quietly tiptoed back and stood outside the door, straining her ears to listen. Suddenly, a high-pitched moan rang out. Li Qin's face instantly flushed red, and she let out a soft, embarrassed scoff. She knew exactly what that was. But apart from Qin Yu's voice, there was no one else in the room. Could it be? Was Qin Yu doing it all by herself? Li Qin's eyes widened, but then she understood. Well, it made sense. Qin Yu had been alone for over a decade. She was still a woman with needs, so this was perfectly normal. Besides, she was at that age. The saying went, a woman in her 30s is like a wolf, in her 40s like a tiger, and by 50. Blushing, Li Qin hurried back to her room. But she stopped again at the doorway. No, wait. A sudden realization struck her. At dinner, Ye Bai had asked if she would accept a divorced single mother as a daughter-in-law. Why would he suddenly bring that up? Didn't Qin Yu fit that exact description? And now, with Ye Bai mysteriously missing while Qin Yu's room was filled with strange noises, the truth was practically staring her in the face. Li Qin grew excited at her own bold speculation. She could hardly believe it. I treat you like a sister, and you want to be my daughter-in-law? This is amazing. Li Qin was thrilled. A woman like Qin Yu was the perfect wife, the perfect daughter-in-law. Even though Ye Bai was now a billionaire, Qin Yu was still more than good enough for him. Marrying her would be a blessing from their ancestors. If Ye Bai and Qin Yu got married, Li Qin would wholeheartedly support it. She had even imagined what she'd say to Qin Yu. We'll address each other however we like. I'll call you little sister, and you can call me mother-in-law. Wait, no. Qin Yu watched Ye Bai grow up. She's even said before that she practically sees him as half her own son, and even suggested formally adopting him as her godson. Their relationship is like godmother and godson. How could they possibly do something like this? Li Qin knew Qin Yu well. She was a traditional, conservative woman. How could she ever make a move on her best friend's son, someone she'd practically helped raise? They weren't even of the same generation. Besides, she had listened carefully. There was no one else's voice in that room. If Ye Bai had been inside, wouldn't he have been breathing heavily too? Li Qin glanced back at Li Shiyan's pitch-black bedroom door. Honestly, it's more likely that Ye Bai is sleeping in Shiyan's room right now than in Qin Yu's. Truth be told, Li Qin quite liked Shiyan. Earlier, she had even noticed the way the girl looked at her son. There was a hint of admiration, but also something like quiet resentment. I must be overthinking things. No matter how much Ye Bai has changed, he'd never do something like this. Shaking her head, Li Qin finally returned to her room. Much later, with a soft creak, Li Shiyan's door opened. Barefoot, she quietly made her way to Ye Bai's room, turned on the light, and sighed as if confirming her suspicions. Originally, Li Shiyan had been ready to sleep, but her balcony was right next to Qin Yu's, separated only by a thin wall. She had heard faint, strange noises coming from the other side. Now she had come to investigate. Tiptoeing to Qin Yu's door, she pressed her ear against it. As the sounds from inside reached her, Li Shiyan's cheeks burned. She had been right, and for some reason, it almost felt like Ye Bai knew she was eavesdropping. His voice grew louder on purpose. Even worse, he kept making Qin Yu call him different things. First husband. Then, pathetic. You just do whatever he tells you. Li Shiyan gritted her teeth in frustration. A sour, suffocating feeling rose in her chest. She had already promised not to interfere in their relationship, so there was no point regretting it now. She wanted to leave, but her feet seemed rooted to the spot. As the sounds continued, vivid images formed in her mind, and inexplicably, she found herself recalling what had happened between her and Ye Bai on the motorcycle. Her body growing restless. Then, the two scenes merged in her imagination. The woman in the room with Ye Bai became her. Li Shiyan clutched her pounding heart, her face flushed, eyes glistening. Her breathing quickened, her soft lips parting slightly, revealing a glimpse of pink. Ye Bai, you're awful. Her legs weakened, and she leaned against the wall for support, slowly sliding down as the fantasy in her mind played out. The floor was too cold, freezing her so much that she shivered. Li Shiyan noticed a small shark plushie on the nearby shelf and grabbed it, placing it under herself to block the icy chill of the floor. Ha! Her eyes widened, filled with confusion. She adjusted her sitting position. Then, her gaze turned to shock, as if she had just discovered a new world. After that, Li Shiyan acted like a playful child. Continuously, every sound in the room was clearly audible. Before long, she froze in place, completely motionless. The long night passed. The next morning, the five of them gathered around the dining table for breakfast. Though there were 5 people, there were 2 sets of families of 3, one consisting of a father, mother, and son, and the other of a dad, mom, and daughter. The former was a legally married couple, while the latter were also a genuine husband and wife. After breakfast, Li Qin insisted on washing the dishes and cleaning the kitchen. Unable to refuse, Qin Yu relented and left the kitchen to her, heading to the balcony instead to toss the used bedsheets into the washing machine. On the bedside table sat a small box containing a piece of silk embroidered with a blood-red plum blossom. Buzz! The washing machine started spinning. As Qin Yu turned around, his gaze inadvertently landed on the balcony of Li Shiyan's room, and he froze. There, hanging on the clothesline, was the small shark plushie, basking in the sunlight. Qin Yu frowned in confusion. Wasn't that the plushie from the living room shelf? How did it end up in Shiyan's room? And why was it clipped to the clothesline? Did she sleep with it last night and accidentally drop it? But before Qin Yu could think further, a faint buzzing sound reached her ears. The window on Li Shiyan's balcony was left open, and a swarm of little bees had flown in. After circling the air a few times, they all landed on the fins of the small shark plushie. Ah! Qin Yu let out a startled cry. She was terrified of all kinds of bugs, and at the sight of them, she shrank back like a frightened quail, her neck stiff. She dashed out of the room while calling for Ye Bai to come to the rescue. Husband, Dad. Having gotten used to the term last night, the word slipped out naturally. Whoosh! 3 pairs of eyes in the living room instantly turned toward her. Even Li Qin, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, poked her head out. Only then did Qin Yu realize what she had just said. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, but quick thinking saved her as she hastily corrected herself. Bees! A whole swarm of them flew in. So many. They're all in Shiyan's room. Bai, do something, or she'll get stung tonight. Hearing this, Everyone rushed to Li Shiyan's room and looked toward the balcony. Sure enough, the shark plushie's fins were covered in bees. Li Shiyan's expression changed drastically. For some reason, a faint blush spread across her cheeks, and her watery eyes flickered toward Ye Bai for a brief, furtive glance. And it's the Doraemon one too. Don't worry, I deal with these things all the time back in the countryside. Leave it to me. Ye Yuanjun stepped forward, ready to handle the bees. Li Shiyan panicked. No, that was the plushie she had sat on. How could she let another man touch it? If anyone was going to touch it, it had to be Ye Bai, only him. After all, he had already seen her embarrassing state on the motorcycle that day, and even his clothes had. Frantic, she turned to Ye Bai, about to ask him to help instead, only to find him already looking at her with a strange, almost mocking expression. Her heart clenched. Does he know what I did outside his room last night? No way. The door was closed. It wasn't like he had X-ray vision, and she had covered her mouth the whole time, not making a single sound. He didn't have superhuman hearing like a dog, so there was no way he could have heard anything. But that look in his eyes. Just then, Ye Bai smirked and stopped Ye Yuanjun. Dad, let me handle it. You sure? Don't get stung, Ye Yuanjun said doubtfully. I grew up in the countryside, remember? These little bees are nothing. You know how often I used to poke at wasp nests as a kid. With his current skin toughness, the bees probably couldn't even pierce it if they tried. Walking over to the balcony, Ye Bai picked up the shark plushie and shook the bees out the window before closing the screen. The little bees lingered outside, buzzing in reluctant circles. For some reason, the sight felt oddly familiar to Qin Yu, though she couldn't quite place where she'd seen it before. Meanwhile, Li Shiyan's face burned even redder as she watched Ye Bai holding the plushie. Huh? Isn't this the one from the shelf in the living room? Why's it here? And someone washed it. As he spoke, Ye Bai lifted the shark and sniffed it. It smelled like laundry detergent, and a faint, familiar fragrance. The same scent as the pair of pants he had washed a couple of days ago. Li Shiyan's face was now as red as an apple. She was usually calm and composed. Even when held at gunpoint by kidnappers, she could keep her cool. But for some reason, anything related to Ye Bai always stirred her emotions. Right now, she was utterly mortified. Watching Ye Bai sniff the plushie, she felt a strange sensation, somewhat similar to what she'd experienced outside his door last night, but not quite the same. Memories of the motorcycle ride flooded back. How she had sat in Ye Bai's lap, what had happened afterward, and then, in her mind, the images shifted, replacing the female lead, Qin Yu, with herself. Taking a deep breath, she marched over and snatched the plushie from him. I used it as a pillow last night. I drooled on it. The people at the door nodded in understanding and dispersed. But Ye Bai's lips curled into a faint, teasing smile, as if questioning, was it really just drool? Li Shiyan felt like he had seen right through her. Her embarrassment deepened, and she pushed him toward the door. Get out. How many times do I have to tell you not to come into my room? Uncle could have handled it. Why did you have to interfere? Her voice was icy, but her cheeks were flushed pink. Despite the overwhelming heat creeping through her body, she forced herself to maintain a frosty glare. Ye Bai tilted his head. You really don't want me in your room? Her heart skipped a beat at his tone. What does he mean by that? Is he saying he wants to come to my room at night, like he does with Mom? No, not even a little. I hate you. With that, she slammed the door shut. Ye Bai chuckled, unfazed by her attitude. Last night, he had witnessed everything Li Shiyan did. That was why he had deliberately made noise in the room, even prompting Qin Yu to call out for him, just to heighten her immersion. Xiao Shiyan, who would have thought this would accidentally open a new world for you? And here you are, saying you hate it, but you seem to enjoy this kind of thing quite a bit. Of course, Ye Bai swore he was only teasing her. He had no intention of becoming her ghost dad. After all, even though Li Shiyan and Qin Yu weren't related by blood, they were still nominally in that kind of relationship. As a law-abiding, morally upright young man of the new era, how could he possibly indulge in such a messy affair? Dad, Mom, let me take you to the company. The elderly couple had been looking forward to this since morning and eagerly stood up. They had even changed into fresh clothes, determined not to embarrass their son in front of his colleagues. As they headed downstairs, Song Dongfeng was already waiting. Knowing that Ye Bai's parents were visiting, he hadn't even dared to smoke while standing by the car. When he saw them, he scratched the back of his head and grinned sheepishly. Uncle, Auntie, I'm Baiji's classmate. Now I work for him, just driving him around. Good lad, you're built like a tank. Xiao Bai, you better treat your friend well. Yi Yuanjun gave Song Dongfeng's arm an approving squeeze before walking past him toward the Mercedes S600. His calloused fingers reached out, gently touching the three-pointed star emblem on the hood. A deep sense of pride and contentment settled over his weathered face. Unconsciously, his slightly hunched back straightened just a little. Ye Bai's eyes grew moist. In his past life, by the time he had made something of himself, his father had already passed away, worn down by hardship. Later, when he drove luxury cars back to his hometown to pay respects at his father's grave, he had been haunted by regret that his father never got to see his success, never got to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Now, witnessing this moment, he finally understood the saying. The Mercedes doesn't just bear an emblem. It carries the weight of a father's straightened back after years of bending. At the same time, Ye Bai grew even more determined to return to his hometown and build a grand estate in style. Not only would it allow his parents to live a comfortable life in their old age, but it would also restore the dignity they had lost over the years. As the saying goes, to be wealthy and not return home is like walking in the dark wearing fine clothes. Now that he was becoming increasingly affluent, it was only natural for him to flaunt his success in his hometown. Of course, he couldn't forget about revitalizing and benefiting his hometown, developing tourist attractions and boosting the local economy. Dad, stop touching it. I'll get you one later, Ye Bai said. Yi Yuanjun quickly withdrew his hand and shook his head.
No, no.
A farmer like me doesn't deserve such a luxury car. A car is just a means of transportation. There's no such thing as deserving or not deserving. Come on, let's go to the company first. I'll show you around, then buy you a car. Ye Bai had the final say. Just as he was taking his parents to visit Bay Media, on the other side, Li Shiyan, her emotions in turmoil, arrived at her best friend's house again. She lived just a street away from her friend, and whenever she was upset, she would come here seeking comfort. Li Shiyan's heart was in complete disarray. She didn't understand what was wrong with her. She used to be pure and untouchable, yet now she had become a shameless woman. And not just any shameless woman, one who fantasized about her best friend Qin Yu's boyfriend. Even though Ye Bai and Qin Yu were already in that kind of relationship, she had still acted so inappropriately with him on the motorcycle last time, and last night, when the two of them had gone all the way, she had stood outside the door, lost in her imagination, picturing Ye Bai the entire time. Li Shiyan found it strange. When had she even started developing feelings for Ye Bai? It didn't make sense. She hated scumbags like him the most. What was even weirder was that her attraction to him hadn't been that strong before. But last night, the moment he officially became her mother's boyfriend, her stepfather, her feelings for him had suddenly exploded to terrifying levels. Now, whenever she saw Ye Bai, her heart would race, and she'd have strange reactions. Her face would flush, her eyes would grow watery, but given their complicated relationship, she had no choice but to suppress her restless emotions and keep her distance. Frustrated, Li Shiyan knocked on her friend's door, hoping for some solace. Her best friend was a shut-in, wearing thick glasses with bangs covering her eyes, dressed in an oversized hoodie that concealed her body completely. At first glance, no one would pay her much attention, but upon closer inspection, one would notice her strikingly beautiful face and the alluring curves hidden beneath her baggy clothes. Her friend was a professional artist. Though she lived in China, she didn't work domestically. Her works were only sold in Japan and South Korea, where she seemed to have some fame. She had once told Li Shiyan, "The market environment here is too restrictive. Overseas, I can really let loose with my art." Because of this, Li Shiyan had long suspected that her friend secretly drew adult comics. The fact that she never showed Li Shiyan her work only deepened the suspicion. The moment her friend opened the door and saw Li Shiyan, she excitedly hugged her, her face beaming. "Shiyan, my manga got adapted into an anime. It's already airing." "Really?" Li Shiyan was happy for her friend, and her mood improved slightly. "Can I watch it?" She expected her friend to refuse as usual, but this time, after a brief hesitation, she actually nodded. "Shiyan, I'll show you, but you have to keep it a secret." "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone," Li Shiyan said solemnly. "All right." Her friend gritted her teeth, turned on her computer, and played an anime. "Ghost Dad? Is this a horror anime?" Li Shiyan asked, puzzled. "Just keep watching," her friend mumbled, blushing and lowering her head. Li Shiyan continued watching patiently. The story followed the three Akiyama sisters, who, just like her, had lost their father. Their mother remarried, and the sisters lived with their mother and stepfather. The only difference was that, in the story, the stepfather was around the mother's age, whereas Ye Bai was only a year older than her. As the story progressed, Li Shiyan grew increasingly uneasy. When that scene appeared, she let out a startled "ah" and covered her eyes, though her fingers slightly parted. "Chanqian, this is the manga you drew. How could it be so?" Chanqian sighed helplessly. "Now you see why I don't work domestically. If I dared to publish something like this here, I'd be behind bars in no time. There's just no place for this kind of work in China." Li Shiyan's face burned red. Her eyes remained glued to the screen, her breathing growing erratic, but she still stubbornly insisted. I don't like this kind of stuff, but since it's your work, out of respect, I have to finish it." Chanqian stared at her, baffled. "You don't like it? Then why are you squirming in your seat like that?" But knowing Li Shiyan's personality, Chanqian didn't call her out. After what felt like an eternity, Li Shiyan finally finished watching. She had to admit, it was actually pretty good. No, wait, the female lead was cute and likable, but the plot was terrible. Li Shiyan swore she felt zero sense of immersion. If it weren't for Chanqian's work, she would have closed it immediately. "So, what do you think?" Chanqian asked eagerly. Li Shiyan, her face still flushed, protested. "How could the male lead do those things to the Akiyama sisters? He's their stepfather. Hey, what's the big deal? There are way crazier anime out there in Japan. He's just a stepdad, not even blood-related. What's there to be afraid of?" Chanqian said with a nonchalant shrug. Really? So it's okay as long as they're not blood-related?" Li Shiyan asked timidly. "Of course. If my mom got herself a really handsome boyfriend, and if I liked him too, I wouldn't mind, as long as she agreed." Chanqian's ability to come up with such scenarios was partly due to her family background. Like Li Shiyan, she came from a single-parent household, and her mother was also a stunning, sensual woman. Chanqian had an overactive imagination and often indulged in fantasies. Once, she even imagined a scenario involving her mother's boyfriend, and then, inspiration struck, so she drew it. Li Shiyan looked shocked. "But if people found out, they'd think it's shameless." "Then just don't let them find out. You can have one relationship in public and another in private. Besides, what matters most is that you and your family are happy. Why care so much about what others think?" Chanqian propped her chin on her hands, her face full of anticipation. "Honestly, I'd love it if my mom brought home a handsome boyfriend. Too bad she's been single ever since the divorce. Like she's locked her heart away. Hey, Shiyan, if you know any hot guys, think about introducing one to my mom." As her friend rambled on, Li Shiyan's gaze gradually grew distant, her thoughts drifting far away. She recalled what had happened with Ye Bai on the motorcycle, what she had done last night after hearing noises outside the door, the various scenes where she imagined herself as the heroine, and even the way Ye Bai had held the little shark plushie that morning, shooing away the bee before sniffing the detergent scent on its fin, a teasing smirk on his lips. By now, Li Shiyan was certain. Ye Bai knew everything. He knew what she had done and was deliberately messing with her. At the same time, a thought that made her heart race crossed her mind. Does Ye Bai actually have feelings for me too? Just like the male lead in Chanqian's manga Ghost Dad, who wanted his stepdaughter. After all, Ye Bai was a total playboy, a bad guy, and she was undeniably beautiful. Sure, hers might be a bit smaller than her mom's, but they were still pretty, and her figure was sexy enough. Of course a guy like him would be into her. Yes, he definitely likes me too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted like that on the motorcycle. Li Shuryan stared fixedly at the paused anime on the screen, biting her lip tightly, her eyes shimmering. If there's no blood relation, then it's really okay? Li Shuryan stared at the paused anime on the screen. For some reason, she suddenly wanted to watch it again carefully. But with her best friend right beside her, she felt a little embarrassed. She cleared her throat and said, "Chanqian, I'm a bit hungry. Could you make me some noodles?" "No problem. I'll make them right now. I can't boast about much, but my noodle-making skills are top tier." Chanqian thumped her chest proudly. Her oversized hoodie usually hid her figure, but the motion made her ample curves briefly visible. Upon closer inspection, it was clear she wasn't wearing anything underneath. Chanqian went out to cook the noodles, casually closing the door behind her. Li Shuryan swallowed hard, her heart racing as she dragged the progress bar back to the beginning and hit play. Suddenly, the door swung open again. "Shuryan, do you want a fried egg or some veggies in your—" Chanqian's voice cut off abruptly. Her eyes widened behind her thick glasses, practically glowing. "Shuryan, you like my work too? You're watching it secretly behind my back." Li Shuryan felt like she was being publicly shamed, her face burning red. She quickly paused the video and retorted, "I just didn't expect my best friend to draw this kind of stuff. I was re-watching it to criticize it properly." Sure. I'll go cook now. It'll take at least half an hour, so take your time with your critique." Chanqian smirked, winking as if she knew exactly what was going on. Li Shuryan had no response. Once Chanqian left, Li Shuryan's embarrassment reached its peak. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but as she stared at the screen, memories of the plot flooded back. Unable to resist, she hit play again, turning the volume down slightly. As she watched, she began imagining the male lead as Ye Bai's face, while the sisters in the story morphed into versions of herself. As the plot progressed, Li Shuryan turned as red as a boiled crab, her entire body flushed. She crossed her legs tightly, sitting rigidly in her chair, her gaze glued to the screen, her eyes practically glazed over. Restless, she recalled last night's encounter outside Qin Yu's room, where she'd played with a little shark plushie. Her eyes flicked to Chanqian's bed, where several plushies sat. Among them was an adorable little penguin. Reason told her not to touch her friend's things, but her body seemed to move on its own. Slowly, she reached out and picked up the penguin. "It's not like I'm doing anything weird," she told herself. "The chair is just too hard, and I need something soft to sit on. Since there's no cushion, this plushie will have to do." She lifted her hips slightly and placed the penguin beneath her before sitting back down. The anime continued playing, and Li Shuryan was completely absorbed. The immersion of Ghost Dad was just too strong. The plushie did make sitting more comfortable, but its uneven shape wasn't ideal. She kept shifting, trying to find the best position. Just as the anime reached its most intense scene, Li Shuryan's eyes widened, not wanting to miss a single detail. Ye Bai. Daddy. No, we can't." A moment later, she froze as if someone had hit pause. In the living room, Chanqian wasn't cooking at all. She lounged on the sofa, munching on a bag of chips. Suddenly, the bedroom door burst open. Li Shuryan, clutching the little penguin plushie, dashed past her with a bright red face and bolted into the bathroom without a word. "Huh!" Inside, Li Shuryan found a basin placed on the toilet lid, filled with a towel, fresh clothes, and even a spare pair of disposable panties. Just as she was puzzling over this, Chanqian's voice floated in from outside. "Pretty thoughtful of me, huh? I had everything ready for you." Chanqian giggled. "I've been there I knew exactly what you were up to. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. No need to be shy. The first time's always awkward, but you'll get used to it. I've lost count of how many times I've done it myself. Li Shiyan covered her face, mortified beyond words. Qianqian, realizing she was too embarrassed to respond, decided not to tease her further. She returned to her room and shut down the computer. Glancing at the chair, her eyes sparkled behind her glasses. TSK. Li Shiyan, I thought I was unbeatable, but you might just be my equal. She grinned like a sly little fox. For some reason, a thought crossed her mind. If Shiyan and I were both someone's girlfriends, just imagine how wild that would be. Later scene. Oh my goodness. The employees at Ye Bai's company are all so handsome and beautiful. They look even better than celebrities on TV. Li Qin covered her mouth in astonishment. And Xian, knowing that Bai's parents were visiting, had organized a welcome ceremony with all the employees gathered at the entrance. Li Qin was dazzled. Everyone looked so attractive, like perfect candidates for a daughter-in-law, especially the girl at the front. That round, plump backside looked ideal for childbearing, and her figure even reminded her of Xiao Yu's. If only she could be my son's wife. The big-bottomed beauty Li Qin had her eye on was, of course, Su Yisha. Auntie, uncle, welcome. Su Yisha flashed a sweet, innocent smile and warmly linked arms with Li Qin, acting like a doting future daughter-in-law. She had deliberately dressed conservatively today, white blouse and dress pants. Unfortunately, her figure was simply too indecent. Even modest clothing couldn't hide her curves. The front strained against the fabric, while the back swayed temptingly with every step. Even Ye Bai, who had spent the night with his aunt, felt a stir at the sight of her. Ye Bai, let the employees get back to work. There's no need for such a grand welcome, Ye Yuanjun said, and Xian quickly gestured for everyone to disperse, except Su Yisha, of course. This was her first time meeting the parents, after all. As dance student Zhang Yusin and curvaceous Xiao Momo walked away, they shot envious glances at Su Yisha. Both had remained chaste for Ye Bai, yearning to become his woman, but the opportunity had never come. Xiao Bai, you go ahead with your work. Your mother and I will look around on our own, Ye Yuanjun said, waving him off. All right, Isha, show my parents around the company, Ye Bai instructed. Got it. Su Yisha was overjoyed. Linking arms with Li Qin, she led the two elders on a tour. Ye Bai returned to his office and began reviewing recent data while listening to Xian's report. Wang Ziqian, needless to say, had become an undisputed top-tier internet celebrity. Countless people online tried to imitate her, but no one could replicate her success. Though Xiao Shaxi's initial explosive momentum had slowed, she was still thriving. Under Ye Bai's guidance, she had mastered popular short video dances, simple yet rhythmic moves that highlighted her sexy figure. As a result, she now ranked among the top beauty influencers. Mama Kibo's food exploration videos remained lively and engaging. Her signature curvy figure attracted hordes of admirers, with countless lonely men wasting tissues while watching her late-night content. Xian Xiaoming, with her strong dance skills and toned physique, frequently cosplayed female characters from games and anime. She had become the queen of otaku dance covers, earning widespread fame in the anime community. Recently, Xian had also recruited some new streamers. While they hadn't reached the same heights as the aforementioned stars, they were steadily gaining traction. Ye Bai suddenly noticed a familiar face among the streamers. He actually joined Bay Media too? He clicked on the profile. A handsome young man named Tong Jiaqing. What's his current status? Xian leaned in for a look. Oh, this guy used to be a Taobao model. He joined Bay recently. No real talents. Can't sing, dance, or game, but he's slick and quick-witted. I sense potential in him, but I'm not sure how to position him yet.
Ye Bai nodded.
Xian truly had an eye for talent. This guy would later become the king of outdoor streaming, dubbed the Grandmaster of Playboys. His viral catchphrases, like, "Don't waste bad girls," and "Don't betray good ones," would spread like wildfire across the internet. Have him start live streaming outdoors, street pickups, flirty interactions with random girls, scripted content with hired actresses. Ye Bai instructed. This guy's future influence was monstrous, standing in a league of his own. Ye Bai hadn't expected him to join Bai. This must be the butterfly effect of my rebirth. Originally, he'd have spent the next few years selling clothes as a micro-entrepreneur, losing money before finally blowing up in 2018. Now, Tong Jiaqing was entering the industry 5 years early. The storm he'd stir was beyond Ye Bai's estimation, but one thing was certain. He'd become one of Bai Media's pillars, laying a solid foundation for Ye Bai's business empire. Ye Bai continued, also, find time to register a real estate company. I plan to demolish the 7 buildings near Rainbow Bridge and build a shopping center, something like Wuyue or Wanda. After outlining his plans for Rainbow Bridge, he asked, the construction team's all set, right?
Ni Xuan Nadid.
Ready to go anytime. Good. Have them follow my parents back to my hometown. You go too and touch base with the local government. Tell them you're investing in a tourist attraction in Tianjin town. Gauge their reaction, and we'll finalize the details after I return. Just then, the office door knocked. Gomein. Sui Sha entered. Chairman Yi, your dad said he wants to try live streaming. He asked if he could take a set of equipment back with him. Dad wants to stream? Baffled, Ye Bai followed Sui Sha to a streaming room, where Li Qin stood with her arms crossed, looking exasperated, while Ye Yuanjun enthusiastically learned the ropes from a staff member. Watching his father's excitement, Ye Bai stroked his chin in thought. Honestly, his dad was a handsome, tall man with a strong rustic charm, exactly the type adored by rural women. If he became a streamer and polished his banter, he'd easily overshadow that Shokai guy. Growing up, Ye Bai had seen countless widows and married women openly or subtly flirt with his dad. But his father remained fiercely loyal to his mother, never entertaining other women. No idea how a playboy like me came from such a devoted man. If I were him, I'd have succumbed to temptation long ago and become the protagonist of some rural erotica. In Ye Bai's memory, a few widows and wives back home had been quite alluring. Since his father was interested, Ye Bai saw no reason to stop him. He immediately had a contract drawn up, officially signing his dad as Bai's oldest content creator. Checking the time, Ye Bai realized it was lunchtime, but his father was still engrossed in the equipment, so he didn't want to interrupt. Instead, he had An Xian order a lavish meal, deciding to eat in the company conference room. After lunch, Ye Yuanjun wanted to return to tinkering with the streaming gear, but Ye Bai still had to buy him a car. He dragged his father away, and the group headed to a Mercedes-Benz dealership. Xiao Bai, really? I don't need such an expensive car. If you insist, just get me a cheap pickup truck. Ye Yuanjun protested, waving his hands. But what man didn't dream of a luxury car? Ye Bai didn't give him a chance to refuse. As a repeat Mercedes customer, his last purchase of a 3 million yuan car still fresh in the sales staff's minds, Ye Bai was greeted by a flock of eager saleswomen the moment he stepped into the showroom. None of the cliché, look down on the poor drama from novels played out here. Just like last time, Ye Bai's demand remained the same. He wanted to drive the car off the lot today. The model and price didn't matter. Of course, since his dad spent all his time in the countryside, an SUV would be best. Perfect timing. We actually have one in stock. The salesperson led the group deep into the showroom and stopped in front of a vehicle. Ye Bai took one look and immediately grinned. It was a Mercedes G500, the legendary Big G. It really was a great fit. His son had driven the Big G multiple times already. Of course, he couldn't forget about his old man. Now, his father could drive one too. Ye Bai circled the G500 quite satisfied. Though his dad kept saying he didn't need it and that the car wasn't even good-looking, it was obvious from the way his eyes lit up when he looked at it. What man could resist the Big G? Ye Bai turned to Li Qin. Mom, what do you think? It looks mighty and imposing. The trunk's pretty big too. Should have no problem fitting a few sacks of potatoes, Li Qin replied. Ye Bai was speechless. Since both parents seemed satisfied, It was time to seal the deal. He asked the salesperson, "How much?" 2.13 million. "But since you're a returning customer, we can offer a discount," the salesperson answered. "That expensive?" Li Qin's jaw dropped. "We can't buy this. What kind of person am I to drive such an expensive car? Even the village chief's Audi only cost a few $100,000. Ye Yuanjun frantically waved his hands, stealing one last reluctant glance at the Mercedes G500 before resolutely turning away. He tried to drag Ye Bai out, insisting he preferred a Wuling Hongguang. Just get him a minivan and call it a day. "Let's sign the contract." Ye Bai had the final say. In the end, the Mercedes G500 was purchased. Though Ye Yuanjun was pained by the cost, he couldn't refuse his son's filial gesture. Besides, now that Ye Bai was a billionaire, this amount wouldn't even make a dent in his fortune. So he accepted it. "Come on, Xiaoqin. Big Brol take you for a spin." Like a child with a new toy, Ye Yuanjun happily took Li Qin out for a drive in the Big G. Buzz. Ye Bai's phone vibrated. A message from Luo Yang. "Bai Ji, Xiao Nairong's all prepped and keeps pushing me to contact you. I noticed she secretly bought condoms and morning after pills, probably planning to claim you tonight." Ye Bai frowned. "That bold? She's been in the US for so long. Has she been contaminated into some kind of biohazard host?" His impression of Xiao Nairong dipped slightly. Compared to her voluptuous, mature mother was far more appealing. What Ye Bai didn't know was that Xiao Nairong, unable to resist his incubus-like allure and egged on by her best friend, had decided to offer herself tonight. She had never even held a boy's hand before, still a pure, untouched little fledgling, a completely natural, untainted white flower. Ye Bai called Aunt Qin Yu and his mom to let them know he wouldn't be home for dinner, then instructed Song Dongfeng to drive him to his rendezvous with Xiao Nairong. After dealing with her tonight, he still had to have dinner with the Feng family tomorrow. He had no objections to recognizing the Feng twins as his goddaughters. But that Feng sister-in-law, she didn't seem like the easygoing type. Ye Bai was genuinely worried she'd end up like Auntie Gong, legs turning to jelly the moment she saw him. Old Feng was a good guy. That really wouldn't be appropriate. What Ye Bai didn't know was that Feng Chang had already devised a flawless plan. A self-cuckolding plan. A perfect strategy to deliver his wife straight into Ye Bai's bed. Meanwhile, at the Juxiu Mountain Villa Hotel. The hotel had reopened, but with the underground casino still shut down, the number of guests was pitifully low. After all, the Juxiu Mountain Villa was perched at the summit of Shopping Mountain, a remote and scarcely visited location. Luo Yang had originally planned to revive the underground casino business. Running a gambling den and loan sharking was incredibly profitable. Even though it had been raided once before, and the clientele wouldn't be as plentiful as before, the daily earnings would still be at least several 100,000 yuan conservatively. Plus, with Brother Bai's backing, and even the top official in Taojiang City being an ally, there was no fear of another shutdown. But when Luo Yang consulted his good brother Song Dongfeng, he got an earful instead. Brother Bai said, "We're meant for bigger things now. No more illegal activities. If you dare reopen that casino or run loan sharking, Brother Bai won't acknowledge you as his brother." As Ye Bai's most loyal subordinate, Luo Yang naturally had to follow his lead. No matter how much his underlings tried to persuade him, he refused to reopen the casino. Even though the hotel was still operating at a loss, Luo Yang wasn't worried. Brother Bai had his reasons. Besides, with Xiao Nairong, this big investor around, money was never an issue. Tonight was the day Xiao Nairong and Brother Bai were supposed to go on a date. Luo Yang had personally seen her secretly buying condoms and emergency contraception, along with a pile of new clothes, before locking herself in her hotel room and not coming out since. Right now, Xiao Nairong was on a video call with her best friend in the US, taking fashion advice.
No.
"No. Xiao, this outfit is way too conservative. You need to show off your figure. Your tits are so big. Your ass so perky. What man wouldn't love that? Don't hide them. Wear that low-cut bodycon dress. Trust me, this outfit will highlight all your best features. No man could resist you." Determined to win Ye Bai over, Xiao Nairong obediently followed her friend's advice. Wait, where's that lingerie I told you to buy? Put it on, her friend instructed. Xiao Nairong pulled out a black lace thong, just a string and a tiny scrap of fabric. Though she had grown up in the liberal U.S., her family upbringing was conservative and traditional. Even her mother, despite being wealthy and influential, had remained single all these years, never indulging in affairs or keeping toy boys. So, this kind of lingerie still felt a little slutty to her. But her friend, who boasted of having seduced hundreds of men, swore by it. Her advice couldn't be wrong. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Nairong decided to go all out. She slowly stripped off her underwear and put on the barely there thong. Admittedly, her friend had good taste. It suited her perfectly. Having grown up in the U.S., her diet was more Western, which had given her a voluptuous figure. Her hips were especially wide, making her rear even more pronounced. The skimpy lingerie was practically swallowed up by her curves. While most women were covered by fabric, with hints of skin peeking through, for her it was the opposite. And don't wear a normal bra. Where are those pasties I told you to get? Put them on. Xiao Nairong obediently covered her initial D with the pasties. Though not as exaggerated as the Mercedes-Benz G-Class of the Gong family's 3 golden flowers, hers were still nothing to scoff at, perfectly shaped teardrops. Then, she slipped into the low-cut bodycon dress, prompting her friend to gasp. Oh my God! Xiao, you're a total bombshell. No man could resist you. You're sexier than Scarlett Johansson. More alluring than young Monica Bellucci. Xiao Nairong rolled her eyes. It's not that exaggerated. But truth be told, she was an absolute stunner. Her delicate features, seductive figure, and a vibe completely different from most Chinese girls made her stand out. The beauty mark near her eye added a touch of allure, enhancing her charm. Unlike most women who took forever to get ready, Xiao Nairong was efficient, even with makeup. In no time, she had a flawless look and was ready to head out for her date. Though this was supposed to be a night for her and Ye Bai, Luoyang, the matchmaker, had to tag along to avoid awkwardness. Luoyang's car led the way, Xiao Nairong's was in the middle, and behind them was another vehicle carrying her bodyguards. As the daughter of a Chinatown boss, she naturally traveled with protection. Aside from 2 black bodyguards, there was also a white man and 3 Asians, all top-tier fighters under her mother's employ, including a martial arts champion and even a former Navy SEAL. Xiao Nairong's heart raced with excitement, anticipation, and a hint of nervousness. She kept worrying, what if Ye Bai wasn't interested? What if he didn't like her? Halfway there, Luoyang in the lead car called her. Miss Xiao, I just got word from Ye Bai. Something came up, he can't make it tonight. He says we should reschedule. What? Xiao Nairong was stunned, feeling utterly played. Anger surged inside her. Luoyang continued. Ye Bai also said he's really sorry. It's a last-minute thing. He'll be free after 8 p.m. If you're willing to wait. Before he could finish, Xiao Nairong cut in. We'll wait for him. She had prepared everything, dressing herself up like a carefully wrapped gift, her heart brimming with anticipation. A few hours of waiting? Even if the sky rained knives tonight, she would find Ye Bai and... Meanwhile, Ye Bai really did have something come up. He had been about to leave when his dad suddenly called. His parents lived in the countryside, running an orchard. It was the busy farming season, and they had hired some local workers to help. Who would have thought that today? A worker climbing a tree to pick apricots accidentally fell and broke his leg. Because of this, the elderly couple decided to return home early, setting off right after dinner. Having finally gotten the chance to reunite with them, Ye Bai naturally canceled all his social engagements without hesitation. According to Luoyang, Xiao Nairong was already waiting with her backside up, ready to be taken tonight if he was willing. But how could a stranger compare to his parents? Moreover, Ye Bai's impression of Xiao Nairong had soured slightly. He even worried she might be some kind of biochemical mother creature. When Ye Bai got home, only his parents and Aunt Qin Yu were there. Li Shiyan was at her best friend's place and called to say she wouldn't be back tonight. She claimed she had a research project to work on with her friend. Qin Yu made a video call and saw her daughter and Qian sitting in front of a computer, with study materials playing on the screen. Satisfied, she gave her permission. What Qin Yu didn't expect was that as soon as she hung up, Qian immediately switched to an anime called Ghost Dad. Both girls came from single-parent households and had never experienced a father's love, so movies about paternal affection resonated deeply with them. Qian, being an original artist, felt it even more intensely. By the end, they were too scared to stay in the room. Then, a neighbor downstairs knocked on the door, complaining about a water leak. The two girls decided to take a bath together. They filled the tub to the brim, moved the computer nearby, and climbed in to continue watching. The tub was covered in soap bubbles, leaving only their little heads visible. Their faces were flushed, and they stayed silent, soaking quietly. The water was nearly overflowing, occasionally spilling over with suds. When Qian's beautiful mother returned, she first heard Li Shiyan's tearful voice from the bathroom, crying out, "Daddy!" Then Qian joined in. The woman shook her head, her eyes full of pity. Poor dears, growing up without fathers. They must have been talking about it and couldn't hold back their tears. Her heart ached, and she began wondering if she should find Qian a stepfather. Though she had been deeply hurt by men and never wanted to interact with them again. For Qian's sake, to let her experience a father's love, she resolved to find a decent, reliable man. After dinner, Ye Bai had Song Dongfeng buy a lot of nutritional supplements and local specialties for his parents to take home. Then he asked An Xian to contact a construction crew and instructed him to meet his parents at the highway entrance before heading to their hometown together. "Dad, drive carefully and take it slow," Ye Bai reminded. "Don't worry. I used to drive trucks when I was younger. Handling this Mercedes is a piece of cake. Alright, go on back now."
Ye Yuanjun vavet dismissivali.
In a TV drama, saying something like that would be like an old general on stage, guaranteed to foreshadow disaster. Fortunately, Ye Bai had the ability to foresee the future. Since his power gave no warning, it meant nothing would happen. After saying goodbye to Aunt Qin Yu again, his parents drove off. Ye Bai then returned home with her. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw Aunt Qin Yu standing by the window, speaking to someone downstairs with a worried expression. "What's wrong?" Ye Bai went over and saw that his father had gotten into a minor accident at the intersection below. His car had been scraped by an old lady riding a tricycle. Just as Ye Bai was about to rush down, Ye Yuanjun, knowing his son well, shouted, "No need to come down. It's nothing serious." So Ye Bai and Qin Yu stayed by the window watching. The old lady's tricycle was loaded with scrap materials, and she looked utterly helpless, as if she had committed some grave mistake. She was about to kneel and kowtow in apology when Ye Yuanjun quickly stopped her. Though she was fully at fault, his parents were kind-hearted and knew she couldn't afford to pay for the damage, so they let her go without further trouble. Qin Yu leaned over the windowsill, her plump bottom sticking out as she watched intently. Suddenly, her body trembled, and her smile froze. She didn't dare move, her soft pink lips parting slightly as she whispered, "You little brat, are you trying to get us killed? Sister Qin and your dad are still watching from downstairs." Ye Bai didn't respond, only continuing to. Down below, after letting the old lady leave, Ye Yuanjun circled the car again, pausing at the fresh scratch with visible distress. "Let it go. Consider it spending money to avoid disaster. Come on. Xiao Bai's crew is still waiting at the highway entrance." Li Qin consoled. Ye Yuanjun nodded, and the two turned to leave. But when they looked up, they saw only Qin Yu at the window. Ye Bai was nowhere in sight. "That brat didn't actually come down, did he?" They smiled at Qin Yu and waited, facing her. Qin Yu's expression was strange. Her brows furrowed, her teeth biting her lower lip tightly. When she noticed them looking, she forced a smile, gripping the windowsill with both hands as if her legs were too weak to support her. She seemed to be in some kind of torment. "Does Xiao Yu have a stomachache?" Li Qin called out, telling her not to bother seeing them off and to go about her business. But Qin Yu only managed a strained smile, not responding. Helpless, the couple continued waiting. After a long while with no sign of Ye Bai, Li Qin called her son. The phone connected quickly. "Hey Mom, what's up?" His voice was heavy, with a strange cadence. Li Qin didn't think much of it. "What are you doing?" "I'm in the bathroom." "All right, your dad and I are leaving now. Come home during summer break if you have time." Just as she was giving her usual reminders, a strange noise came through the phone. One Li Qin knew all too well, having done it herself just last night. It was the sound of swatting a fly. As for the running water, well, her son must have been using the toilet. After hanging up, the couple got in the car and left. Once the Mercedes turned the corner, Qin Yu finally released the hand covering her mouth. You little devil. How dare you mess with me like that?" She pushed Ye Bai away, turning to glare at him with watery, seductive eyes, her gaze already turning hazy again. "Auntie's going to teach you a lesson today." Her delicate brows arched fiercely. And then, Qin Yu was furious, swearing to punish Ye Bai properly. Unfortunately, her skills were lacking, and she couldn't overpower him. Soon, she was the one begging for mercy. Since Ye Bai had plans later that night, he let her off for now. Then, he drove off to meet Xiao Nairong. On the way, he felt like he'd forgotten something. After some thought, it hit him, Chun Sinny. He'd actually forgotten about Chun Sinny. The little girl was his official girlfriend, yet he hadn't even introduced her to his parents during their visit. He felt a pang of regret. With her adorable charm, his parents would have loved her. But they'd come and gone too quickly. He'd just have to take her home during summer break. The summer trip should be interesting. Gong Lifang had already said she'd tag along. He could also bring Auntie Qin Yu and his sweet daughter, Li Shirin. Just the thought of it excited him. Speak of the devil, Chun Sinny suddenly called. She was already back in the provincial capital. The highway from Taojiang to the provincial capital is open now. Mom and I, no, my second sister and I, just got off the exit. I'm so sorry, boyfriend. It was sudden, and I didn't have time to tell you before leaving. What happened? Why the rush? My aunt, no, my eldest sister, was supposed to come to Taojiang a few days ago, but she got into a car accident on the way. The family kept it from us until today, when my second sister video called her and found out. Ye Bai's heart tightened. Though he'd only met Chun Sinny's aunt, no, eldest sister, a few times, but by some twist of fate, the two of them had crossed that line back then, stopping just short of the final step. Gong Lifei had nearly become his woman. No, in a way, she was already half his. So when he heard about her car accident, Ye Bai couldn't help but worry. At the same time, he found it strange. Why didn't my future precognition ability give me any warning? How serious are her injuries? From the video, Big Sis had bandages around her head. It looks like a head injury, and her mental state seemed off too. We'll know more when we get there. A pang of inexplicable heartache struck Ye Bai. His heart ached for this woman, who seemed destined for hardship. After hanging up, he hesitated. On one side was Xiao Nairong, waiting hungrily after enduring hours of anticipation. On the other was Gong Lifei, whose condition remained unclear after the accident. Gong Lifei was his girlfriend's aunt. No, wait, Xian Yi's biological mother. Or rather, Xian Yi's older sister. Not to mention what had happened between them. As for Xiao Nairong, sure, she was pretty, but she was also the daughter of his enemy. Who knew how she'd react if she learned the truth? And she might even be the biochemical host. Damn it. Why am I even torn over this? My woman comes first. Ye Bai checked the rearview mirror, then sharply turned the wheel, switching lanes. The car sped off in the opposite direction. The scene split into two frames. On the left, Xiao Nairong, still waiting eagerly in the hotel, her face brimming with hope. On the right, Gong Lifei, lying on a hospital bed, bandages wrapped around her head. Her brows were furrowed, eyes clenched shut. Whether in sleep or unconsciousness, it was unclear. Yet her lips parted faintly, whispering, "Darling, my sweet little husband, I've missed you so much."